Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Don't.
3, 2, 1, go. Take a sip.
Ooh woo.
Shocked that he's not hitting the goal. People are shocked. Are they? They're shocked. He's fucking shocked, bro. People are shocked. Whatever.
And it's one thing if it happens 1 stream, 2 streams, but now it's like in a week. We're lucky if we hit the hat goal.
Who's we? Who's weird lucky? He's
power difference in the other one, but maybe that guy's gear is shit on that 13. I'm also curious, maybe if Privity is just a hard counter. Okay, he lost his bunnies. Ooh, Red Hood single bursted. Wow, I got soloed by Red Hood.
Well, I guess my glasses are stuck on my nose. Well, there goes being menacing. Hey, Nero. Hey. Clip it. It was the jolting.
God damn it. Jumped right into it. Please man just killed himself. That's never happened. No, it did. I'm even more amused that it was not intended. I thought it was gonna be like a joke ending or something.
We'll give it a few more minutes.
You blind?
No, I can't. Stop! Stop the car!
Kelly, what's going on? Oh,
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party. We're ready. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti. Fiesta! Siesta! La Bamba! Ay, caramba! Disguises! Surprises! And pies of all sizes!
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
You know, the version of this game that I played didn't even have music in the menu. Turns out there was supposed to be music in the main menu the whole time. Oh well, we'll probably go with it. I did not know that music was meant to exist in the menu for the PC version of this game. It's quite the revelation for me. Okay, we have Travis. He certainly looks like a Travis. We'll have to change his name though, I'm sorry. From here, henceforth, you're officially known as... well, no, I need to be a gangster name, right? It's gotta be a... okay, wait. Mr. Swola... I can't do underscores. Henceforth, you're officially known as Mr. Swola Fly. Also my DJ name. Oh my god. It's just as crunchy as I remember it being, but at least it's running above 5 frames per second. Let's see if I can I can take the frame rate limiter off. How does that... what happens if I do that? Look at him go! I don't think I want to play the game like this. Okay, how does driving feel? Oh my god! Yeah, okay. Okay. Oh god, I'm already in trouble. Get out of the way. I don't know. I didn't know those guys anyway. That was truly some Sonic Theft Auto. Hello, everybody. Hello, and welcome. It's the return of Swollen _ Dingus streams on Twitch.tv. I hope everyone's having a very swell Saturday afternoon, maybe even Saturday evening for a couple of you guys. It's just Cinco over here for me. We're back at it again. This time with a muchly long-awaited game playthrough. It's Grand Theft Auto, the first one. Yes, as played on the PC. This is why you don't play games on PC, right, ladies and gentlemen? But I had to sail the 7 seas for this version. Actually, it's like I got it from the same GTA fan forum that I got that I got GTA 2 from, and GTA London. Actually, from the same app that I was using to play GTA London. It's kind of like combined GTA 1 with this London expansion pack. Why did I play the expansion pack before GTA 1 anyway? Oh well. I think because it was shorter. Okay, I had to pick one of these jobs. I gotta stop. So I'm already stalling. Stream hasn't even started yet. Crazy Jimmy stuck the car in Northeast Park. Find it before the cops do or die. I can replay messages with F10. Okay. In case my voice acting cannot catch up with the screen, the text popping off the screen. It doesn't give a lot of time for you to read it before it pops off. We don't even have a timer yet on the, no timers on the missions yet either. The arrow always points to your goal, but don't rely on it for navigation. I think that's pretty fair. Bring the car to Dolly's in West Park. Move it. We got some fresh pussy here. Oh, this is my kind of game. Yeah, we'll be existing for a couple of hours here. No later than midnight. As you know, it is Saturday. So even when you do get a Saturday stream, it can't last too long. We had a particularly long work week that's been coupled with the latest developments in the Gato sphere. But I'm ready to kick back and relax. I see he's playing Marvel Rivals. I don't think there's just like nothing that can rival my attention when it comes to Marvel Rivals. It's such a great game, you guys. Oh, we're already at the goal? Oh no, I blocked the garage. Hold up. Jimmy needs a driver. Talk to him on the phone at the Southwest Park subway. Wait for the garage door to open before attempting to drive into the building. Interesting. I already got a 1 star. You can see the 1 star. Oh god, time left. I didn't know there was a time limit. Okay, answer the phone. There's a cab with fake plates in Southeast Island City. Pick it up, then pick me up outside the bank in South Park. What a very disjointed and disconnected mission. Like, what is the storyline here? Who the hell is Crazy Jimmy? Well, you know, every franchise has to have its humble beginnings somewhere, right? Do you know they chose to put this Grand Theft Auto on the PS Classic? Probably hoodwinked a lot of people, but never played the first Grand Theft Auto. Oh, sometimes your pager tells you about secret missions. GTA London did the same thing. It's telling me about a taxi here that'll proc a secret mission if I can find it and enter it. What's unique about that is if you're doing a mission you don't like, you can get into a secret car and proc the secret mission, and it'll overwrite the current mission you're on without giving you a mission failed status. So if it's just a bum, duty-ass mission, as they say, you can just find a secret car. Once the pickup's made, the cops will be all over you like a rash. You were warned. Probably referring to the taxi I'm about to enter into. A crazy taxi, if you will. Now, I already have a 1 star wanted level. Oh my god. Now, some people can't stand the constant zoom in and zoom out. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's already gonna explode. How is it already gonna explode? This is not good. You can hear the engine. Hear that beautiful purr.
Dong, here you can have a shout out. Here.
No! Oh god. Did you see that? How did I survive? Thank you, Perez. Bubby's got a sticky love nest in South Island Heights. Take me there. Why am I taking... Is this a... Why do you want to go to his love nest? I thought you just robbed a bank. Why did I need a taxi to help transport you? Get me in there. Get me in there. Ah, not bad, kid. I'm gonna make sure you get your cut. You want to come in for coffee? What did he mean by that? Big ups, Perez. Yeah, Grand Theft Dong. This is the real GTA. I don't know what you guys are talking about. This is GTA as I remember it. But yeah, GTA, you know, it's like Persona, right? The ones before 3 don't exist and don't matter. But these are my GTAs. GTA 1, GTA London, we played that last year. GTA 2, the year prior to that. Now we're completing the trilogy. Though my GTA 2 playthrough is kind of lost to time. It was before I started uploading the VODs. Per the bullying of Guy with 2 names. So maybe one day we'll just replay it. Retro Persona games are pretty good. No, I hear that. I hear that. It's just like, again, it's like a case where it's like, it just gets forgotten by the wayside. You know, big ups to everyone who's here. Big ups to the dingas, the dongas, and the swollen underscore ones. I didn't even get to the introductions. I got too distracted with the introduction. We have Joe Blah, Perez, Guy with 2 names, and anybody else existing in the now and immediate far-flung future. The Angels wasted one of our dealers and split with the shit. Bubby wants it back. Yeah, I'm the boomer with the can of monster. I don't even think boomers played this shit. How much did the original GTA sell? I mean, obviously it had to have sold well for them to make GTA 2 and then GTA 3. But do you ever see people talk about GTA 1 or GTA 2? Most people don't even want to go back to GTA 3. Like I think even by today's standards, isn't GTA 3 considered too old? Big ups VR Joe for the lurk. I know it's very populated today elsewhere in the film sphere. Everyone wants to see DSP lose in Marvel Rivals. It's sure to be a hootenanny. I think it's his last stream that he's doing for the beta. Understandable if you would like to be anywhere else. Oh, get out of jail free card. That's good. In case I get arrested. Which is inevitable. The missions get really insane later on. Oh my god. But yeah, some people can't stand, like, the people that do go back, because I look at the comments for, like, classic GTA gameplay, and, like, the people who like, look at the gameplay or talk about it, they're like, they don't like the constant zoom in and zoom out of the bird's eye view of these games. Bird's eye or top down. I guess top down would be more accurate, but I don't mind it. But for some people, this causes nausea. Like, do you feel sick looking at this? Like, this is what people played back in the day. You realize that, right? Okay, what am I doing? Bubby wants it back. Do I just talk to him? I guess I do. Oh god! No! What am I doing? What am I doing? Guy with two names, help! I just stole it and did you see? They all came after me and crashed into me. Thank you for the bananas. Oh my god, oh my god. Think Persona 1's better than 2? I haven't played either. I can't give an opinion one way or the other. Oh my god, I hate how... I don't even have the frame rate limiter off. It's on. No, the frame rate limiter is on. And it's still uncontrollable. Oh my goodness. Now guys. Okay, bring it over here. Oh wait, no, other side here. This shit's bent. Tony Dios, he wants it back. Answer the phone at No Fort Law. See, I don't understand all this gangster lingo. What does it mean that it's bent? That's bad? Why did I steal bad junk? The stuff. I stole stuff, but it was bad. It was bent. Why the fuck did I steal it in the first place? What a fucking waste of my fucking time. No time limit for answering that. Oh. Hey, Bubba's baby! Dump the shit in the park in Southeast Hack and Slash. Hack and Slash? Very funny. What? How do I already have a time limit? Okay, I gotta... What do? I just touch the thing? Tony's on his way. Make sure he makes the pickup. Is Tony? I can't tell if he took it. Is that Tony? Doing the unexpected often brings greater rewards than following others. Does it want me to kill Tony? Is it telling me to kill Tony? Good job. Tony sends his regards. Fat shit left the meatball sub in the back. Huh? This game is so weird. Oh my god, I almost fucked that up. Let's give that a do-over. You gotta be parallel here. Not perpendicular, you gotta be parallel. Oh my lord. Okay. Hey, I somehow survived. Alright, so far so good. What are we doing? Where are we at? The new police chief wants a bigger cut. Bubby wants him dead. Use the truck in South Nixon Island. Nixon Island? Is that just off of Watergate Avenue? Where are we going? Oh, very close by. Oh god, I don't want to drive off now, do I? Take it easy with vehicles packed with explosives. Too many bumps, and they blow. I did not know that, thank you. Okay, that's a get out of jail. I can't get 2 of those, or I overwrite the last one I had. Head to south, no law pressing. The bomb will arm when you get there. Big ups crew style. Yeah, yes! Welcome back to Expand Theft Auto. That's the title of the stream. Expand. Welcome to Expand Theft Auto Liberty Dingy Stories. you know the GTA 1 features all 3 of the main Grand Theft Auto cities? I'm in Liberty City. It's literally, we're in Liberty City right now. And you get to go to San Andreas and Vice City later. It's like the one thing from this game that is still like existing and is referenced in later games. Alright, I gotta be careful. Well, the truck's not armed yet, but obviously you gotta be careful with the damage regardless. Hey, that's the police department. Oh, wait. Yeah, welcome in, Cruisile. Finally back in. It's another stream. It's been a particularly lengthy week. It's time to chill now, buddy. Move your sorry ass before she blows? Oh, God. Oh, wait! That was close. Okay, I fucked that up. You know what? He did say he wanted the police chief dead. I was distracted. I thought I had to take it somewhere and then blow it up. Like, take it to the police chief's house. Oh, well. Failing a mission in this game isn't really... So you aren't required to beat all the missions. Rather, you're supposed to get the target score on the top right. So the top right is my score. You get, like, the point system, which is also your money. It's a points money system. So you get money just for running into cars, because driving into cars gets you 30 points. So it's akin to getting $30. Imagine if in real life you drove into a car and you got $30 just for doing that. It's like a lifestyle style achievement. Hey, J Frosty. But yeah, so you're allowed to fail missions. I think in real GTA, you're required to do all the required missions. Like, you can't move forward unless you do a mission that you're required to do. In this one, if you fail, you don't get to retry the mission. Don't you know all those Grand Theft Auto, DSP, this is how you don't plays, or he fails a required mission and then he's forced to do the mission again and again until he ultimately beats it? Like, he can't move forward until he does said mission? Not the case in these older ones. If you fail, you don't even get to try again. There's no retry. No retrying in these old ones. You're just forced on to the next mission, I guess. It's a lot like real life. Big ups to Cerulean86 and Yukikaze. Hello, hello. Doing a classic GTA 1 chill as required, demanded by the extra life goal. I didn't even bring up that this was an extra life goal game. That was close. He's coming, he's coming, he's coming. Gotta get better at aiming. We need 2 yellow cabs for a bank job. Bring it to the docks in New Guernsey. Big ups, Chrono. Okay, I gotta be careful. I need 2 cabs. I saw 1 cab, but I drove into it, so it got damaged. And I got distracted. Wait. No! Leave me alone! Leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone. Dingus and I have not completed extra life goals. This is my last one. I already did the 12-hour Splatoon stream. It was just this one. And yeah. Wait, there's 2 cabs. But I got more police coming. Ambulance and fire trucks too. I saw a fire truck earlier. They don't usually spawn unless you're in big shit. Okay. Cab number 1. So I do still have the get out of jail free card. This preserves your multiplier. Well, I guess I should explain that. So you got lives and the multiplier on the top right. The lives are in green, the multiplier is in yellow. Every time you complete a mission, your multiplier goes up by 1. And then, as I said, your target score is what you gotta surpass. 11 missions in this area, secrets found 7, so 7 secret missions, which will be the missions you get when you get into a randomly parked vehicle. But yeah, you gotta meet the target score. And meeting the target score, of course, is made easier by the multiplier that you have currently. Your multiplier goes up by 1 every time you successfully do a mission. In addition to that, Only way to get rid of the police is to complete a mission. Unless you happen to find, like, a cop bribe, which is a very rare item, and I do not recall, off the top of my head, where the cop bribe items are in fucking Liberty City. Or any of the cities in this game, for that matter. Oh, I love speed blocks. I'm not surviving this. Alright, I'm getting out of here. No! Okay. Why am I already in trouble? Like, I just started playing the game. I'm already on a 4-star wanted level. I think 4 is the max in this one. Alright, he's on fire. Once you set a pedestrian on fire, they're basically gonna die. Inevitably. But I think if you touch them, then like, the fire spread. Oh my god, that was a taxi. Can I get a vehicle? Oh, wait, why did he park? Oh, the fire truck. It's very tactical there. My carnage and destruction eventually caused the taxi to park. Give myself an advantage in reaching it, and I went the wrong way. But yeah, this is the final extra life goal I gotta do. I just gotta do a full playthrough. That's what was promised. Huh. You know, that tip earlier about not using the arrow for navigation. Don't rely on it for navigation. It just points you in a direction you need to be at. So I probably need to go around. At least that's what I think I need to do. Yeah, you see, it's probably over there. Dude, these guys want to take me out on a date or something? Get out of here. Alright, this way. Damn it! I'm such a good GTA player. Even when I'm on the run with a 4-star wanted level, I still drive on the right side of the road. How hard can it be to get 2 cabs? Evidently hard enough for you to get the hardest, highest, wanted level in the game. Get your buns out of there, I'm picking it up. I guess this introduces you to the car selling system. Wow, what a tutorial. To start a crane, drive under it, then get out of the vehicle when prompted. Most vehicles can be dumped for cash. Well, that's cool. Can I get another cab around here so I don't have to drive back all that way? How did you know I was over here? Oh. Roadblock. Wait. There's a taxi right there. There was a taxi right there. Oh, look. The fire truck. It actually works. I thought it was just for show. It's a functioning fire truck. Wow, it actually put out the fire. This game was more advanced than I gave it credit for. Yeah, where was I? Target score, yeah. So once you up your multiplier enough, the target score is going to get hit, target score turns red, and then you'll be able to progress to the next map. Yeah, unlike the later ones, you're not required to complete every mission. Oh, come on. Alright. I think we got it. Yeah, it's moving. Oh, answer the phone in West New Guernsey. The mission's not over. Hello? I don't have a vehicle. Sir? I thought that was the mission. Hello? I still have a 4-star wanted level? Procure me a vehicle, sir. Alright, they kind of... I guess they accounted for the fact that you wouldn't have a vehicle right off the bat. Brother knows I'm banging his wife. Rest of the... No! Damn it. I never cleared the mission! Thankfully, I had my get out of jail free card, so I didn't waste my multiplier. Wait, is the mission still going? I think it is. It didn't say mission failed. So... yeah, waste that son of a bitch before he finds me. Do I have an imaginary time limit? What did you mean by that? Alright, whatever, we're off. Where we at? Where we at? Who are we wasting? Oh, fuck. Alright, where am I driving? What was the... I gotta clear the jump, obviously. Okay, this way. Pick up OMG Zelda. I guess that is the topic for the hour. What do I think of Kino Blazing DSP? This is the best arc in a long time. This is my dream arc. This is a miracle for me. It's a dream come true. This is the least boring arc in recent memory. You are coping if you think otherwise. I know some people are down about it, and I think I've had my fair share, at least in text form, in the comment sections and a couple of my uploads, a couple of my clips. I feel like if you're emotionally invested in it to the point that it's affecting you on an emotional level, to see these content creators try something a little different with DSP versus the approach. It's basically a different approach to what you would expect from other people. It is actually affecting you to a point where you are emotionally invested. Like, you're actually angered by the fact that what's happening is happening. I would consider a detox, or maybe a step back. Maybe just let them do their thing. Like, it's like the kids say, right? Let them cook. Like, I know it, I guess it hurts, I guess, to see him make money from ostensibly their fans, even though every time, it's almost every time, maybe not every time, but like ostensibly every time it's a Kino fan donating, it's like a fucking Ryan level LARP. Guy with the name, J name, donates $100. Hey, I came in from the Kino Casino and I used to be a Gundam watcher. Okay. Yes, a Kino Casino fan who just discovered who Phil was. Fucking found out how to donate overnight. He did the typical overnight tip. Brand new viewer, by the way. What the hell is there to be upset about? I don't even know, really, but like, you can check my comments, Chico. Like, some people are taking it to that level, and it's kind of like, I mean, one, let them cook. Two, they're trying something new that the people who usually interact with Phil, detractor or not, detractor or otherwise, they're trying a new approach. Three, I find it to be hilarious as shit. So I understand. I empathize with it on a level of, oh man, but it's also like, just let them do their thing. Oh God, is that the brother? Big ups RRU. There you go. That's the sentiment to have. Now, of course, I'm not the person to really ask because I'm biased. This is my dream arc, as you guys know. I emigrated to the Phil sector from the Ralpha sector. There we go. Mission complete. Good job. Rather splendid Beast GTS sports car is in Southwest Island Heights. I think I know where that was. Wait, my wanted level is still existing? It was supposed to clear. I'm just tired of hearing smug DSP, but it has been funny. Yeah, okay, I guess that can, like, it can get kind of a drain to hear that over and over and over. But I like it. I kind of like it. I would advise to just, there really shouldn't be advice to advise in the first place. Because, like, isn't the idea that we're all just kind of here for a laugh? But I suppose if it is making you upset, the recent developments, if it's genuinely like you hate that it's happening, you can't see the... Okay, now I lost my multiplier. Oh no, it got cut in half. But if it is genuinely affecting you on that level, yeah, just take a breather. Let them work their magic. They're just simply not... They're not adjusted to the climate of the detractor sphere. Now, I know that sounds really cringe to say, But it's just not how they. It's not how they deal. It's not how they operate. It's never how they operate. I know some people seem a bit confused about what the approach is, what the idea of what they're doing is. Some people are even calling it a Pride Month op. See, the point of a Pride Month op is that it's confidential, that you don't know what's happening until it's already happened, or it gets exposed before it happens. It's not exactly a Pride Month op if they literally tell you to their face multiple times in multiple clips exactly what they are doing. PP has stated on multiple occasions what the intention is with Phil. They want to try something different, and they want to see what content they can get out of him. That's literally all he has said in regards to what they want. There's no long con. There's no grand Machiavellian master plan. I guess there could be a long con, depending on how you interpret it. But there's no Machiavellian mastermind plan to expose him and, oh, they're going to ambush him and do a Side-Scrollers 2. Explicitly says it won't be a Side-Scrollers 2 on the clip they recently uploaded, which I may as well see. It's not even the KC thing. Everything something happens outside of DSP's gaming chair, people get their panties at a damn twist. Gives people the impression that DSP is right about us being upset. It's just it's a bit of an overreaction, I have to say. I can understand the sentiment there, where it's like we've been over this before. It's just as you say, when people not in the DSP sphere get wind of it and try to swoosh their way in there, and sometimes it could be negative, like that guy, the Ash Ketchum trucker guy who tried to weasel his way in. Like, that was a way of doing it in which he was directly antagonizing detractors, so they felt an inclination to kind of like go against that individual, and they were kind of obnoxious in general about it. So, like, for those situations, I get it. For this situation, I don't think. See, like, the casino has not been directly antagonizing detractors in that same way, so I understand the need to gatekeep, and I feel like gatekeep's kind of not the right word, but it's like protecting your own, right? Like, this is your sacred cow and shit. But I feel like a lot of communities are like that, right? I say community, I mean to say sector. I feel like a lot of sectors are like that, right? Everyone thinks their cow is the worst cow. Like, oh, there's no cow worse than LTG. Oh, there's no cow worse than Wings. Oh, Boogie is the absolute lowest of the low. Oh, Phil. Mr. Dispy Gaming, Dark Sea the guy. Phil's the man. He's the worst person ever on the internet. Watch your pager. The boss uses it to reveal information about other jobs. Alright, new job for you if you want it. Otherwise, get the hell out of my car, asshole. Two guys tore up the cat house in South Island City. Started on girls, too. Real messy. Bubby wants him screwed. It's kind of hard to top rackets in CWC. Big ups, easy money. Like, I know, objectively, it probably, maybe we need to do a tier maker. We need to do our own tier maker for, like, objectively, without any sector biases. Who is the worst of the worst when it comes to these kind of headliner cows? Because you always see that. Oh, mine is the worst. Oh, the cow I follow is the worst of them all. Yeah, that's all I can really advise as far as the whole arc goes. I'm loving it. It's something new. It's something different. It crosses over with the sector that I came from and still regularly pay attention to. It's like one of my schizo machinations come to life, made reality. Okay, I need to run those guys over. Did I not run them over? Yeah, I think I can change cars now without it fucking with the mission. Some mothers called the cops. Get over to Seymour Reamers at Brooklyn Docks. Seymour Reamers? Ugh. These cheeky Brits and their cheeky car thief stealing game. I think I'm close to the target score, actually. Just with a two multiplier. Pretty cool. Am I going the wrong way? Big up, Snurgle. Alright, not where I want to be. Okay, yeah, it's past the bridge. Damn it! Get off my ass, man. I gotta actually... Hold up, is it... Yeah, control tab for my cursor. I did actually get busted earlier, so it would be a lie for me to not update the counter. Got distracted by the gameplay, dude. Let me go ahead and lower gameplay. I'll go ahead and put this up. Go ahead and start with this clip. No, we'll have DSP. I'm not DSP. We'll have PBB just straight up tell you what exactly is the big plan with Phil. What are they gonna do with DSP? I don't know. Let's have BAPP directly explain it for like the 7th time what the op is, and still have people confused about what they plan to do with them. This is just uploaded video. King DSP confirms he will be on the Kino Casino, baby. Let's go ahead and pull this up here. So they haven't been live since the second night that DSP was there. I believe that was Monday or Tuesday. I can't remember what day it was, but they haven't been live since that day. So they recorded this offline, I think, while they were doing Gumroad stuff. So let's give it a look, listen, see what they're doing.
Ladies and gentlemen,
baby!
Darkside Phil is coming. The king.
What a king! What a king!
The king of kings. The king of love.
He announced it on his show.
He's announced it that he's coming on the stream this week. We're still sorting out the day. We're still trying to figure out definitively what day Phil's coming on.
For like
We're
the test
thinking
stream, for the test stream.
It could very well be Tuesday.
Tuesday, 8:30 p.m.
Yeah, it looks like they're
Eastern.
locking in Tuesday.
Over on
Links down there. Yep.
Very exciting stuff. We're not sure what we're gonna do with Phil yet.
Well,
but
for the test, we know
I
we're doing
think
the
it's
second
gonna
time.
be, yes, the second time we're gonna be reviewing the June the King documentary on Review Tech USA with Phil.
Big ups, Billy. Yeah, I saw the uni statue. A lot of statues getting announced this past weekend.
We're gonna be over there with Phil.
There's a couple of Fire Emblem statues that I'm looking at, but I really don't have room. I'm gonna have to make it happen, man. I'm gonna have to shuffle some statues around. I actually got something today too. My corn statue came in that I ordered like years ago. Big ups, Mr. Pun. Yeah, they didn't even have to email him. Their friendship is so close. That's how you know it's real. That's how you know. That's how you know Dave is really in on this. They didn't even have to email him. They knew. He knew. He knew he found new friends and he wants to impress them. He's the king, but in reality, he is the jester dancing for him, for them. This was all communicated. All of this was all the communication was done over DMs. You know, the thing Keemstar wanted to do with Phil before it became like a phone call or something. I may be misremembering. But yeah, that's how you know DSP is like the lesser of the two here. DSP isn't the one in control because he actually acquiesced by the negotiation of fulfilling the negotiations through DM. Even though if Phil was the one in control, the one calling the shots, he would be making them email them. But no. Phil really wants to be a part of this program. He's actually willing to disregard his previously established notions. You may believe that Phil is a hypocrite, though I argue that Phil is just it could be argued that Phil kind of has variable morals depending on the situation that sometimes may come across as hypocrisy.
Over on the Dark Side Phil channel.
Dingy Save secured 5 swollen Dingy subs that will drop during Extra Life 2024. Phil and Kino Casino be fit forever. I agree.
Has a really strong hunch, a very strong hunch, folks. That the
you got the connection from June about when the doc was going to drop.
Weekend. This is what Bill has said.
Yes.
So expect next weekend content with the Kino and the King. It's Kino with the King,
armor.
baby.
Oh, that's what they should title the stream.
My liege.
Oh, my liege. My liege, please Phil, review tech, my liege.
Listen, guys. The king needs some jesters, and we're gonna.
Well, no, we're the knights in the king's court.
Well,
we're battling the king's battle. In there, we're slaying all of the detractor dragons.
No, don't decapitate me.
Not the detractor dragons. No. must assemble against the dent tractors. Let's be real. They're what I call the dent tractors. It is in fact you who is dented.
Wait.
Oh no, the Tractor
There's
Bros.
actually now a war between themselves.
Yeah, the Civil War.
What are you
Rich
talking
told me it's
about?
happening right now.
Big war.
The death of the tractor civil war. The vortex. We're entering the vortex. Will we survive the vortex? We're going into Vietnam, bitch. Except this time we're dropping
yeah, they're absolutely gonna shit talk
nukes
Rich.
and the napalm. Boom. The dent tractor Kong forces.
Now, before you get your panties in a twist about this, see, I see Nurgle's already denying that it's happening. I think they're referring to the comments they've been getting where people are like, oh, you guys are dented pay pickies. You sent all your pay pickies over. Dented. I think they're referring to that. You know, the faceless, no avatar comments that are just kind of like upset about everything. I've been getting a couple of those comments too, where it's like people are, again, it's going back to the emotionally invested people who are taking it way too seriously. It's like, just relax, chill, take a chill pill, take a step back. I don't want to be the one to have to tell you that, but you know, they're obviously trying something different here, so just let them do their thing. Now, if this all results in like Phil getting pay pickies from them or making a few extra dollars, like, who cares? Like, really? You already know it's going to go to more Hogans anyway. But that's what they're referencing here. It's not any specific one, you know, named the detractor, but more so these lesser comments coming out in their comment sections.
Will be destroyed. Charlie, pushes with the Twitter on, man. Oh, we're entering the real shit.
The real war.
I see your point, OMG Zelda, but I don't know.
Look at the king's announcement.
Here we go.
Actually, I do know. I just think
here's the thing.
It's just gonna go into the fire anyway, just as you said.
Now, I'm just gonna say this. I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver.
What a kick. Like, listen, you know what? Every YouTuber's like, clickbait, like, Mr. Beast is done. He will not make a penny. It's like, lies. He's like, listen, guys, I don't know if this is even true, but I'll let you know what I heard. What a king.
Okay? But here's the deal of what's going on right now.
Yeah, I think I'm out of phones.
There is a documentary on Review Tech
There's a
USA
truck.
that is
Truck
going
in
to
Law
go
Island.
live.
Okay, where's Law Island at?
In the coming weeks. The next one that's gonna be released, okay?
In the coming week.
A
He has a
hunch.
strong hunch.
A hunch.
He has a hunch.
A hunch.
There's no
Exile. But the part of the fun is watching him is watching him get desperate and hard begging that is getting in the way of that. I mean, it happens every other day of the year.
Royal King's power
I can empathize with it, but this is, again, it's a new approach. And I know new approaches are scary. And you got new people coming into the sector. And that could be worrisome. That part I get.
That it will be next weekend.
Because it happened with the trucker guy, the trucker Ash Ketchum looking idiot, and I feel like there was one more other scenario like that, where people who are in the vortex stumble into the vortex and kind of like you know, go about it their own way, and then just kind of end up annoying everyone. Actually, Rich was a lot like that, if not exactly like that. And side scrollers, you could debate, also ended up turning into a little bit of that. I haven't really gotten any vibes personally. Now, chalk it up to my own biases, probably. But I haven't really gotten any of those vibes from these casino segments. It's just one arc of many. Like, it's not going to be like a multi-month thing. We'll be begging next month. We'll be begging like the week after. He'll be begging the day of. Like, what do you mean? Like, the day he goes on, correct, he says he's going to take Tuesday night off for it. He's not going to do a Tuesday night stream. So what do you think he's going to do on the Tuesday day stream? Be desperate and beg. So it's not taking a begging segment away. It's actually making more begging segments objectively, because it's going to be his one stream of that day. The animated Evil Dead series is in the work. Bruce Campbell will voice Ash Williams. I was never into Evil Dead. Hey, TRPG Gamer.
That it's gonna go live Not this weekend, but probably the second weekend of August. Okay?
Yikes.
A hunch. I don't have a guarantee, I have a hunch. That's all I'm gonna say. All right? I want
Oh, yeah, he's in DMs with June.
That's gonna be a big thing. It's an
DSP
hour
approached
long,
him.
but you know me,
When
I
is your
react to these
documentary
things,
dropping so I
usually
can,
takes 2-3 hours, so
I
it's
can
gonna be a
schedule
lot.
my schedule around it?
Exactly. Strap in. This is gonna be the 5-hour react.
Oh, dude, it's gonna be
It's
every
gonna be a
sentence.
react for the ages. Pause.
Pause.
Saya, give us your take, Saya.
We're gonna pause 3 times a sentence. Like Review Tech makes.
That's the show already. They don't need DSP to do every frame of pause.
Zoom in and enhance.
R2 selling his parents' house. I did hear about that. That'll be the next clip we watch.
Okay. Well, there has been strong interest. in seeing a
Very strong
crossover
interest.
event between myself and the Kino Casino guy.
Let's go!
Yes! Wet flop day logs! Wet flop! It's happening! Whether you like it or not, brother!
The whole world is interested in
It's too much interest, in my opinion.
Guys
Yeah,
over on
RTU's been
Kick.
real quiet
All
since
right,
this
now
shit
listen,
dropped.
Before we get into it, I'm well aware that these guys have been very critical of me.
Whoa.
It was a mere razzing.
Okay, so they're gonna go into it with the whole razzing thing, and they're gonna. I was watching Tevin yesterday, and Tevin thinks the Kino boys. Tevin thinks Phil should force the Kino boys to apologize. Now, I thought that was very. I thought that was very interesting because it is true that DSP tends to make people apologize. He has the apology fetish. Just recently he forced BITW Awesome to apologize for literally the same thing, making fun of Cat very lightly, the light razzing. Now I would actually say BITW's treatment of Cat has been equivalent to very light razzing. So he asked BITW Awesome to apologize for, very light razzing of Cat, accumulated throughout the years, sure, but ultimately, like, the razzing itself is almost, it's just romance Cat every stream before the stream starts. It's really nothing to be so concerned about. Now, obviously, the man is mentally unwell and schizophrenic to a point, but was it really worth calling him out before the audience on the pre-stream and demanding an apology email? I'm not sure if it was, but regardless, that was the precedent established by your highness the king, sire. And now, flash forward not even a week later, we have these guys calling Ket fat, and we get all these semantics about how, actually, attitudes can change. And a lot of people are calling Phil they're calling Phil out for the purported hypocrisy. Now, my opinion is, my specific opinion on the matter is, Phil is not going to instantly rope just because you call Cat fat. I know some people seem to be of that sentiment, but I think Phil is kind of has to bite his tongue on stuff like this. Now, obviously, he is upset, right? But you know what he says about Cat crying downstairs and all that shit. Like, Cat is not instantly crying downstairs the moment she gets wind that someone's calling her fat. Neither is, like, Phil crying downstairs either. It's not appreciated, but it's not like the end of the world, right? I reference is, so someone brought up Brian. The reason why he still played with Brian even after the Agent Proper stream that happened, he did one more lobby with them after that stream. He went after OIC for the same thing when OIC talked to Proper, but then he still played with Brian anyway after Brian talked to Proper. And when OIC talked to Proper, he let OIC a new one on stream. So why did he still play with Brian after Brian talked to Proper? I'll tell you why. Because there was something in it for Phil. And what was in it for Phil with Brian was another lobby with Brian. Whereas OIC talking to Proper threatens, of course, if OIC gets to, because you gotta look at it the way that DSP is looking at it. If OIC gets fucking blackpilled by detractors, then he could potentially walk away. At least that's what he was probably thinking all those years ago when that stream happened, when he called out OIC in front of all those people. So it's probably like he was thinking, like, I have to do this, or I risk Ryan walking away. So Phil's end of the bargain there was talking. He had to call out Ryan to get Ryan to stay. Correct. Now, flash forward to now. the deal, the end game for DSP is having someone to lobby with. Therefore, DSP kind of looks the other way on Brian talking the proper and just continues to do another stream with them. Same thing with the Kino Boys. The end game for the Kino Boys is getting on a stream and stomping the fuck out of Review Tech USA because he's a fucking loser. So in order to establish that goal and accomplish that goal, he kind of has to look the other way when they call his wife fat. Simple as. Again, I know that's my theory. It might be kind of hard to accept, but it's the only thing I can kind of gather here when he's going about this rigmarole about how, yes, he knows they called his wife fat, but attitudes can change, and he's kind of accepting of it, but he doesn't like it, but it's not burning the bridge just because they said that once. So that's why I think he's doing. He's looking at it as like the end game of what's in it for him if he just kind of sticks along with it. Now, going back to what Tevin said. Tevin said because DSP forced BITW Awesome to apologize during that recent pre-stream after his little light razzing of Cat, it's only fair that Phil forced the Kino Boys to apologize. Now, the Kino Boys are about to do a thing, and I know a lot of people still have confusion over like what are they planning, what do they actually like Phil or not, are they just being ironic? Is it under 10 layers of irony? The irony is so deep rooted, deep seated that you can't even tell what the fuck their intentions are, despite the fact that they tell you to their face what their plans are with Phil. Let's watch this scene right here, and you tell me if this is a genuine apology or a non-apology. Before I do that, big ups Gondola Gaming, Zitra, Zealousy, and everybody else. Looking forward to the collab. I'm absolutely looking forward to the collab. I'm curious if Phil will be out of his element because this won't be a professional setting like side scrollers. He will absolutely be out of his element, just like he is in any social situation. It was brought up earlier as well. Him interacting with Brian. Easy money, I think. Yeah, I just want to see the guy interact with people live. So do I. So do I. So for me again, where it's like, why are you giving this the big up, dingus? Don't you know their pay pigs are giving Phil like $2 and shit? Don't you know Ryan is LARPing as a Kino fan and giving Phil $100? Yeah, I know that's happening, but I think the funnier reality, I think the funnier timeline is DSP socially interacting with other people, which never fucking happens. So I'm going to advocate for the funnier timeline. I'm sorry. Was totally worth it. It would be funny. Apologize for calling my wife that cat. You'll see in a second when I unpause if it's an apology or not. Hey, Scythe, Phobert really just doing this to lure in new whales. Forget someone on the upside of the world not liking you. Can't imagine what it's like to be in the same house as someone who doesn't love you. Oh man, poor cat. I don't know, man. Someone was calling my wife fat, stupid. I wouldn't be looking to make friends with them. I had a good point for this, but I think I lost it. So if someone else made the point, I was gonna steal it from them. Actually, I think they make the point in this very video. I thought DSP was supposed to get rid of Darish for Brian to play with him again. Yeah, and he didn't. So I guess you could say, I don't think Brian ever answered for that. I guess you can bug him on Twitter about it. Medicare and the Gun have been trying to get Phil to stream with them for years. Yeah, for those of you who don't remember, Ralph tried to be the one to do the interview with Phil. Ralph wanted to be the guy to facilitate the interview before Side Scrollers got to it. He was one of the people that emailed Phil, and we'll never get those communications. And Medicare was also vying for the interview too. And then Phil outright denied Medicare and then called him out on the pre-stream for being toxic. Hello, UNFW. Okay, but yeah, that's my intro going into this. We're going to listen to this. They're going to respond to DSP acknowledging that he is aware that they call his wife Fat Cat. This has been highlighted by pretty much everyone that's talked about this, how they have made fun of him and mocked him seriously in the past. So this has been brought to Phil's attention, and he's going to call it out. And the Kino boys have their reaction. Are they going to apologize? Is this even an apology? You tell me.
We are equal opportunity razzers. Let's be real. We never even thought that the king would ever notice us.
Yeah.
The words that we spoke were in jest at a person that we never thought was a real person.
Yeah.
But now we've got to know the real Phil Burnell.
Yeah.
And he's a wonderful, wholesome, warm-hearted, kindly king.
I agree.
Okay? And we take back any comments that were offensive towards His Majesty.
We're not
don't say I'm sorry.
We're not worthy.
Bill's glory.
You know?
They're not saying we
They
apologize.
insulted me and my wife. They
Whoa, hang on, Phil.
Look at me instantly laughing.
He saw that.
Shit.
All the dead sent him, but he's so merciful. He's so magnanimous. He's so forgiving that even though I believe we said his wife was fat, okay, he's forgiven us for our offenses against him.
You know, I appreciate
What a magnanimous king.
kidding.
On the example of Jesus Christ, and he says, "Forgive them, for they know not what they were doing."
Mm-hmm.
We knew not what we were doing when we proclaimed she was fat, cat, Father Phil.
Yeah.
It was a factual observation.
We're sorry.
I'm offended.
Forgive us. Forgive me, Phil.
See, they say forgive us, but it's facetious.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
They don't actually say we're sorry. We apologize for calling your wife a fat tub of lard.
Of course. By the way, they send him all these clips as though he didn't know already.
Yeah.
The king sees all.
He knows everything.
All. He has a master of whispers. He has a eunuch spy.
It's the Jim Carrey movie where
The clips available that everyone's circulating around, they're just as available to Phil as they are to us.
Yes, in the control tower.
Yeah,
He sees all, he knows all. He's like the Wizard of Oz, really.
Yeah.
Think these picking up on the sarcasm?
They've also done it to a million other people
Sarcasm?
too.
That's the big question, isn't it? Yeah, I guess that depends on how smart you see Phil.
We don't have anything in particular against Phil. In fact, we know very little about Phil.
Yeah.
It's just we would do filler segments on Phil.
Filler? Ack. Someone likened it in my comments to like a bullied kid kind of like rolling with the punches in order to be friends with the bullies because he sees the bullies as cool kids. And I kind of see it as that situation. I think Phil just feels genuinely lonely. I mean, he said as much on the stream that happened after that second night he was in their chat. He said he felt like he felt welcomed, and it was fun to be in a chat where he wasn't, in front of the firing squad and shit. I think he's genuinely a lonely person who just wants somewhere to hang out after his stupid night stream. And what better place to hang out than in a casino that does their own stream for like 8 hours, so they're still live for like an hour or two by the time his night stream ends, and he gets all settled and cozied in in his bed next to his fat wife, except he doesn't sleep next to his fat wife. They sleep in separate rooms.
Get it?
Exactly. That's what I was aiming for with that.
The whole thing is going to be disappointing because all Phil can talk about is himself. They're going to talk about potentially what Tuesday night's going to look like in a second.
Oh, aim.
With Phil.
Yeah.
When we had nothing else, it's like, well, he's a popular target of derision.
Mm-hmm.
Let's load up this Phil clip.
Yeah.
And I've actually had some.
By the way, real quick here, let me just actually add this. I was checking out his show the other day. He's playing Street Fighter. He won 5 fights in a row. I don't know what people are talking about him being the worst Street Fighter. I'm like,
One says that.
He's a legend. He's a Street Fighter world champion.
The best player in the U.S. Evo verified.
Positive interactions with
True
these guys
statement.
over the last
What a
couple of
king.
weeks.
Hell yeah.
We've had some conversations back and forth.
Hey, machine
we
gun.
basically have a understanding.
Exactly.
It's understanding.
All right.
We have a mutual understanding of how we want to go.
They have a mutual enemy too.
Want to maybe even do this together. All right. Like a co-op commentary on the Review Tech documentary.
This feels like a lucid dream.
I know, it's so surreal. It doesn't make any sense that this is happening at all.
The craziest video ever.
Right, and we're trying
Turning
to
Phil
work
into a
out
pilot light with
the
gaslighting.
logistics
I
how
can't
would
like
it
it's
work?
it's
Who would appear
surreal,
on
man.
whose channel, etc. All right, and we're working that out right now.
I can't even believe this is a
But
pre-stream segment I'm listening to
the
right
only way
now.
that we can actually get this to work
Let's do a test.
would be to do a test.
Let's go.
Yes.
We can't just do it the day of. We have to test it first so we have it working. So when the documentary actually drops.
See, that's professionalism. A lot of streamers just jump into a call. Mics are muted and the
Local live
cam's
sneak
not
diss.
working.
Local live sneak
And they're
diss.
like, laggy. Oh, I don't know. And then your video voice settings and your. No,
Hey,
he's
Knock.
like, let's just do it first.
This is the professionalism that comes with 15 years of experience in the game. This guy is a legend, a master of his craft, and he wants to make sure
you
that
still have
everything
questions
is just
about, like,
right for the
how they
perfect
see Phil at
experience
this
for
point.
you, the viewer.
Yeah.
And this is about
15-year
Phil
legacy.
giving back. You know, Phil is coming on this show to give back to the community, to give back to the viewers, to show everybody what he's all about, and that's wonderful, isn't it? What a king! What a king!
We could be like, okay, here we go, we're ready
There's
to go,
nothing in it
right?
for him.
How was your break? What, from the streams? Very busy. I'm glad to be here now.
He's just giving back. He's a wonderful, generous man.
Exactly.
So, in the next week, there is a very strong possibility that one night,
come on.
I'm going to appear on the Kino Casino show.
No,
He's coming on the
it's not a
casino,
strong
baby.
possibility. We're in talks right now.
It's happening. It's being finalized as we speak.
It is kind of ridiculous,
We're not
right? That
sure
they're
the
able to get him
exact
on so
day.
easily, and all they did was they accomplished it just by changing the approach. Within like a week, they're able to get Phil on the show, but Locale Live can't after months and months of trying.
Yeah.
I will not even broadcast it on my end. It will just be, I'll just be a guest on their show for a couple of hours during what would have normally been my late night stream slot.
That's how you know they got Phil rankled in. He's not even streaming it or recording it from his side. He's not even gonna do a night stream to beg during a guest appearance on someone else's program.
He's never missed the show.
Ever done anything like this. This is amazing.
That's too nice. That's too nice.
I'll just be over there on their show for a couple of hours to test the waters, to see how it goes. All right, technically and everything.
I mean, Orsky and PvP are locales in their own right. They've been through the ringer. There's nothing that can be done to them that's worse than anything they've already been through.
Commentary on the rich thing. If it doesn't work, and I don't feel like it's a good
like
fit.
how he phrases it.
You said earlier too.
Co-op commentary, baby. It's gotta be put into video game terms with Lord.
That has to be the poster. It's like us in pixel art.
Yes.
It's co-op commentary. Right?
Get the work out there,
Let's
meme
go.
makers. Let's get the hype posters together.
Oh,
the
I'll
hype
use
pack.
AI. I have the new Mid-Journey. I'll make it.
We're gonna get an AI peak poster.
Boom, 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 boom.
Issues or whatever.
We gotta
then
take the
we won't
AI
do
so it always generates
But
Phil
I
with
feel
pig
like this makes
ears and a
sense.
pig snout.
Phil. We'll figure it out. Like, listen, it's happening. Let's not plant any doubt, okay?
Give it a shot, give it a try, and see how it works. All right. It's only one night stream. It's not like I'm sacrificing an entire day or anything for this. It would be one night stream this week that I would be on.
The king would never sacrifice a full
the whole
day.
day of his time for the peasantry at the casino. But he might be willing to sacrifice an hour or two of his busy schedule.
The real question is, how long do you think he's gonna be on there? Because they do 8-hour shows. You could say, oh, he's only gonna be on there for 2 hours like his regular night streams. But the reality is, if you go back to side scrollers, he was on there for like 5 hours on what would have otherwise been like the day stream. So is he gonna be on there for the whole night? He should be asleep with his wife, who will be sleeping in the other room. I feel like he'll try to be generous and accommodating. They're gonna accommodate him. Hospitality. He'll probably be there for as long as he possibly can. I feel like he's gonna be there for a minute. I can't see him leaving after like an hour, 2 hours. It's gonna be a whole night's affair. They'll probably keep him around, like just like that night they had Yellow Flash or Kiwi Jersh or fucking Steel Cuck. It'll be much of the show, I think. And if you want like what I think they're gonna do to him, they say as much later in the video. But if you want my take on what they're gonna do to him, I think they're just gonna use him as conduit to attack other locales. And they say as much coming up. They're just gonna show him a bunch of. So in the comments, they're like, in their comments, they're asking for just suggestions of what to show Phil. Like they want Phil's take on this, Phil's take on that. It's not going to be an interview. It's they're not gonna do a side scrollers. They're going to see what content they can get out of Phil. Like, show Phil something he has no context of and just get his hilarious take on it. Like, show him some DVDR, show him some fucking Nick Fuentes, and imagine Phil blowing Nick Fuentes the fuck out and destroying the Groypers and just calling them a bunch of incels. Wouldn't that be great? But they're taking recommendations for shit to show Phil in the comments. I think that's gonna be much of the show.
Schedule for next week to see which night.
If you watch the whole documentary, he will stay. True, he will stay for the whole documentary. But this Tuesday night, they're not watching it. This is a test night. It's just going to be a random guest appearance not related to the documentary. So I'm kind of asking for that. Do you think he'll stay the whole night? I think it'll be a lengthy, let's say 3 to 5 hour appearance.
Phil, there is no broadcast schedule.
Phil, we don't have quite the same approach that you have.
He goes, oh, if we do Sunday, I know you don't stream on Sunday. I'm like, but we do sometimes.
Sometimes, Phil.
Sometimes we do.
Phil, the schedule is open for Phil.
Phil is big enough of a fan that he knows they don't stream on Sundays usually? Huh? Yeah, 20's too young to be an incel according to Phil.
His Majesty.
I mean, Phil just meant it from a sense of like you being 20 and thinking your life's already over.
Jump how high, please.
Sense, and then the logistics of when I'd be available, I would join them for a couple hours as a guest. I probably wouldn't be there for the whole show, but for a chunk of it or whatever.
Sure.
Okay. Now we'll see how, again, it's a test. We'll see how it goes. All right. So that's coming in the next week. So one of these night streams, probably Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I don't know. Well, not Friday. I'm not here Friday, but one of those.
Okay.
Whoa, Friday off.
The list, folks.
The king never not streams on Friday.
Has proclaimed, and let his proclamation echo throughout the land. The stream shall not happen upon a Friday. So let it be written. So
night streams, likely when they're broadcasting. I'm going to join their stream and just see how it goes together and go from there. Okay?
We're gonna see how it goes, man.
All right. So again, I'm not over-promising and under-delivering here. It's a possibility.
What a magnanimous god he is.
I think it eventually would work. If we could get the technical stuff working and see if, with their audience, how it works and everything. But
our audience is hype. Our audience is like, content. Let's go.
It could be time. We're gonna find out together and go from there. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I don't ever have to do it again, right? But at least it's a shot at something.
Exactly.
All right. Like I said, I've now watched their show twice, and each time I was in the chat,
and each time he was in the chat, he made it about himself.
Their audience has been great.
You ever heard of Lurk More, buddy?
Checking it out,
yeah,
and even supporting it. And I'm like, well, that's nice of them. So give it a shot. And if it doesn't, again, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. That's okay. All right.
There's no blood contract. You know what I mean?
Like, people are like, oh. We don't know. Like, it might only be one show. It might be 2 or 3 shows.
Oh, come on.
You never know. It might become like a monthly feature. Kino with the King.
I wouldn't mind, though I think some people would.
It might be ever so often Phil pops on.
We pop on his or whatever.
On his show. Or
maybe it ends in total disaster. Maybe they call his wife fat again by accident. Phil decides to defend her live, and then they just never do it again.
Get along with Phil, what the chemistry is like.
Oh yeah, I think I got busted twice now.
The content's like, exactly.
And if it's shit, it's shit.
You gotta remind me to update the counter.
But if it's great, and we're having fun, then we keep going. Like, there's no like.
Pretty sure that was the third busted.
The whole show is gonna be Phil forever. No, just relax, okay?
Chill. Take it easy.
Don't be detracted.
You try and it works. Then we will have the kinks worked out, and we'll be able to figure out how to make that work for the Review Tech React coming up in that next week. Like I said, I have a hunch it's going to be probably not this weekend, but next weekend. That Review Tech documentary will drop on June the King's channel, and therefore, if it does, we'll be ready to go.
Speaking of Review Tech, by the way, we've just posted this on the clip channel, all the things we did on him.
DSP gets comfortable live as something he isn't supposed to. I feel like that'll happen.
Stream every single day.
He wants to be in the in crowd.
Yeah, it didn't happen.
8 days.
He's been absolutely.
And it's like the bully kid who rolls with the punches. just to get to hang out with the cool kids.
It'll just be ready to go. Okay, it's live. Let's get set up. Let's do this, guys. Right? Fair enough.
Magnificent
Listen,
snort.
I totally understand. There's so many people who are in the chat right now, and they're like,
Kingly snort.
Yeah.
we don't think this is gonna work. We're apprehensive. You're not the only ones.
I know.
I know.
Everybody is so apprehensive.
Everyone has an opinion.
Everybody's like, this is gonna fucking be a big failure. There's people who are like, this is gonna be the best shit ever. There are people whose expectations are so high.
Yeah.
And then there are people whose expectations are so fucking low.
Yeah.
And they're like, this is smart. How about we just try and go in with no expectations?
It's a show.
Let's just take it easy. Because I can't promise you it's going to be the greatest spectacle that it's ever been.
I think it will be.
I think it'll be fun. But I get where he's coming from here.
There's a potential that could all just click.
DSP on Kick. It's part of that's one of the gaslights they're getting him to do. Do the co-streaming on Kick, dual streaming.
I'm not jumping into this thing full face forward. I'm not. All right, I'm not. And I'm skeptical.
By the way, out of any podcast that had any guest on, this may be the most battle for it to happen. You know what I mean? It's the most.
So many people don't want it to happen, and it's there's a lot of things that have to happen and go right for this to even happen.
Yeah.
There's no guarantee it'll even happen still, but we think it will. We believe.
It has to be.
We believe.
It has to be. I'm in the Goldilocks zone, it has to be just
right.
Just right.
Cool too. I've been treated pretty poorly by the vast majority of people on the internet over the years. Right? I really have. And because of that, it's hard to have trust that people aren't going to turn it into something toxic and messed up towards me and my audience. But I'm going to give it a try.
I'm going to say right now, there's a 100% chance that won't happen.
No, we're not trying to do that at all.
It's not an ambush against Phil or trying to embarrass Phil or anything.
See, they tell you straight up what it's going to be.
We're trying to make content with Phil and see how it goes.
We're trying to interact with a YouTube legend, a Street Fighter legend, a legitimate king, an antediluvian king, a wizard of the Kino Dogme. That's what we're trying to do here.
Yeah.
We're trying to correct the record against the dent tractors and anoint Phil in his rightful place as king of the internet. Okay?
Exactly.
That's the end goal.
And it's not going to be
He definitely is a type of wizard, giving his opinion on Black Pack stealing.
Testing the waters, right?
I like how they act like we're starting a podcast.
They should. Third chair all the way. I'd be for it. I know some people wouldn't be.
We're just abandon everything to follow Phil.
And
Phil could
he's quitting his game just to become us, our co-host.
It's like when Jesus was with the fishermen and he said, drop your nets and follow me. And they did. They just quit being fishermen. They just quit being Kino and just
Jesus can make it happen. And you know what? So can Phil. Stop doing the casino. Do a podcast with me.
All right. Sometimes you gotta dip your toe.
We sold all our possessions and wailed out to Phil.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't mind it, Carl.
Young ruler, sell
he could fuck himself. They could have no chemistry at all. In which case, even they understand that if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. They won't do it again.
Wept for he had a great many possessions. Only if you sell all and give to Phil will you be perfect.
Oh, I think this is an optional mission.
We're not yet perfect. We haven't yet sold all and given it to Phil. But we might, if it works out,
I can sell
be
that.
Persuaded. Yes, we can sell all this shit and give it all to
Phil. Yep.
All right. Fair enough? Okay.
Fair enough.
So there you go. And by the way, I'm sure these guys are going to be watching this back, and also they're going to be seeing.
Get lost life from that? Yep.
Psychic,
that mission's pretty difficult.
He knew.
The people in my chat are saying they've been incredibly mean, not only to you but your wife as well. Is that acceptable? No, of course it's not acceptable.
Well, of course chill.
Think that that's something that I would have issue with? First of all, do you really think that's something they're going to do when I'm on the show?
No.
Of course not, right? And they know now that anything that they say, I'm going to get wind of it. Like they know exactly, right?
Yeah.
Such
Well,
a mob boss here.
Obviously,
By the
But
way,
he's not
when
wrong.
you made fun of him, it's called jokes. It's jokes.
Yes.
Joke.
we're gonna see what happens.
It's called.
right?
Listen, I'm incredibly cruel to pretty much, and like the joke I think is the over-the-top cruelty of the program to the point where it's not justified whatsoever. A lot of the shit that I say. Okay.
And Jordan
they're
Freeman's
like,
gonna be
"Didn't
hearing
you
about
see
this
him
if they should talk
over
me.
the top?"
Re.
You know, like,
You and your like, listen, I don't have anything in particular against a lot of the people we talk about. I'm just ripping into them for fun because it makes people happy.
it's a show. It's fun.
There's one
I
thing
wouldn't
when
take it
they were
that
treating
serious.
Yeah, it's a show.
me as kind of like this outsider, but now the fact that we've had a couple nights of good conversation on their show, me in the chat or whatever.
Oh, yeah, it was
and we're
such
having
good
some behind the scenes
conversation, you and their
conversations. We
chat
have
there,
some
Phil.
mutual interests and stuff we want to cover. You know, attitudes can change. I didn't
Attitudes
know
can
anything about these
change.
guys until
It's not
like a week
hypocrisy.
ago.
His attitude on the matter
this is
just
all new to me
changed.
too, right?
His opinion shifted as he learned more information
So-
about them.
Yes.
There you go. Let's see what happens.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. You want to insult me? Go for it. Call me whatever the hell you want. Say what
You can go. See,
And he honestly does have like a very thick skin. Like,
he made us bash him.
I think he's been rolling with the punches really well. But those of the detractors out there, there's no winning for Phil.
No.
So they say he has thin skin.
Okay, so they're gonna posit one more theory here, and I thought this was actually this one actually made me think. So I'm gonna rewind it, and I'll have you guys get your take on it. But they have a game theory here.
Let's see what happens. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. You want to insult me? Go for it. Call me whatever the hell you want. Say what
You can go. See,
And he honestly does have like a very thick skin. Like,
he made us bash him.
I think he's been rolling with the punches really well. But those of the detractors out there, there's no winning for Phil.
No.
So they say he has thin skin, right? But when he rolls with the punches with our show, then it's he's not protecting his wife or he's not standing up for himself enough.
That actually made me
there's
think right there.
No matter
Huh.
what he does, he's still going to
They
get
kinda have a
criticized
point.
and shit on. So if he refused to go on with us because of what we've said about him, he said, "Oh, he has thin skin.
That's different.
Oh, he snaked them and this and that." So why don't you just shut the up, sit down, and enjoy the ride?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not entertained. Ooh, well, nobody is forcing you. Oh, Phil, ooh, like, get a grip. Like, let's calm down. Let's see what can happen here.
Yeah, because they're not trying to be his friends. The punches are no longer coming.
Yeah.
If you don't get
But
it,
I feel like people
you're
would say
probably
that if he
never
didn't
gonna
come on.
Exactly. And by the way, they're
If
all
he didn't go on the show, if he just okay, tomorrow he hops on the pre-stream and he said, you know, because of recent developments, I am now no longer going on the show because they made fun of my wife. What if, like, people would call him like, I'm not saying everyone. I'm not gonna broad brush it and say yes, everyone in the detractor sector is going to call him out and call him a pussy. But at least a non-zero amount of people are gonna call him a pussy and like dodging the show and ducking and being a coward.
people in that sect who get it.
Yeah.
Who are making memes about it, songs, being funny about it, are excited for new content. Are you not entertained? No, same thing every day, day out. Oh,
He
look.
has to die. He has to suffer.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, only extremists say that Phil has to die.
Unhinged guys.
And jokesters that don't actually mean
his
it.
losses on lag while he's got the fucking
Well, isn't
lag
that
side
him
right
like
there.
owning the meme? Isn't that him
Yeah.
owning it? But
Believe
that's
me,
not good enough,
no,
right?
No, right?
You'll never put everything you want
Yeah.
about me. I don't think you should be bringing my wife into it. She has nothing to do with any of
I
it.
agree.
You know what I mean?
I agree.
I agree. It was
So-
wrong.
I agree. It's a little bit.
I honestly know nothing about his wife.
Me either.
I don't really know what she
We
looks
just made a
like.
joke.
They haven't
that we
covered any of the
saw
cat
on
clips.
Twitter or whatever.
So,
yeah.
That's right. I stole it from the detractor stuff.
I kind of believe this.
Forgive me, Phil.
Okay.
Forgive me.
Excuse me. All right, so that's also coming up.
It
So
just makes
we've
it
got.
seem so hard that Phil like forgave it.
Yeah.
And it's just like moving on. No, but haven't you seen the clips of this or that.
We're very mean.
He has, and he's like, yeah, well, at least they're giving me a chance.
We've never
Most
pretended
motherfuckers,
to be
they're
wholesome.
like, no, well, I think it's a wholesome family program.
Now it is. Now it is.
Yeah, it's a wholesome family fun.
Oh, they want Phil to
program.
bend his horse.
We're just equal opportunity razzers.
Yeah.
Nintendo World Championships, Street Fighter 6, the final Marvel Rivals content.
Wow.
What a
Stardew Valley
rotation,
Chill,
buddy.
React
Let's
content.
f***ing go.
We got the return of SVC Chaos to the mix, and I'm likely going to be appearing on Kino Casino over the next week. Allow me to solidify that with them, so I know what night that's happening.
It's
so
a
you
yes.
guys
We
are
already
aware.
DM'd him back.
Okay, and then we'll go from there. I'm streaming 7 straight days, including today. So there's going to be lots more.
Whoa, what a
content coming up,
hardworking
okay?
king.
Wow.
Cool.
Wow.
Hey, wow, I wonder whose
Heard
clip
it
they were
here,
watching there.
guys,
Now, wait a minute, buddy. Whose clip were they watching? Now, wait a minute.
Wow.
I'm making moves and you didn't even realize
you heard
it.
it here, guys, and you might have heard it here. You might have heard it first from Phil, but now you're hearing it here or not. Dark Side Phil coming to Kino Casino this week. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
It's happening.
We dot the I's and cross the T's, and he gets
He
on
has the
here,
best point, though. You don't have to
and
get in
we
the car.
show
You can
him
wait for the next one to come up
building
either.
a church.
Enjoy the ride or get out for a while. It's not that big of a deal. Yeah, just enjoy the ride.
What do you guys think? Do we show him Ralph build?
I know it's kind of a beating a horse to say just enjoy the ride for the 13th time, but that's really all it comes down to. You either enjoy the ride or you don't. But if you don't enjoy it, then just wait for the next ride.
Build a church on that land. We were thinking about like.
Hopefully he gets uncomfortable with the guys and says something really stupid that we're not supposed to hear, but he wouldn't say on stream.
It's not going to be like that.
He'll definitely be uncomfortable and say some socially awkward stuff no matter what.
Hit like.
But will he expose any big secrets? Who knows? Wonder if that Expand On guy will start doing live streams someday. I hope so. I hear that guy's been moving up in the world. Oh, hey, okay, stop honking. I'm not gonna drive. I'm not gonna get in your car if you're honking. I hate honkies. As in cars that honk nonstop. Yeah, I streamed on YouTube a couple of times just to kind of test the waters, test it out. I honestly didn't like it as much as streaming on Twitch. Real talk, as they say. Oh shoot. Okay, hold up. Almost ran into the police there. Okay, but that's the plan. He's gonna be on there Tuesday. You know, my schedule is marked. Okay, someone mentioned RTU leaving his parents homeless. Kind of cleaned out the watch later playlist, but now it's filling up again.
I have multiple numbers because I have multiple accounts that I use to review phones. I used to buy phones that have multiple numbers.
By the way, most normal people, most normal people have their two-step on their main phone.
Most people only have one phone.
Yeah.
And most people don't have a burner phone.
Is a bum. He's a piece of shit that lived with his parents into his 40. And he said to his parents, please, I don't have a home of my own. I have kids. I'm 40 years old.
RTU is a really rough 40 when you really think about it.
Your home,
Dude looks like he's in his 60s.
And I'll take care of you guys into your old age, and we'll all live together, and I'm gonna farm you out to take care of my kids because I'm a lazy bum, as we'll see him say here.
Yep.
And you know what this piece of shit did? Because he was too good to work a real job, to apply for a real job, and he was too good to do the content that actually made him successful.
Make
which was
videos.
gaming news, doing 3 news stories a day, and he felt that he was too good to live stream, and when he did live stream, he would just get high and mumble like a stone sloth.
Smash weed seltzers.
Yeah, well, he watches Dark Side Bill all day,
Didn't
all
give that
night.
a second go. I ran out of missions,
He ended
dude.
up having to sell the house from underneath his parents.
What a
Which
scumbag.
means his parents in their old age will be left fucking homeless after they helped him take care of his kids that he neglected. That's what Review Tech USA is doing, and he's moving to a trailer in Georgia.
What the f?
He's never even going to see his kids. He's moving
Wow.
south.
Whoa.
The homeless
doing the Geordie route, the modular mansion.
Look at this guy. This is.
Well, he honestly looks better there than he looks now.
Yeah.
Because this is him telling the story.
Yeah, apparently
about
this is
he
happening,
scammed his
Shinko.
parents out of their house.
Okay, so here we go.
Perfectly independent. That has nothing to do with it. It's a two-family home.
It's not a two-family home, actually, Rich. It's a single-family home. That's what the listing says, Rich. You lied. Once again, there's lie number one.
I'd have a place for my kids in there, and they have their side. So man, yeah, my.
Oh, did you hear that? He has like a cell phone ringing. It's like interfering with the audio quality. Did you hear that? Hey, review
It's
tech.
RTU quality there for you.
By the way, SP still hasn't had to sell his house. He did,
He did sell the condo. Okay, they brought up the condo.
That just shows like the magnitude of DSP's accomplishments compared to Rich. That Phil actually owned 2 properties of his own accord.
That is true. That is true. You know, make of it what you want. That is true.
Situation.
DSP did own more properties than Rich.
Next to it, I'll either have to pay for a.
By the way, pause.
Listen to this crazy shit.
Ash, but hear this. On the last episode of Exposing Review Tech, we talked about how he lied about having a burner phone. Remember?
Exposing Review Tech, lie after lie.
For two-step, right? For Dropbox.
We have that clip.
Okay, I was screaming today. Okay, sorry. Okay, here we go.
Dinner, which probably would be more money that would make days I work on YouTube.
So listen to that, right? So listen to what he just said. First of all, he's too poor. If your job doesn't allow you to hire a babysitter, then it's time to figure something else out, bro. The guy's saying a cost of a babysitter would be more than he would make live streaming. And here he is admitting that his parents are taking care of and raising his kid while he's live streaming. But he'll vehemently deny that and lie and lie and lie and say this never happened, but it absolutely did happen. And we have the clip of his mother walking in on him and begging him to parent his child.
I actually.
I don't know what the plans are for the R2 React Carl. I think they're still working that out.
As human shields,
meat shields,
as meat shields, while he sells the home out from underneath his sick mother.
What a piece of.
Where are they going to go? To an old folks' home? Are you going to pay for it, or are they going to have to live out of their car? Like, what's wrong with you?
By the way, his music streams are not doing well at all. They're doing so bad.
I didn't even know he was doing music streams.
It was his pride to think that he didn't need Jay. It was his pride to think that he didn't need to pay Jay. It was his pride to think that he could go after Jay and ruin his life and there would be absolutely no blowback against him. It was his pride to think that he could go and be a rap producer in his 40s. It was his pride to think that he didn't have to stream every day, that he didn't have to put any effort in, that he could just show up to work stoned. It was his pride every step of the way that's led to this moment where he now has to sell the house out from underneath his parents who gave it to him.
I wonder if it was.
They gave him all the equity in the house as well. They gave him everything.
I wonder if it was his pride to have pictures of minors in bikinis from his exes in his Dropbox.
And it was his pride to think he could announce that to the whole world and it would never affect him in any way.
He just got away with it. He off the kids, allegedly.
My family can watch him while I'm working. Like, it just works all around.
It just works for you.
I was like, this would have cost like 3 times more. And they sold it to me for a hell of a deal.
Hey, Kami.
You know, because they sold it.
Rich's little brother? I didn't know he had a little brother.
For more to a random person, yes. I bought the home.
By the way, I like
oh wait, no, I think he brought it up on one of his old videos once or twice.
They do him this charity, and he repays it by selling the house from them because he was too good to get a job.
No, but look at this edit too.
So my family can watch him while I'm working. Like, it just works all around.
His shirt's off.
Get a house like this would have cost like 3 times more.
Shirts on.
And they sold it to me for a hell of a deal. You know, because they have sold it to more to a random person. Yes.
Shirts off.
Bought the home for my family, so they didn't price gouge me on.
Look at the hair. You can see the hair hovering. God, holy.
Like the rest of the market. How much was your down payment?
There was none.
Not gonna go into details, but
you're not gonna go into details on it, are you?
He's gonna split the payments like a king.
It wasn't really that much because I got the equity gifted to me.
So the parent, this was their entire life savings. They paid into this home, their entire working lives. They gifted their son the equity, and their son turns around and puts the knife in their back in their old age after they spent a good portion of it taking care of both his stoned ass and his children. Let's hear how it's going now.
You know what it is, dude.
It is what it is, man.
It is what it is. What a cope, pal.
What I'm probably gonna end up doing is like selling this place. That was always the plan anyway.
Oh, it it was always the plan.
It was always the plan to sell it out from under your parents?
That's new, right? It's a new clip.
Yeah, this was from like a couple days ago.
Look, he got way fatter too.
Oh yeah, well he beat the surgery, right?
Yeah.
So he claims that he didn't have this lap
the surgery he tells people he didn't have.
Did. And we could go through the video proving it. You know, if we wanted to.
Yeah, that's kind of fucked up for him to say that was always the plan the whole time.
He ate his way and beat the surgery.
Yeah.
Which is an incredible feat.
I don't know how you can handle the zoom in and zoom out, Dingus. I was bringing that up earlier before you showed up. I don't mind it. Some people say it makes them nauseous.
In Mexico at this point. So your kids are in New York, so you're admitting you're not going to be seeing your kids anymore on weekends because you're selling the house and moving to a trailer park in Georgia or Florida or, you know, which is, you know, coincidentally moving south means going to a Republican state with less taxes, less bullshit laws. It's funny. Lower cost of living.
Oh, Rich benefiting from the politics that he despises? Huh, interesting.
Right?
Whoa.
And I'm fine with that. I was going to do that a couple years from now. That was the plan, but things changed.
Wait, so he's gonna go to a trailer and stream, and his whole life is making ends meet, stream after stream. He really became Ralph. That's crazy.
He's
poor parents. Poor dad. You know, his dad working day and night, bought a house, you know, he's living the American dream, has a child who like promises, trust me, I have 1 million
It makes you
subs.
sick.
I'm gonna be famous.
My apologies.
I'm gonna be rich. Where's the
Still
money,
want to try
Rich?
out the Shy Guy game.
He's broke as a
Be kind of
joke
a
and he screwed
multi-game
his
situation
It's real
tonight.
funny. His name is Rich. It should be poor.
I know. But I gotta ask, where did Darkside Phil do that? When did Darkside Phil, you know, get his parents to gift him a house and then he screwed them out of it and sold them and made his parents homeless? I must have forgot that part in the Darkside Phil lore where that happened, right?
I mean,
You're so
Papa
much better
Dave
than
did give him a
right?
job.
Remember, he parades his family above Darkside Phil and above everybody else. But meanwhile, you don't give a fuck about your family. You screwed them and you're making them homeless and poor. But you're so much better than Phil. You're so much better than everybody else online. You're so above it. You have a family, right? Yeah, a family that you use and abuse, you swine. Couldn't even show up to work sober. That's who Rich is. Okay, now we have Rich. You know what you do when you're being accused of being a pedophile and you have a big Dropbox scandal where you have pictures of your stepdaughters in bikinis and your
Oh yeah, he did lie about the 10-year plan. Yeah, there is
you
that.
start defending
True.
pedophiles and going after the predator catchers.
I have to open it. One sec.
Brain fucking Review Tech USA scheme. In order to clear his name is to go after predator catchers.
Well, let's be honest. Let's be fucking real.
I mean, it's all relative, right? Like they know that Phil has done wrong and all that.
Jay actually proved that you did have that shit.
But like Phil never sold his house out from underneath his parents. That's kind of like.
If there's one positive thing that you get.
That's kind of vile.
These clout
chasers.
Like, I love how he calls them clout chasers, as he's an e-celeb that chases clout at every opportunity.
What the?
Like, clickbaits at every opportunity. At least some of these guys are legit and getting pedophiles
Someone
off the
debunked the
street
clip?
and punishing them. And you know what? They should be rewarded for that. Good.
Yeah.
I hope they do get
Was
money.
not aware
I
of
hope
that.
They do get things because they're doing a public service. Why do you have a problem with it?
Buddy, he tried for years to get DSP on his show. He tried for years to mingle with bigger YouTubers for clout. Why shouldn't
I think he's just worried he's going to get caught in a sting.
Buddy,
And so he has to get up with a preemptive cope.
Catchers, let's just call them.
Wait, what?
These clout chase catchers, let's just call them.
You're so slow, dude. Like, why are you doing your show high? Like, you make no sense. You're super low energy. Doesn't make. Continue.
Wait. So you're telling me Rich uses the Predator Poachers video for content to make money, for clout, and then calls them out?
But they're the clout chasers,
What
right?
the hell? Dude.
Shameless.
How dare they catch predators?
You catch people that may have been going through the cracks. You probably do.
He probably would if he could.
It's people they're talking to as like fake accounts. And
a lot of these people have been caught go to prison or go to jail.
One dude died last week. Did you hear that shit? That was crazy. That was nuts, though.
I'm sure some of these dudes get away with it when they wouldn't have if it was handled the proper way.
See, this just sounds like Rich is scared.
Chances of getting caught.
It sounds like he's like.
That's the way it comes
Like, talk
across
to Tommy
me
or waste
anyway.
Tommy.
Yeah.
If it was anybody else, maybe like, oh, well, he has a take here or something. But with Rich, it's like, I don't know, man. You seem a bit suspect to me.
You know?
And now we have, this is how Review Tech USA Streams has been doing. It's the lowest viewed month in the history of the channel.
You got it. There you go.
Whoa! It's the lowest month in terms of views in the history of his channel.
Lose him, he was right there.
Circling the drain. Some of these shows he can't even get 200 viewers. He's getting like 400 viewers.
Big up Shroom, thank you.
And that's when he's talking about
agree.
recent drama. He's cooked. He's
Toad with Guns is certainly the
funniest
funniest one that I
A lot of
found.
the time he's missing his goal, which is only like $200 for him to go for 6 hours.
It's less than Ralph.
It is, man.
Mine is 30%. Mine is 30%.
Oh, I don't think they would know about that,
from the
Shingo.
YouTube cut. And he's not
But
obviously
yeah, there
based on
was
this
that time
making
he flew him
solid
over
ad
just to be his
revenue.
maids for a
He's losing
weekend.
subs every time he goes live.
If you have anyone else you can rely on and watch it, it's tough.
He's not even uploading. But here, let's hear him admit to having the burner phone after denying he had the burner phone.
Wait, so
he changes constantly.
Yeah, that is true too, Carl. That like relatively speaking to the crimes of like Ralph and Dickers and the locales they actually hate, even if you were to inform them, it's like I don't think they would.
Wait.
That wouldn't have them change their tune on Phil.
What burner phone?
I have multiple numbers because I have multiple accounts and I used to review phones. I used to buy phones that have multiple numbers.
What? Do you have multiple burner phones? Okay.
Whoa!
And I have a phone that I use for...
He's literally in the same sentence contradicted himself and admitted his lies.
And I have a phone that I use for two-factor. So...
And then the Dropbox fades in.
What?
It's so crazy.
So what?
Play it one more time.
That's crazy.
What burner phone?
What
you mean
burner
the
phone?
9 different
I have
phones?
multiple numbers.
Yeah. What burner phone?
Your hypocrites is the issue that you have with Keen. I feel like with Keen he would try to defend that position, whereas I don't think the casino would. They come from the Ralph sector.
I used to review phones.
I don't think they would keep it like. I think they would just own that.
Normal people, Ash, most normal people have their two-step on their main phone.
Most people only have one phone.
Yeah.
Maybe they have a work phone and a
phone or
personal
something.
phone.
Yeah.
Most people
Yeah,
all
new
have
taxis
7 or 8
about to blow up.
different phones for their weird pedophile Dropbox that had pictures of their stepdaughters in bikinis alongside black rich.
That's so?
BR Joe.
So what?
Big ups BR Joe, the tier 1 for 3 months. Big ups Dongus for sitting the issue straight, at least for me, on the Kino Casino arc. You're welcome. No, I just have my own take on it, and I just think, just let the cooks cook, and just see where the arc takes you. I think it's something different in the Gato sphere. It's and that's why people are a bit wary about it. You know, it's foreign material, but me having seen where these guys are from and what they do, I think it'll be amusing. I think it's gonna be entertaining no matter what. Just set aside and let the cooks cook is all I can really advise. Yeah, I mean, like, Phil's been really boring lately. So, like, why would you... Okay, again, I get it. I get being wary. But, like, you would want it to go back to it being as boring as it's been. And yeah, Carl's right, too. The casino never claimed to be a beacon of morality, where... I don't know what Keemstar's take on that would be. Do you think does Keemstar assert that he's a beacon of morality? I'm not actually sure. He might actually assert that he is. Big ups Ryan MK. Ryan MK! What are your thoughts on this casino arc? It's definitely the craziest timeline. I still can't believe it. I'm gonna fail this jump. These cones slow you down when you drive over them. People are so used to duty instant noodles that we forgot about slow cooked sauce. The slow cooked Italian authentic sauce. Is it possible months ago PvP wanted DSP to be the dirt chair so bad motherfuckers actually did it? I guess we have the flying monkeys to thank, because it's not like the casino approached DSP directly. Yet again, it was all thanks to the flying fucking monkeys telling him that the casino was doing an occasional segment on Phil. It wasn't like it was every week. It was whenever they had a funny clip to look at. As self-admitted filler material for them to look at during shows that, you know, they didn't have as many topics to talk about. He wanted Tipster and Shadman locked up. We saw value in a dude who admitted to using sexual content to lure children. Oh yeah, the whole Shadman thing with Keemstar's daughter. Look, if you want my thoughts on that, yes, that is absolutely fucked up. That's that's someone's real daughter. I can absolutely understand the parental rage and seethe and ire in Keemstar to not be a fan of that. It's really fucked up. Lock Shadman up. In general, not just for that, but in general. And Tipster's just a big weirdo. A big slobby weirdo. Okay, I need one more taxi. Should have the same energy for a dude who uses sexual jokes to lure other people's kids. I agree. Now, sadly, Keem has the bottom line, so he does not agree in that particular circumstance. But no, that is hypocritical right there. Or maybe you could say he only cares when it happens to his child, which is a bit vile in its own right. Like, it only concerns Keem when he has a personal investment in it. Like, it is vile that Shadman did that, but it should be vile in general when people do things of that nature, yet Keem is kind of selective, and so in hindsight, Keem was only truly wronged because it wasn't just that it was a kid, it was that it was his kid. Can you pick this up already? Okay, answer the phone in Northwest New Guernsey. But if I do all these missions perfectly, I won't have to worry about about hitting the target score. But I already failed one of them. Stupid police department mission. Alright, well, let's get the next clip loaded up. I thought this one was pretty interesting. They put this up today. A Gumroad preview clip. So they do Gumroad content, and I think this is actually a good idea, because we don't have a lot of... We do have some Canadians in the sector, but not everyone is Canadian. So maybe Seru can chime in here if he's still here. Seru can chime in on This Week in Cuckida. They're talking about the politics and the landscape of politics in Canada. In which case, this week they're covering the LCBO, Liquor Control Board of Ontario, I believe.
Well, we're having a look at the LCBO situation. The LCBO people, they came out with a song.
And Booze is back, right?
Yes, we're getting into that. But first,
okay.
let's hear, because this
I have no idea.
What happened? No, I'm just saying you might have some insight into Canadian politics.
This is a supporter of the LCBO. This is their average supporter.
Do you like drinking and stuff? Want to hear a song?
No.
Okay. The Liquor Control Board of Ontario.
Why is it when it's backing people?
It always is. They always have to do a song, and it always has to be the cringiest, like weirdest shit.
It's like in a Mr. Rogers vibe.
Yes,
like every time.
Yeah, they basically treat you like you're a child.
Yeah,
they take on the.
If you're
vibe
advertising
of like
liquor, why are you doing like a song dance number? Like why a kiddie musical number? It's not your audience. But my audience is Golem of Power with their 22-month, 21-month Prime sub re-up, and they say, Dingus lied, people died, I subscribed. And I do appreciate your subscription, thank you. We're catching up with Casino. DSP on the Casino this Tuesday. The haters can't believe it, brother, but it's absolutely gonna happen.
Like you're 5 years old.
Look at this guy.
And
This
like,
guy doesn't even look real. This guy on screen looks real as the background the AI generated for said video.
LCBO is where Ontario buys booze and wine and have since long ago. Now, they may not be the most convenient. They may not be on your way home.
This is insane. It may not be convenient at all. It may not be on your way home, but you need to support it anyway.
Look at this.
Even though it sucks for you. Look at this clown show, buddy.
Everyone is mad and the workers are on strike. Yeah, that's my understanding of the situation. So you have to go to these specific LCBO places just to get liquor? You can't get it from a convenience store? Wow! Canada sucks!
spoiler alert, I wonder why they got Felton in the strike and got nothing. I wonder why. This is their top level supporter.
But remember this one little thing, every time you get drunk, you're basically building a road.
No, shut up.
That's right. All net income from LCBO sales goes to the government of Ontario in the form of an annual dividend, which helps fund key local and provincial public programs.
How does everywhere else do it?
I know, right? Nobody else will have roads or hospitals, right?
Oh yeah, America. It's just fucking.
By the way, like if it's sold at private stores, this government's still collecting.
I agree, Carl. It's fucking awful in their chat.
They have to buy it from the LC anyway. Like the Liquor Control Board still is in charge of all importation of alcohol, so they're still getting a cut from every sale. Like, this is ridiculous.
You'd probably sell more, too.
Well, no, they do.
It's like weed, right? Thing. It's like with weed. Yeah. Like, you legalize it, and you tax it, and boom, you make a big cut off of it, right?
Yes. And so,
how long has the LC been open for now?
It's been like 80 years of this.
No, I mean, like recently since the strike.
I think it's been 10 days now, because we haven't done an episode for a couple weeks.
Yeah.
The last episode I think we did was screaming about the LC.
Yeah.
But, services, including healthcare, education,
federally run programs are terrible. Who could have seen this coming?
It's just fun.
Okay, hang on. These people who need to be fucking superheroes and back the most hard causes. Don't you have a fucking job or hobbies?
Well, like, I just don't understand. It's like we have to stand up for the liquor store worker.
Exactly.
Like, they're not getting paid, like, way more than they're worth to stock liquor. You know? Like, they're not getting, like, great government benefits and stuff like that. Are you serious?
It's so
They're making, like, $29 an hour to start. Some of these people are working at the LC as, like, a manager.
Oh, yeah, you would get government benefits because it is, like, just for working at that place.
Working at a liquor store.
Yeah.
This makes no sense.
If this wasn't about doctors being underpaid, okay. Teachers being underpaid.
The teachers,
okay.
I hate the teachers too.
Same,
but
like,
when I'm getting lectured
like
by these liquor store workers about, oh my God, what are we gonna do? Well, the society will collapse if we have private liquor stores. No, it won't. No, it won't. Yeah. You're still gonna tax the absolute fuck out of it and bring in tons of revenue. Let's just like make things a little bit more convenient for once for the people of the province. Maybe allow some competition and prices will go down like they are in Alberta, way cheaper in Quebec than they are here for booze. But no, we have to get so we can have the best healthcare in the world. Wait 12 hours on a gurney in the ER before you see anyone. It's the best.
Oh, it's amazing.
Wait till I tell you about American
healthcare. In the world. Wait 6 months and die for a specialist. Like sometimes it's 18 months to see a specialist. There's no private alternative. People are just dying, waiting to get a doctor. It's the best.
Actually, they learned about DSP. No, they learned about American healthcare by watching DSP's Leanna video.
You're not just downing a few more beers. You're helping teach your kid how to read.
How does he think this is convincing anybody?
But this is not even like okay.
Imagine you're a grown-ass adult man or woman, and you have a defined position on this. You're like, I'm against the lickbo. Yeah. I'm pissed off it's fucking closed. I'd like to have alcohol in the convenience store or in the grocery store, so when I go and get my groceries, I can get a bottle of wine. It's crazy that adults aren't allowed to do that.
There often is a private alternative in Canada, but it's very expensive.
You're not allowed to get a bottle of wine or a case of beer, okay? But you have that position.
It's not worth the markup there.
Doing his Blues Clues, Mr. Rogers routine, talking to you like you're a child.
This was what I was avoiding there.
Wow, that's gonna totally change my mind, dude.
It makes you angry.
Like how delusional, it pisses you off.
Yeah, and by the way, because you made the LCBO more inconvenient, right, to make it to and buy booze. Oh, okay, well, I couldn't buy booze, so I'm gonna read to my kid. If you're gonna buy booze and it's in your mind, you're gonna do it anyway. Oh, well, I gotta drive 15 extra minutes. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna now build a birdhouse. No, you're not. You're gonna buy booze.
You can't get alcohol past 10.
But you could fucking order booze from the LCBO on Uber Eats. This guy's acting like you're gonna now change your entire fucking plans in your life because now people just want it more convenient. You read.
Every drink you sink, you're not just closer to the brink.
Like this song for alcoholics who are dying. Okay.
Not the people who want to Whoa! It's an anonymous gifter gifting a gift sub to Cerulean86. That guy. Thank you very much, anonymous gifter, for the gift at tier 1. Do appreciate it.
It's not enough to pay.
Go back to the cool kids table,
It's not enough to pay 13% sales tax on everything. It's not enough if you own a home that you have to pay property tax. That's just not enough revenue to run society. Or
yeah, I think there's little check boxes you can tick if you want to do it as an add-on.
Cigarettes, the crazy taxes that already exist on booze. It's just not
like
enough.
You can also do a Cheers anonymously.
Government-run liquor outlet. That's
no
really
wonder DSP loves Twitch so much.
The shittiest customer service and the most overpaid employees that actually are a drain.
I've been having Swallow 5 Pie
on the finances of the province. And if we just fired all of them and outsourced it to the private sector, we would eliminate the expenses and bring in more revenue.
Whoa,
so there's no actual argument. Why do we need to maintain all of these retail stores? Like, it's a big cost for the government to do this. Eliminate all that shit. Send it to the grocery stores and the convenience stores where people already go, and then you're still going to make a ton of money off it, except now there's going to be competition. Prices are going to go down like they did in Alberta, like they did in Quebec.
I want to get this mission right first, so I don't got to fuck it up later.
There's a bottle of vodka at the
better do it as the first mission.
Like, America, it still exists.
Yeah.
Quebec still exists. Alberta still exists. They try and paint like the sky is going to fall. You aren't going to be able to see a doctor. As if you can even see one anyhow. This is ridiculous.
Tune up $2.54 billion a year. If you like schools and hospitals and smooth driving roads, then make a list and go get pissed at the LCBO.
I wanted. That was pretty interesting, huh? He's got a fucking puppet?
Yeah.
Who is this guy?
This guy is a real idiot.
Star.
What does he do, though?
Whatever. Daddy just needs to get his drink on.
He's not even doing the fucking the ventriloquist mouth like no.
What are you expecting to actually have talent?
You know what I mean?
You hate Canada, but they have shroom stores.
Right? Get it?
Oh, here we go. We're gonna finally cover. The stores are reopening. They had a 2-week strike, okay? Whoa. They managed to get a slight
you have a little bit of good shit, a little bit of bad shit.
What ended up happening, they went on strike in order to stop
It's like take the good with the bad, as they say.
Pre-mixed
Canada's based for one thing, but shit for some other thing.
So, like Mike's Hard Lemonade or like a pre-mixed Jack and Coke. These are apparently the highest selling and highest profit margin items at the LCBO. And so Doug Ford wanted to expand those to convenience stores, allow beer in the convenience store, and allow this stuff at the grocery store as well. They said, F you, you're not allowed to do that. And we're going on
so foreign to like here. It's very interesting because like this isn't how it is in Dingus land at all.
The shipments went out to the grocery store.
You can get beer from wherever.
Because once the booze got to the grocery store, it wasn't coming back out. So they realized they had to settle, and they did. And the settlement they got like a 1% raise. I'm pretty sure it was. And it turns out that the raise they got doesn't even cover the lost wages from.
Thank you for that. How you doing, Ian?
So this is basically the equivalent of the Canada on Strike episode of South Park, where they got coupons to.
Doing great. Thank you for asking.
So they didn't stop the privatization of these pre-made cocktails. We can now go to the corner store, the grocery store, and get them.
Wow.
And they're just completely felted.
It's a big win.
Back to work, wages.
Back to work.
Back to work, liquor store employees.
It's like wages, but they make a lot of money.
No, that's what's crazy. You know? They make way more than anybody else doing similar work.
They shot me. I thought a cutscene was going to happen. I thought I had to be snooping.
They're a government worker, and they just think they're better than everybody. They look down their nose at everybody. They don't want to serve you. They think they're God's gift to the world, but they're not. They're a liquor store worker.
Yeah, no root beer today.
By the way, it's so funny. LCBO stores reopen across Ontario Tuesday after historic 2-week strike.
Yeah.
I think they have multiple LCBO locations. It's like it's
some of the first
the way it's described. It sounds like a 7-Eleven that the government owns. They have multiple locations, but you know you gotta get it only from there.
Believe it or not, I'm walking on air. I never thought I could be so free.
Customers returned to a downtown Toronto LCBO this morning.
Right, this one we'll put on YouTube. Folks,
yeah,
we just did an hour.
We just did an hour of Gum Road of these guys. They're on the beaches now.
Yeah, so
they're in the Tim Hortons parking lot. If you want to hear about,
it'd probably be easier if I had a machine come before I started that.
Hour about
this segment, and then we have more. So Gum Road
is down there. Snow being pressed at the beach. We've got
massive episode.
The Great Flood. We're gonna look at Drake's mansion getting flooded and downtown Toronto getting flooded. Mick Jagger has been booed for supporting Trudeau.
Whoa.
Mr. Bum Tickler's out of jail.
Whoa.
We're gonna talk about Digit.
it's a long episode. So guys,
I know that there are a few places in the U.S. that still operate like that, but for Canada, it's kind of a bigger issue. It's not as commonplace in the States.
How many bottles does he got there? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's at least like
definitely doesn't work like that over here.
There's no staff event. There's no. It's for his home.
It's a party, and he's the only one invited. He's the only one at the staff event.
I swear it's a staff event.
And at my house this afternoon.
At your house?
And I didn't have any wine, so now I do.
We literally just got cases and cases of everything that we need to buy.
Wow!
We're getting cases and cases, man.
We're getting blazed tonight, man.
Again, I don't drink, but I'm very I don't think adults should be restricted on drinking if they want to. That's a society you don't want to live in.
No DSP Kino stream today. That's Tuesday.
It's a restaurant. I'm like, well, this guy
mark your calendars, man.
No, it's a restaurant. Cool.
We have a lot of work to do.
Around 10,000 LCBO workers walked off the job on July 5th.
Look at that!
After
Smug
Dog won. Yeah, he got the booze.
Okay, so Utah controls it too quick too, but do they force you to go to a federally owned store just to purchase it? Because that's how it is in Ontario.
Fix your sign. What did you do? Fucking run over it?
The green crayon?
Look, it's all ripped up and
it's all ripped up and crinkled.
They left it in the closet.
Trash, bro. No wonder they didn't get any concession.
Across the province, the two sides reached a deal over the weekend, and workers returned to the job yesterday.
By the way, that was people honking negatively. They're like, "F you! Didn't you do that?"
Oh yeah, I screamed it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I said that, Sarah, because so, like that's how it works in Ontario. Like they also own the stores, but in Utah it's not like that. It's like they control the sale of the liquor, but it's not like they force you to go to a specific federally owned store in Utah just to get the liquor. You could still go to the private stores.
So I looked at their plan to like help the province was to hurt other small businesses, like restaurants and bars.
Yep.
Oh, that's
so yeah,
great.
okay then, yeah. So the situation would be worse in Canada. Just like that's unreal to me. I've never heard of that being a thing.
Availability affected his business.
Last week, yes, the whole week been slow. I think it was more than 20-30% down.
Yeah, Pennsylvania's the same. I read that in their comments.
What do you have? I can mix the Smirnoff and the.
Listen, we can put this little bit of Smirnoff in, and we can put this little bit of Jose Cuervo that's left, this swill at the bottom.
Dude, it's like
we can get you a half shot, bud.
It reminds me of like in high school when you head into your parents' liquor cabinet, so they wouldn't find out you mixed them all. But we did that once. It was a green bottle. Oh, we got that day. I remember a water roll. You take a little bit of everything.
On the liquor, they don't come out.
On top of running low on liquor and wine, some bar owners were frustrated with the LCBO's online ordering system and slow delivery times during the strike.
It wasn't straightforward. It wasn't smooth. I talked to a lot of
Liquor Control Board of Ontario.
Letting the government run stuff, it doesn't go good. What? Wow.
Wasted again,
man.
man.
Monopoly with no competition, and they're just allowed to do whatever they want, and you have no recourse in the market. And it doesn't go well? What?
Whoa.
Who could have foreseen that?
Sheesh. Difficult to use the website. It wasn't user-friendly. And most people just came up with alternate solutions.
The LCBO says it will take a few weeks to get back to normal as it rebuilds inventory.
I need a machine gun if I'm going to go over there and get those guys.
Work for the workers now?
Yeah.
Like it's more like you have to like restock everything.
They've just been shafted hard.
Oh, dude. Worst strike ever.
Reorders, saying in a statement, we were forced to make some fulfillment changes to the system during the strike, which may have impacted the experience of our licensees. We apologize.
Wait. So maybe we should just do away with this inefficient, insane government monopoly on liquor, and then we won't have these problems with fulfillment and shortages.
Interesting.
Oh, wow. Any inconvenience caused.
We apologize. Well, it's too late.
You caused the inconvenience. It's like, oh, well, I fucking slapped you in the face. I'm sorry. You're the one who did it, though. It's like,
yeah.
That's true, though. It is kind of like that.
20% off or something, at least.
I thought I'd try to water for a sec.
The main issues of the strike was the Ontario government plan to expand alcohol sales in grocery, big box, and convenience stores. The union said this would reduce LCBO
we talked about this, maybe not on stream, but I did mention this to Sarah before. It's not like that in literally all of Canada.
Not some Woodford Reserve.
Woodford. I haven't drank in so long that looking at whiskey makes me go, oh.
This would reduce.
Yeah, they are. Like, I thought that's crazy. I thought that was crazy too. Liquor store employees, they're just paid to stock liquor and sell it, and they get the same government benefits as actual people in the government.
We had to use Maker's
Just
Mark
because they
as a
control the
prop
liquor
for that one
stores?
editing I drank. I was drinking the whole
bottle.
It was like 8 in the morning drunk.
They get like $30 Canadian an hour just for selling liquor because they're technically considered government employees.
Brutal, dude. Revenue. Now I look at it and I just go, oh, I remember that.
And lead to job losses. Despite the strike, the
and of course, like I said, all the benefits too.
It's going to be a good thing, and it's going to be great for the people.
Why are they striking? It's the McDonald's thing, Carl, where they feel like they're not making enough. Stock liquor.
This strike should have never ever happened.
The union shot back today with bargaining chair Colleen
There's no one there.
Cloud saying in a statement that the union made significant gains because of the strike.
These are the people in charge.
Include a commitment that no store.
It's about whether or not those were going into the big box stores and the convenience store, and they're going in.
Yeah.
So everything else is, well, we got some more full-time positions. Yeah, well, eventually it's all going to be eliminated. We've laid the groundwork for it. So suffer, Lickbo.
Stores would close for the next 3 years. And the
Lickbo, more
conversion
like
of
lick
around
my
1,000
fucking
pounds.
ass,
That guy on the
right?
last vid.
People need to send. Oh God, what would DSP's take on this be? Like, whatever news video they're watching, send that to Phil. How would he respond?
An interview with him.
So you're telling me
employees to
the government controls the sale of liquor?
CBC News.
Is that where the Whole Foods is?
What? How does that even work? You have to go to a specialty store to buy
Pretty sure it's the
alcohol?
same building.
What?
Open that Whole Foods.
Literally one store?
All right.
Do you ever think it's like literally only one store in the whole country? You think it would apply to all of Canada?
Yeah.
We have a
lot victory. We can finally get drunk again.
So there's no Total Wine in Canada?
This story is pretty crazy.
No, DSP would go to Canada and then he would have a Total Wine about there being no Total Wine. That was pretty good. Look, if I had the wherewithal, I would sub to the Gumroad for more This Week in Cuckada content. Unfortunately, I do not have the wherewithal, but I'm sure they got good stuff there on the Gumroad. Imagine if it was the ultimate Pride Month ops to get rid of those workers. They got like they said it earlier in the video, they got a 1% raise out of the strike. A 1% raise from their strike. And the 1% raise doesn't even cover the 2 weeks of work they missed out by striking. Yes! So if they wanted to get rid of those guys, Kami, they kind of fucking failed. Okay, Asmongold reacts to Andy Worski's Mr. Beast tweet.
Can I get this fucking Asmongold video sent to me?
The Mr. Beast tried to debunk fraud allegations video around 27 minutes.
Okay, 27 minutes. Let's. I just want to see this. You know, I love fame, right?
Mr. Beast.
See.
Yeah, I bet they don't even have a store card.
Oh, here we go.
I don't think there's enough evidence to condemn this, but I think that there are ways that.
There it is.
So, this is my opinion. I don't really care about the video being about entertainment videos being
based
fake or
milk toast
dramatized.
opinion from
This is
guy
not a
with
problem
bloody
to me.
teeth on the
Well, I
wall.
don't view this as a great moral
Blood on
evil.
wall,
I
man.
don't view this as a.
Well, I
No, but
I do.
Not with charities or.
Hello, I am the guy.
Problem. It's false advertising and it's bad, but it's like a scale on a 1 to 10.
Read my
It's like
tweet,
a 1.
please.
I don't really care because it doesn't do tangible harm.
However,
a fake signature.
Promoting gambling to
you are
kids is not
buying something
tangible
that you're
harm.
Let's go, Andy. Fucking making point.
Not getting. That's a scam. A fake law.
Wait, you're saying my tweet encompassed everything perfectly, and I cut the fat of all of the fucking video? Wow, I rule. Thanks, Asmund.
You are buying something that you're not getting. That's a scam.
Thank you.
Competitions. Having employees in the competitions.
Ring it up, Worski Dub.
There you go.
There is a reason why it's against the rules
Bring it up.
of actual game shows to
Come on, Asmund, let's go.
I swear it's me, I'm the guy. I'm the one.
Come on.
Leading to abuse does not necessarily mean that there is abuse.
Dude, I
but it
just
does
need
mean
one
there's a high
machine
chance
gun.
that
Where the
abuse
hell
could
is
occur.
it?
There should be abuse towards Mr. Beast. JK, that's a joke.
Employee who keeps winning, same thing. Promoting gambling to kids. this, I don't really care a whole lot about this because...
What?
Wait, what?
That's actually not a mild take. That's actually not. That's like his least mild take there.
Are you sure about that take, Aspen Gold, buddy? I didn't know about that one, bud. That's a little wild.
Okay,
now, I don't know if I could necessarily co-sign
that. Do
that.
the same thing, and I don't really care that much about it.
Does that make it right?
That's true. I mean, they do, but it's bad.
You know what? You're
Still
right.
bad.
You know what?
Aspen, bring
We're
it up.
pro gambling. Where's our gambling deal? I'll promote gambling.
Listen, we're gonna be doing a kid show that's fully sponsored by Steak.
Yeah.
This is GTA1.
He has the W take. Get ready.
Go.
Literally everything Mr. Beast does is deceptive and for personal gain.
Oh,
the
this
fact
was when
he
Phil was
spends
a
his
chat.
money to help some people does not negate the incredible stack of immoral misdeeds he committed to get there.
Whoa.
And DSP has a further take if you'd like to hear it. We want to hear DSP.
Let's fucking go.
It's just, I don't really care that much. Changing ingredients in Feastables to make them very unhealthy.
He doesn't care.
I don't think they changed them to...
They did. They literally...
make them unhealthy.
Well, no, but they...
Yes, Max.
But yeah, I'm actually on the mission where you blow up the police station.
Aspen. I'm not saying they did that to make them unhealthy, like that was the plan. I meant they made them unhealthy, like, incidentally with being cheaper, whatever the hell it was.
Rigging the chocolate factory competition, I don't think that's provable.
Yes, it is. You're making me mad, Aspen.
What do you mean?
But
they pointed out, like, didn't they say the people in the competition were subs? And then they exposed them as YouTubers?
Video, you hear me? The guy, there was 1 million chocolate bars. The one guy with 700,000 subscribers, while opening it on video, won the ticket to win. Then won the competition. It wasn't fake. Buddy.
Yeah, I think they covered that in a different clip that they got up.
Oh, no, yeah, no.
They watched the Mr. Beast Exposed documentary.
Okay, where there's smoke, there's fire.
After everything else that's provable is proven, then everything else happens. Do you think this will lead to new laws and regulations for game shows on platforms like YouTube? No. No.
Well, no, there won't. Nothing will happen. We're all just screaming into a void. And
yeah,
Mr. Beast will
he's gonna walk away from this.
millionaire.
Nothing's gonna happen.
That is true.
We're gonna take some L's.
Will we make views and money off of us shitting on him? Yes. It rules. Let's go. Cheers.
Outside of Twitter noise. It should. I think that... Yeah, it should be against the rules.
Look, yeah, but hard cut. In between that, his chat was arguing with him. I have to talk him off the ledge. Just say it should for the clip. Just say it should for the clip, Asmund.
They were really
there
saying
are
that?
People that are competing
No, please.
that don't
Please,
fully
Asmund.
understand the legal language
Pretend
and what
like
the
you give a
implication
fuck
of the
just
legal
for the
language
clip.
is.
Which is
we have another take from Phil.
Let's hear it.
He grew up Catholic, and the idea of charity is that you sacrifice something to help
Oh, this was that
others,
fucking essay
and you do
he
not
posted.
benefit from it. That has never happened with Mr. Beast. He just does things to benefit himself. If he helps others, that's philanthropy, but not charity. Nothing he's ever done can be considered charitable.
What's wrong with
because it's
being
all
like?
self-serving.
What's wrong with philanthropy?
Phil's got like the best takes going.
Oh, why you cut off there? They cut off right at the glazing segment? Fair enough. Okay, let's jump around. What do we got? Are TF2 players entitled? Whoa, some of you may agree or disagree with the opinions in this video. I personally have never played TF2, but let's see what he has to say. You hate DSP X Kino? I love it, C-Snow. There is nothing for me to dislike in it.
To another
I can't
downward
wait for the
day.
crossover.
And this video is going to serve as a bit of a follow-up to the one I released a few weeks ago about Deadlock and why I think it's going to be a total garbage dumpster fire. And to be honest, looking at the reception it got, I was actually surprised at how many people ended up agreeing with me. You know, I was expecting
I
this
don't think
video
I
to get a
checked out
lot more
that video.
backlash than it actually did, but no, it appears that my sentiment happens to be shared by a lot more people. And likely a key contributing factor to this was that I happened to release my video right in the midst of the Fix TF2 movement on social media, so anti-Valve sentiment had definitely
just play
reached
the
an
PS3
all-time
version.
high. And I should clarify
They never
here that my
updated
video
it.
is not explicitly affiliated with the Fix TF2 movement. It was actually somewhat of a coincidence that both of these things ended up materializing at around the same time. Moreover, I think it speaks to this greater idea about how the Deadlock leaks ended up being this straw that broke the camel's back situation, where it seems like for a lot of people like myself, who are fans of the old Valve lineage of titles and games like Team Fortress 2, the revelation that this was the shiny new toy soaking up all of Valve's attention and taking their attention away from all these older
bot
legacy
support and
titles
servers
that
completely
everyone loves,
offline.
it really tipped
Oh,
the
yeah,
scales
that makes sense.
in
It
a
would
lot
have
of
cut
people's
support
minds
already.
as something to finally make them stand
Cut
up
the support.
and say
Hi, guys.
enough is enough. This new game ended up really being a lot of people's enough is enough moment for Valve. And there's going to be a lot of people out there who will listen to that and say that people like us are being unfair and unnecessarily harsh and biased. And to that I have to say, you know what? You're damn right. I am biased. I am biased against this new MOBA shooter. I'll admit it. I'm not going to sit here and lie to everyone and try to act like I'm this impartial observer because that's not the case. I'm definitely biased. I am a salty TF2 player who wants Valve to fix the game, and anything that takes attention away from that is going to piss me off. And unfortunately, that's what this new Deadlock game is. It is something standing in the way of what I want. And is it selfish to say that? Yeah, it is. There's no sugarcoating it. But if you're looking for a milquetoast impartial review on this channel, then I suggest you go somewhere else. Because this is my personal opinion, and it exists for good reason. And to some outside observer who doesn't have the context for anything that's going on, this all may seem like a bunch of petty theatrics. But the problem I want to investigate with this video is, am I wrong to feel this way? And with that, I want to talk more specifically about the fixed TF2 movement. It's a movement whose core message I primarily agree with. And while I am not explicitly affiliated with the movement itself, I do heavily share the sentiment with what it has to say. What it has to say about the state of the game and the negligence of Valve. Because when you look at the state of Team Fortress 2 public servers, it is absolutely fair to be indignant about it. It is absolutely fair to direct hate towards Valve for what they allowed their formerly illustrious title to turn into. And I consider it a good decision to escalate the matter to the level that the TF2 community has, because the game has reached a stage where some sort of progress must be instigated. And making Valve commit to either actually supporting the game that they take millions of dollars in profits annually from, or discontinuing their involvement entirely and handing it over to the community. As far as I'm concerned, the game cannot persist in this weird limbo state where Valve pops their head in occasionally to sell us crates and keys, but otherwise turn a blind eye to this putrid infestation of bots that makes the base game unplayable. There needs to be changes made so that this game doesn't die with the current generation of players. But with all that being said, there are plenty of people out there who share the opposite sentiment. And obviously, as is the case with any loud, coordinated demonstration online, there's always going to be a little bit of pushback from people just being contrarian, or people not wanting to see the noise in their timeline, and the fixed TF2 movement has undoubtedly produced its own fair share of backlash. There are plenty of folks out there who consider this whole thing to be a bunch of pointless whining, and a lot of people have used this backlash to talk about how TF2 fans and the TF2 community are annoying and entitled. And at face value, I can sort of understand how some people think this way, where when you consider the situation in a vacuum, it could seem bizarre that a bunch of angry gamers are rallying together to try to revive this
support for a game like that
title.
realistically?
So when confronted with this information, a lot of people's first reaction
Are they
is
just
to
supposed to
look at
work on
players
TF2
and tell them
forever?
to quit and go play something else. Or better yet, tell them that Deadlock is the new TF2 and that they should go play that instead. And if this sentiment wasn't so common, I would think that people are literally trolling. But sadly, this is not a joke. This is how some people choose to contribute to this discourse. They really think they're saying something so clever and profound by telling TF2 players to quit and go play something else. So for today's video, I want to fixate on this specific point, which so many people seem to share. This canned response for people who are upset at TF2 being in an
16
unplayable
years
state,
old is a
telling
little
them to just
old.
leave, bro, as if you are providing anything relevant to the conversation. So allow me to carefully explain how telling TF2 players to solve their problems by abandoning the game is a totally pointless and nonsensical argument. I've been trying to rack my brain as to how anyone could possibly consider this to be a legitimate rebuttal, and I've since come to realize that this just has to be the result of people being massively mistaken in a combination of three different areas. So first and foremost is misunderstanding why TF2 players are actually complaining in the first place. For some reason, there's this huge misconception among the critics of the fixed TF2 movement that the TF2 community is staging this whole protest because they're angry about a lack of content in the game. Like this whole petition with hundreds of thousands of signatures is because people want Valve to add new weapons or something. Or that TF2 players are somehow upset that the game doesn't have mainstream attention. And maybe this all goes back to
I'm
our
sure that's like part of it, right? Like the bug fixes and the monetization that Bambi mentioned probably also plays into it. It's like a multifaceted thing.
As in, they're unable to do the bare minimum of effort to actually understand what the hell is going on and what they're even talking about. And if any of you folks happen to be listening to this right now, let's set the record straight in a way that a first grader could understand. Team Fortress 2 is currently infested with a massive wave of bots that insta-kill you as soon as you leave the spawn room, making the game unplayable on Valve public servers. Try to load into a Valve server right now, and
I always hear the argument just use private servers. I notice whenever Karma plays it, it is a private server.
Because of Valve's negligence and failure to maintain their own servers and create a working anti-cheat. This whole protest, the whole Fix TF2 movement, comes down to removing these bots from the game and asking Valve to get off their ass and actually do work for a game that generates them tens of millions of dollars in revenue annually. Like, am I making myself clear enough? Does that clear the air for all of you people who are confused as to what this is actually about because you couldn't click on a link and read a couple paragraphs of text explaining in very simple language why this is happening? Trust me, the TF2 community has accepted long ago that the game is in its final state balance-wise. No one is waiting on bated breath for new content anymore. We have long accepted that ship has sailed. And anytime you hear someone bring up the idea of an update, they're probably referring to the heavy update that Valve promised all the way back in 2016 in Meet Your Match that they just never followed up on and never came out with any press release or news or blog post or anything saying that the update was canceled, which it realistically is. So again, when you're talking specifically about the heavy update, do not blame the players for wanting Valve to follow through on a promise they made. The blame, again, should be placed on Valve for not communicating sufficiently or even the most simple modicum of information that the heavy update is not coming out. No, instead they choose to just sit on their hands like they've been doing for the past decade and just kick the can down the road and not bother with it and hope that TF2 players keep buying keys. So again, let me repeat myself loud and clear. If you believe that the Fix TF2 movement is about TF2 players wanting more content or wanting the game to be more relevant, then you need to shut your mouth, unplug your keyboard, and learn the facts. So with that obvious stuff out of the way, let's move on to misunderstanding number 2, and that is failing to understand the value that TF2 players get when they engage with the game, and failing to understand the dichotomy between the types of players that enjoy TF2 and the general gaming consumer base. So for the sake of argument here, we're going to have to draw a line
TRPG, this is his rant channel, not his main channel.
The first group is how I imagine the vast majority of video game consumers engage with their products, and that is you pick up a game, play it for a few days or a few weeks, get bored, and then pick up a new game. We'll call these people gaming tourists, because that's basically what you're doing. You're a tourist in each of these games. You're playing it a little bit, having a little bit of an introduction, a little sampling plate of the mechanics, and then the moment it stops working for you or stops being entertaining, you dip out and try something else. I think what most people fail to understand is that the recurring day-to-day player base of TF2 is not like this. Almost everyone you see hanging out and playing the game on TF2 servers are what I'm going to call gaming residents. They basically live in TF2. It's their home. It's why anytime you see anyone extol the greatness of TF2 and look at their profile, it's very likely that they have hundreds, if not thousands of hours in the game. And that is because TF2 is one of those games that is so mechanically rich that it's capable of keeping certain people's attention for literally thousands of hours. And this is simply a fundamentally different way of engaging with video games than just being a tourist. And let me clarify here that there's nothing wrong with engaging in game tourism. In fact, this is something that's to be expected when engaging with any other form of media like music or television or movies.
I'm engaged in game tourism right now.
From artist to artist. And it's perfectly fine to do this with video games as well. Again, I'm not trying to paint this as some kind of illegitimate way to enjoy video games. But where video games differ from movies and TV and music is that each individual product has insane
Don't the bots just spam audio garbage? Well, he says here that they also kill you as soon as you leave the spawn room, which I'd be pretty annoyed if that happened in the game I played. If that happened in Splatoon, I'd be pretty pissed.
Out there who can play these games exclusively
demanding for Nintendo to roll out a balance patch or something.
There are millions of players out there who could be classified as residents of Minecraft. They almost exclusively play
roll
Minecraft.
Out the hotfix.
And this type of player, gaming residents, happen to make up the bulk majority of TF2's concurrent player base at any given time. There are people who just pick up the game and they don't play any other games. And that's how I was for a long time, so I certainly relate to how this is. I'm personally someone who takes great satisfaction in truly exploring the depth of a game's mechanics. So I pick up certain games and I just play them for a really long time and I don't really want to play anything else. So with that being said, are you going to sit there and tell me that I'm enjoying games wrong, that this way of engaging with video games and artistic products is somehow invalid. And again, I'm not trying to invalidate the alternative. If you enjoy playing 100 different games in a year, if you enjoy being a tourist, that's perfectly fine. I'm not going to fault you
coffee,
or
where
call
you
you
been,
dumb
Dingus?
for doing that.
Busy
All I'm
work
asking
week
is that the same
and
understanding
all the
can
stuff
be
with the Kino
granted
arc.
to the other side.
All the
Players who
clips I've
consider
been putting
one
out, man.
individual game to be their home. You must
Kinda by the-
acknowledge that these people exist,
Look,
and that it's
I
a
don't boot up
perfectly
if I'm not
reasonable
100%.
way to enjoy
So usually
video
by
games. And so now that I've
all this
hopefully
week, I just
painted
been
this clear
not
distinction
100%
between the
by the
two
time the day's
different
over. So
spheres
I
of
just
gaming and how people
eschewed
actually
the
engage
boot.
with a product. Do you sort of understand how telling the average TF2 player to just leave and go try something else doesn't really make a whole lot of sense? You'd think that someone who spends thousands of hours in a game probably likes it,
Expand
probably
on, good to see you,
considers it to be one of, if not the favorite game in their library, and that in engaging with one individual game for so long, that they have probably found their ideal gaming environment. And you're gonna sit there and tell them to just leave when their favorite game of all time, the one they sunk thousands of hours into, gets disrupted by some external force that has nothing to do with the actual design of the game. And again, there are plenty of valid reasons to leave a game, and usually when they happen, people don't need to be told to do so. You could just lose interest, the game gets boring, or the publisher completely messes up balancing with some godforsaken patch that just throws everything out of whack, or they can introduce predatory monetization models, or the flat-out design of the game
Very
could just go
impassioned
downhill
considering
to
he
where
started
it
the
doesn't
video saying he
resemble
wasn't a
what you
part of
picked
the
up in
movement.
first place. None of these things apply to TF2. Trust me, anyone who gets bored with TF2, they leave probably before hour 10. They definitely don't stick around into hour 3000, which is what the bulk of TF2's player base has under their belts. It's almost like maybe TF2 players enjoy TF2, and they want to keep playing it, and then all of a sudden some extremely disruptive force has come around and is ruining that experience. But yeah, just leave and go play another game. Something that can somewhat but not quite fill the void of a gameplay formula that you know you already enjoy, but one that has been ruthlessly taken away from you. Because honestly, you don't have to tell me, because I did stop playing TF2, and I did go on to other games like Deep Rock Galactic. And trust me, it's fun, it's a really good game.
Hey, that's that game
well-designed,
Nurgle likes.
But I can't help but think that the only reason I'm here and not in TF2 has nothing to do with how TF2 stopped being fun. I don't exactly consider being forced out of TF2 to be this liberating solution. I never think to myself, boy, am I glad that I followed Joe Schmo's advice on Twitter telling me to just leave. I don't take satisfaction or pride in that, in knowing that the game I loved and considered my favorite ever and put more time into than any other is in an unplayable state because of external factors from malicious parties. It feels to me like a tremendous tragic loss. A part of my life I really enjoyed
my good
that
friend
suddenly
Joe
became
Schmo.
inaccessible. And obviously, duh, you try to go play other stuff, but it's not the same. You're always comparing it to the richness that you once experienced in the ideal version of a game that once existed. And for the types of gamers and the tourist mentality, it's easy to just jettison any old game and then pick up another one. Big deal. But do you maybe sort of understand how for someone who spent years of their life in one game, that possibly losing that game is a little bit more meaningful than just renting a cartridge from Blockbuster and returning it a week later? Did you ever consider that maybe a little bit more of a personal commitment was made here, and that moving on to something new and enjoying it in the same way
Ordered
is a bit
Blizzard
of a
at
tall
Dairy
order?
Queen and they
as
made
is the
out-
case in
they
my
gave
own
me two,
experience,
made out
when
like
I
a
stopped
bandit.
playing
Hey,
TF2,
big
I basically
ups.
stopped playing video games on
I
Steam.
can't remember the last time I had a
I went
Blizzard.
over a year without having
Or last time I
Steam
went to Dairy Queen for
installed
that
on my
matter.
computer just because
Hope you enjoy it.
TF2 was ripped away from me. So stop trying to tell me that I can somehow get over the loss of my favorite game by playing a MOBA. They're always trying to get you to play another MOBA, as if that is even close, remotely close to the ballpark of what I'm looking for in a game. I know what I'm looking for.
And the
I played
Oreo
it for
Blizzard
10 years,
too,
and I
big
was fine
ups.
and
We'd
content
like to
with
see
how
it.
it was, and then it got ruined. Could someone explain to me how exactly it's entitled to request that a game runs as advertised? Because that's pretty much all TF2 players are asking for. Is that really so unreasonable? Does it really annoy you that people are asking for this very simple request? For the experience to match up with the one people know is true in their heads. Like, are you seriously gonna call people annoying for asking for that? Why? Because the game is old? You mean to tell me it's something that can't be done because the game is old? I mean, it's not like a bowl of fruit. This is a digital product that doesn't spoil. As long as you have the functional hardware, the experience should more or less be a one-to-one match to how it always was. It doesn't matter how old it is. That's a total non sequitur point. And I think this is the part where so many people get hung up on the most. And this brings me to reason
Wasn't it
number
like a
3,
business point of
why
view? Like,
people
is it
are
even
fundamentally
worthwhile to
mistaken.
update the
And
game?
that's that a lot of
Not so
people
much that
haven't
it isn't
caught up to the
possible, but is it worth it
responsibilities of
because of how
modern game
old the game
developers
is?
and the relationship with the customer. People
But
look
that's
at the
why this
TF2
sentiment
situation,
is coming
and
about.
because
That maybe it's just
sort of
time to
an
let
old
the game
they
die
apply
than to
old
waste money
standards
like
to
investing
how
in
this is
those
supposed
hot
to work out,
fixes.
as if the video game industry isn't totally
It may not even be
today
permanent. What if
in
they
how it
just
fundamentally
find another way
functions
to
as a
fuck up the
business.
game?
So when it comes to the relationship between video game publishers and consumers, there's an unspoken social contract of sorts, where since you're engaging with a digital product that doesn't spoil, at least in explicit terms,
A little wishful
that when you
thinking, I
purchase
feel.
that product, you are free to enjoy it in perpetuity. For instance, someone who bought Guitar Hero for the Wii, they can expect to dig that disc out of their closet, put it back in their Wii, and enjoy more or less the same experience they remembered. And aside from obvious hardware defects, the core game, in theory, should be a one-to-one recreation. The game itself will not have mutated over time into something unplayable and unrecognizable. This is the underlying and unspoken agreement that a customer and a corporation engage with when a transaction is made. And
Yeah, he was
back during
talking
the
about how
time
these
when video
people have been
games were
playing
sold
like
as
TF2 for so
individual
long.
products, this whole idea was a lot more simple to understand.
they investing
You'd pay
money
for the
into
game
it?
upfront, be given a physical copy.
But they bought their
in
one
your possession,
copy.
and once you stuck the game in your console,
They buy the
experience you got
cosmetics?
was the experience you
I have to
had
imagine
and
they
the
do,
one you
right?
owned forever. There was no patches, no DLC, no digital copies, no season pass, battle pass, whatever. The product you owned would remain in its state for as long as you bothered to engage with it, with the only extenuating factor being the physical mechanical lifespan of your hardware or the integrity of the disc or cartridge. And that was what video games were for primarily the first 40 years of their existence. But very quickly, the business model, the underlying way in which game studios made their money, was completely overhauled over the last 15 years, to where when you look at how video games are actually created today, it is completely different and operating under a completely different set of standards, where the object that video game developers are selling has largely shifted from a product to a service. As much
See,
as
I feel like I would have a different take if I played TF2 as long as this guy is, because like you can't just consider the technical side of it. You gotta consider the business side too. Like as we've been noting, the game's been live for 16 years. If they really felt so strongly about it, and if it was worth it, like if it was worth it to them from a financial perspective, you think they would have invested the money already to like roll out the hotfix to get rid of the bots, but they haven't. So why? Do you think they don't think it's worth it? Because if they did think it was worth it to fix the game and get rid of the bots, they would have done it by now, right? He says TF2 makes them a lot of money, like this much money every single year. But if that, okay, look, he didn't source anything for that, but that's what he says. If that is the case, and it does still make them a lot of money, wouldn't it be worth it for them to just fix the game? Or maybe it's just not worth it to them because they know the player base just plays on private servers anyway to kind of just skirt the issue. Pick up Spoon, this guy sounds like an epic show. Gaben did nothing wrong. He did everything correct. Find the new games like Dave is still playing Street Fighter 2. Yeah, it is kind of like Dave's still playing Street Fighter 2. Well, Street Fighter 2... I mean, he does play it online, but like the base version of Street Fighter 2 wasn't online. Talk about this game like his lover's dying. Used to be pay to play, and I think you need to pay money to voice chat or some other shit. Yeah, it was pay to play, and then they made it free to play. And if I recall, a lot of players point that out as like one of the games, like the point of contention was like the start of the downfall when they made it free to play. Keeps the players opening the Steam application TF2 so they browse the store. Possibly. But do they play anything else besides Team Fortress 2? That would be my issue too. If you're gonna keep selling stuff, you need to keep the game up like they do at CS:GO. I heard they were rolling out new stuff, like new cosmetics. One of them is a summer update. I think that's fair if you're gonna look, if you let the game die and don't do anything with it and you just let it fade into obscurity, like a year fucking 16 going on 17. Then yeah, I guess it makes sense. You know, maybe it would make more sense to just let the game die, especially if they aren't rolling out new content. But if you are rolling out new content, even if it's just new cosmetics, but you're not fundamentally fixing the servers of the game that aren't private or the public servers. You're not fixing the servers. You force people to play in private servers. If you're still rolling out new content, then yeah, you see you see the value in releasing new cosmetics for people to spend money on, but you don't see the value in getting rid of the bots. But I can kind of see his point, even if some of you might think he's being a little annoying about it. There's still open lobbies, but the thing is, there aren't any good alternatives to TF2. Overwatch is dog shit. Any other one just feels like a terrible job at giving that feeling. Oh no, yeah, I agree. Like Overwatch is a completely different game. and spun off its own subgenre, the hero shooter. Well, I guess hero shooters existed before Overwatch, but it kind of redefined it, you know what I mean?
People have been dragged kicking and screaming into this new nightmarish capitalist reality. This is the nature of what games are now. And as much as you don't like it, and as much as many people wish they could return to the old days when things are more simple, you have to face the facts that this is what most AAA games are now. People now pay for the games. They produce the revenue to get these games made in a totally different way than they used to. And with that comes a totally different set of expectations for what exactly game studios are supposed to provide.
Like if Valve wanted to let the game die, then yeah, let it die. If the dev doesn't want to work on it anymore, fans will take over with mods.
This idea of a game,
but if you're still releasing content, then I think it's fair to expect them to still like make the game functional.
Service the game. People like to point to the release date of Team Fortress 2 and see everything that came out around it, back when the video game industry still sold most of their games as products, and they assume that TF2 should be pigeonholed into that same format. That is certainly not what it would wind up becoming, because for the vast majority of TF2's lifespan thus far, the game has unequivocally been treated as a service. Stop me if you've heard this one before. A free-to-play game with loot boxes, an in-game economy, and microtransactions with skins and cosmetics, continually receiving new updates and balance changes long after its initial release. Sheesh, it sure sounds like I'm describing pretty much every modern game today. But take a wild guess at which game served as the guinea pig to prove that these revenue methods were actually viable and successful for the gaming industry. People like to call TF2 the last boomer shooter, but it can far more accurately be described as the first live service game. So yes, it is an old title, and it came out alongside a bunch of other stuff that we associate with different standards and different expectations as to how we engage with them as a consumer. But there's no getting around it, TF2 just got under the door of the other side, the present day format of the video game industry where everything is a service. And just because its actual release date was so long ago doesn't change that fact. TF2 has operated and has earned the bulk majority of its revenue for Valve as a live service game. So I don't want to hear how TF2 deserves to be hung out to dry just because it's old. When the nature of the game is a service, I damn well expect that the service is maintained and held to a level of consistent quality. Like imagine going to an AT&T customer complaining that their cell service is down and saying to them, well, why are you whining about a 100-year-old company? Do you have any idea how nonsensical that sounds? But this is what people are doing right now with TF2, saying that people should just abandon it because it's old. Oh, how convenient it would be for developers to just set it and forget it like they could in the old days. I find it so offensive that Valve wants to adhere to this double standard, where in terms of their developer labor, they still want to treat all their games like their products, despite the fact that all of their salaries are being propped up from the record-setting revenue of converting all these titles into services, and yet they don't want to put in the bare minimum effort to maintain them. If you wanted to just sit on your ass and not have to upkeep older titles, here's an idea. Maybe you should have just kept them as finished products to begin with. But no, as Valve, we can simultaneously create this revenue design philosophy that utterly ruined the video game industry while still patting ourselves on the back and going on about how much integrity we have in the quality of our games. It's such an amazing, whimsical thought in your head to have until you actually play them and realize that so many of Valve's most famous titles at this point are completely neglected to the point where it's not even worth playing them because the gameplay experience has been turned into garbage. And I love how Valve just tries to hand-wave this idea of putting in actual maintenance to their live service games.
It's got the same issue with Epic Game Store that no one wants to use it because it's not Steam, because everything has to be on Steam apparently.
Game developers in the world to combat these basement-dwelling bot hosters, because that would just create this perpetual cycle of work for us. And you know, we don't want that. We don't want to make our workers that we pay hundreds of thousands of dollars a year in salary to actually do work. Geez, it sure seems like Valve is content with having their player bases perpetually generate them revenue and perpetually play their live service games. But when it comes to perpetually having to maintain these infinite money machines, all of a sudden that's too much to ask for. Because I'll tell you what, when it comes to what the revenue of live service games have mutated into today, derived primarily from Valve's original philosophy that they implemented in Team Fortress 2. You look at stuff like exclusive timed skins and battle passes that basically require the time commitment of a full-time job to actually unlock everything in, it definitely feels like the gaming industry has been content with putting the consumer on a
Cyber 710.
Those very same expectations of the developers responsible for all
Big
this.
ups.
All of a sudden it's too much.
Out of nowhere. Hold
It's
up.
just too much work to update back and blacklist obvious.
And I slide through the town. Skirt, coming up and going down. Massive support, ladies and gentlemen. Cypher 710, the rejuvenating 1000 Bajir. And he says, Big ups 2D GTAs. Big ups 2D GTAs indeed. These are the real, you know how we said boomer shooters? These are the boomer sandbox style dingus games. I can't even get past the first map though. I gotta do all these missions without failing a single one, or else my multiplier is gonna drop.
It's just too much work for
Yeah,
Valve.
money, yeah. Thank you for 1,000 for cheer, man.
And extorts and exploits
Alright,
all
hang
the
on, let's
goodwill
pull for a
from this
hat.
game. And I guess what is even more shocking to me is that the general gaming consensus is that, oh yeah, this problem is too hard to solve. You're just asking for something completely unreasonable.
Yeah, I should probably
That
break
Valve
more,
engaged in
Bambi,
this complex
but,
task that community servers have already figured out.
I keep
but no,
forgetting
the
to
game's
break.
too old, it's a lost cause. You should just move on to the next game, of which there is none. Guess what, folks? Another consequence of live service games, they don't tend to make very many sequels. And at this rate, I wouldn't even want a sequel to TF2. Judging by how Overwatch 2 and Counter-Strike 2 have gone, I don't really think that's the solution we're looking for. But so many people out there act like it's just natural and correct to move on to the next game. Just move on over, forget what you had before. And yeah, maybe when the franchise model is something like Halo, where it's usually built on the same engine, and the next game only adds more stuff to the new game, then I can sort of understand waiting until the next one comes out to move over. But again, we're comparing apples and oranges here, because if the original Halo just came out today in today's gaming environment, they wouldn't have had to break the game up into different sequels. They just would have patched all the stuff in over time into a singular live service. And since when have we collectively decided that this practice of simply leaving an older game for dead and shutting it down for an inferior sequel is actually a good practice, is actually consumer friendly and ethical? Are most gaming consumers just some kind of battered
PS1 emulation is easy, just download DuckStation.
That they just automatically fork
Same
over
for
money
PS2
for a new
actually.
game, even if it's
Or
complete shit.
download the
I mean, hey,
nightly
look what kinds
build of
games have been putting out annual
PC
releases
SX2,
for
I think
the
it's
longest
called.
time. FIFA and Madden.
Not
And
the same
every single
release.
year, without fail, I constantly get these videos in my YouTube recommended of people complaining about whatever the new Madden or FIFA is. And every year, it seems like the game just keeps getting worse. But do people stop paying for them? No. Do all these annual episodes of complaining actually amount to any real sacrifice or action by the consumer base? Oh no. They just keep going back to buying the next one and paying for microtransactions and loot boxes and the My Ultimate Team or whatever the hell jacked up game mechanics these people have put into these once great franchises. And last time I checked, all these games are still making record profits. And you have to wonder that maybe if
cop
the
didn't
FIFA
care that I
player base
hijacked that
and
car.
the Madden player base put up a little bit more of a stink rather than just routine lip service at how the new game sucks and it's the worst ever. Maybe if you guys actually showed some solidarity like the Fixed TF2 movement, that you wouldn't have to be used as EA's annual doormat. And for all you consumers out there who enjoy these live service games, you don't have to like TF2, you don't even have to like the fans, but you should probably be paying close attention to what exactly happens with this whole little movement here. Because if you happen to be a fan of one of these free-to-play microtransaction games, I've got news for
car
you.
speed up.
You are looking into the future. What, you think your little competitive MOBA shooter with a battle pass is not going to meet the same fate as TF2? You don't think the developer is just going to wake up one day and start sitting back and collecting all the money while not putting in the bare minimum effort of keeping the game functional? I consider Fixed TF2 to be very much in your interest, because the present day situation of TF2 is going to be the future of your game.
Sarah says
And
they
you're already
think
starting to see it
emulation
happen
is the
with
way
stuff
to
like
go
Counter-Strike,
at the
a property
moment.
that makes Valve 100 times the amount of revenue that TF2 does. Because the thing to understand about TF2, this old game, is that it's one step ahead of everything else that followed it. TF2 set the precedent for the modern gaming revenue model. And now, with this whole Fixed TF2 movement and the state that the game is in now, you better believe that they're still setting precedents. And while we can't go back and prevent the live service cancer from infesting the video game industry, we can take action now to send a message to developers
Yeah, I don't think it's
that if
to
they're going to
activate
convert their
missions.
games into these shitty perpetual services, the least they can do is maintain those services. So I hope through all this you've come to an understanding of why TF2 players aren't quite ready to let their game go just yet. So originally the video was supposed to end here, but as we were editing it, there has been an interesting development regarding the Fixed TF2 movement, and that's that to many people's surprise, Valve actually did something. And this wasn't like that lip service response they gave back in 2022. No, this was real, tangible action. So as of around the 27th of June, I believe, there was a massive ban wave in Team Fortress 2, where it appears that the vast majority of bots have been removed from the game. And there have also been reports of certain malicious actors and bot hosters getting their Steam accounts limited, with the ban report specifically
a lot of people
citing
emulate on their phones
interfering
nowadays.
with the
Very easy.
gameplay prosperity of Team Fortress 2.
Especially stuff like on GBA games and whatnot.
Solution, it's definitely a step in the right direction, and it should be viewed as a victory for the movement. And once again, it just goes to show that people may get annoyed by complaining, but no one wants to admit that complaining is damn effective. And trust me, that's something I personally have a lot of experience with. You'd think I get tired of being proven right so often, but you know what? It never really gets old. So let this serve as a reminder for all the doomers out there, all the people who think that TF2 should have just been abandoned.
You're telling me Karen Burnell had the right mindset the whole time?
Sometimes a little bit of activism goes a long way. And I understand that when this whole thing started, there was probably a fair chance that Valve would have just done nothing. But as you can see by what happened, making a big shitstorm sure as hell raised the odds that something would happen. And in this case, it did. Now, whether or not Valve is just going to go back into their den for 2 more years of radio silence,
one of my cousins had a hacked
Xbox. Have been made clear. If they thought this whole TF2 situation is bad, I cannot wait to see the magnitude of the
64
problem
games
on
that
Valve's
way.
doorstep when the CS:GO
This was
and
way
Dota
back in the
2
day too.
community
OG
get just as
Xbox.
fed up. And I think Valve may have seen into the future and looked at the writing on the wall as well. And all of a sudden how the tables have turned. Suddenly all that treadmill work doesn't look so unappealing now. And I think the folks at Valve have figured out pretty quickly that even if for whatever reason they're unable to fix this massive cheating problem in their multiplayer games, they had better damn well try.
Hi, I want to play TF2. I refuse. What?
Well, big ups Emblem. You know, I was very skeptical of that video at first, but he kind of turned me around by the end. And then, like, action ended up happening anyway, because the video was semi-out of date, because the action happened while he was editing the video. Let's follow up with another one. We have, on his main channel, Jar Jar is the key to all of this. The Star Wars video, you guys. Boy, the Star Wars, I sure hate Disney, right? About having insane amounts of money. It's not that they can't fix it. They don't want to bother to fix it. Well, that's what I was saying earlier. Like, the game makes them a lot of money, and they still roll out cosmetics. So even if it, like, they should fix it. And they did end up fixing it, allegedly. It would be kind of a bullshit move to, like, continue to roll out content and then not fix the game. Why would you add content but not fix the content?
The Star Wars experience can be summed up by a famous 6-word phrase. Where did it go so wrong?
A lot.
In this video, that's precisely what I intend to find out. If you had told someone at the end of the 20th century that Star Wars would be totally irrelevant in pop culture within 25 years, they would have found the idea inconceivable. Such a scenario would require a level of negligence and mismanagement worthy of a federal investigation. But sure enough, to the absolute bemusement of lifelong fans such as myself, that's exactly what happened. Except, what happened to Star Wars wasn't the result of some insidious conspiracy to sabotage the franchise from the inside.
No, 70,000
That would have at least
players.
provided
Well,
some
it is
sort
Saturday
of
night.
reasonable explanation. What's even harder to admit is that this disaster was precipitated by people who truly thought they were doing a good job. Just how things ended up this way is anyone's guess. For years, fans have been searching for answers. The downward spiral of Star Wars may be the most exhaustively discussed topic across all of YouTube. If you've spent any amount of time here, there's a decent chance you've encountered at least one of these videos. This seemingly unending ocean of grievances is all trying to accomplish the same thing, a task I've decided to call the Star Wars Autopsy, in which the disillusioned attempt to diagnose the precise point at which the system failed. For some fans, there's
Well, they
no
sold it to
justice
Disney,
in
maybe?
simply accepting defeat.
Some would argue
They
the
must
prequels
comb
are
through
an
every
L as well.
painstaking detail of these doomed films in order to salvage at least some sense of closure. It's clear that many out there find this line of work to be quite necessary. Critical reviews of the franchise have never been more popular. It's not a stretch to say that a few folks have probably been able to pay off their mortgage by making them. But for every video you see complaining about Star Wars today, each can trace their lineage back to one common ancestor. A long time ago, an old master posted what I consider to be the most influential film review in the history of the internet. Even if you haven't seen it, you've probably seen something that was inspired by it. In fact, pretty much every long-winded video essay on modern YouTube owes their existence to this ancient relic. And yet, in the countless years since, no other review has managed to surpass its powers of persuasion. If there was ever a video that can truly explain to us what went wrong with Star Wars, this is the one. And sure enough, in the midst of his magnum opus, the creator offers us the answer.
This is the moment when the Star Wars saga is now damaged totally beyond repair.
When I was younger, I didn't quite understand what he meant by this. Why would he choose this scene in particular? I used to think it had to be some elegant, sophisticated revelation that went over everyone's head. But eventually, as time went on, it all started to make sense. The solution is quite simple, really. I mean, just look who it is.
It's the guy!
War. War never changes. This community has been at war for so long that it's hard to remember
like
what we're fighting for. After a while, it all just feels so pointless. I mean, come on, don't they know that my opinion is the correct one? What, you think you're better than me? How about I show up at your front door with a goddamn tank? Maybe to understand the nature of war, we need to study it at the source. This video is sponsored by War Thunder, the most comprehensive vehicle combat game ever created.
What a segue!
And received the just came out in
you sure got me,
plus
buddy.
7 days of premium account status. And just remember, if you ever get in trouble out there on the battlefield, you should try spinning. That's a good trick. So what are you waiting for? Hop on board now and feel the thunder.
I've not seen Acolyte. But I feel everyone's irritation at Acolyte existing.
All right, folks, we're taking a quick field trip to the movies, and today is our lucky day because you wouldn't believe what just came out in theaters.
It's gonna be gross. Income is exactly right. Very well done.
Look at this chud Chad.
I may have gone too far in a few places.
Believe it or not, there are actually plenty of folks out there who hardly know anything about Star Wars. We like to refer to these people as lucky. To them, all this drama and bickering must be so confusing. How can people care so much about magical space wizards hitting each other with glow sticks? Well, the answer can be found in the story of Star Wars.
I don't know, I like Lego Star Wars.
Films, but the rise and fall of the franchise itself. The whole experience can essentially be described as a tragedy in 3 acts, each representing a distinct era of the Star Wars filmography. Our story begins with the original trilogy, which produced arguably the greatest success story in the history of Hollywood. These movies didn't just capture the hearts and minds of the masses, they were a remarkable achievement in the art of filmmaking. Their unique combination of music, storytelling, and visual effects were unmatched by any other blockbuster to that point.
Oh god, I still got the cops after me.
After setting box office records, they left behind a cultural milestone, influencing a generation of artists and filmmakers to rethink what was possible. On the opposite end of the spectrum, we have the most recent batch of movies.
Somehow Palpatine returned.
The sequel trilogy represents pretty much the complete antithesis of the originals. They can be described as nothing more than a pile of corporate slop completely devoid of the slightest morsel of imagination. This hideous abomination is an insult to the very idea of cinema, and has forever condemned the Star Wars brand to a dark oblivion from which it can never escape. The trauma inflicted by this sadistic filth often makes me wonder if we'd have been better off if Star Wars never existed. I see no subjectivity in this assessment, and consider anyone who legitimately enjoys this crime against humanity to be guilty of a tremendous personal shortcoming. Those who continue to defend such a travesty need to be locked away in a padded cell and studied for scientific purposes. Fortunately for today's video, we're not going to be talking about this trilogy. As far as we're concerned, this is simply how the story ends. What was once good is now
The biggest thing for me with this stuff is where I just don't care anymore because there's always a Jedi and a Sith in a fucking show and a movie. I want a show to focus on a normal person. It's the reason I enjoyed it Rogue One a lot more. I remember thinking Rogue One was okay. I didn't like Force Awakens.
In between the originals and the sequels, you'll find the prequels, the part of the franchise where things get strange. While Disney ended up sinking Star Wars
the expanded universe expand.
Many will say that the brand
all
was already
decanonized
treading
once
water
Disney
long
bought
before
them.
the evil empire ever got their hands on it. The sequels may have sent the franchise into a nosedive, but the situation they inherited wasn't exactly ideal.
What a piece of junk!
Essentially, Disney dropped the ball and watched it shatter into a million pieces, but they weren't the first to fumble it. As it turns out, the trouble for Star Wars began a bit further upstream. Even before the prequels existed, they were already on shaky ground. When the rumors of a new trilogy began swirling, many expected the story to pick up where it left off and feature the same iconic characters that fans already knew. However, it was eventually revealed that the upcoming films would serve as some kind of grand origin story for the existing saga. Immediately, this put the franchise in an awkward spot, where the chronology of the story now differed from the order of release. Even as a kid, I remember being annoyed by this, and continually having to waste time correcting people how Star Wars Episode 1 isn't the same as the first Star Wars. Needless to say, this confusing semantic dilemma was many people's first impressions of the prequel trilogy. Eventually, though, the sheer hype of a new Star Wars would drown out any feelings of apprehension. In the winter of 1998, fans got their first glimpse of the saga's gallant return to the big screen, The Phantom Menace. Across the history of cinema,
Rogue One and Solo were decent.
Been a more highly
I remember not disliking
release.
it. Solo I didn't watch. I'm not a big Star Wars fan.
Went on sale. You even had fans paying full admission to random movies just so they could rewatch the trailer. The immense fanfare for this movie was a spectacle that will never again be replicated, and there's a good reason for that, because it wasn't long before all the hype came crashing down. Immediately, people could sense that something was off about the Phantom Menace, but no one truly believed it until they saw him. This is Jar Jar Binks.
Musical Jar Jar Binks!
He's some kind of freakish mix between a rabbit, a duck, and a salamander. He's about 6'5" and looks like he's gonna trip over himself at any moment. He speaks in broken English with a pretty thick accent, which makes it difficult to understand anything he's saying. This wouldn't be too big of a problem if he didn't enjoy talking so much.
It's a long way. Better dead here. No, dead in
The ability to speak does not make you intelligent.
You see, Jar Jar's presentation in this film is not exactly subtle. From the moment he's introduced, his presence is an almost non-stop assault to the senses. He steals your attention in the way an alarm clock does. The thing's just too disruptive to ignore no matter how much you try. For some reason, the character has to almost constantly be doing or saying something goofy and nonsensical. His bizarre eccentricities are so obtrusive that they become overbearing. Surely this must be some one-off gag. I mean, really, there's no possible way that this walking distraction is gonna stick around for the entire movie, right? When I finally rewatched The Phantom Menace, I wasn't prepared for just how pervasive Jar Jar is within the overall product. Everyone more or less remembers the lowlights, but they failed to take into account the sheer totality of just how much the character is shoehorned into the plot. Before the film came out, audiences were primarily intrigued to see promising new characters like Darth Maul and Mace Windu, in addition to returning fan favorites like Yoda and Palpatine. What nobody realized is that a talking cartoon would end up with more screen time than all of them combined. In fact, Jar Jar spends more time on screen than all but 4 characters in the entire film. He is practically omnipresent, traumatizing viewers as a ticking time bomb of annoyance. The worst part is, there's practically no justification for why Jar Jar needed to be included at all. His impact on the plot is virtually non-existent, and he seems to hang around the main cast purely out of circumstance. The movie tries to hand-wave this with some throwaway line about a life debt.
Debatable. I gotta see if it fits into the Dingy schedule.
Why Jar Jar has to be physically alongside the heroes at all times. He offers them no real tactical advantage. In fact, he's more of a liability than anything. It's unclear whether anyone else even likes him, so why is he here? You're telling me that one of the most obnoxious characters in the history of cinema was unleashed into the Star Wars canon for seemingly no reason. The decision to do this is simply astounding. It would be the equivalent of putting a minion in Lord of the Rings. I mean, you've got to be kidding me. Who is responsible for this?
You have to be a kid to enjoy episode 1.
The prequel trilogy speaks of a prophecy centered around a powerful figure.
I guess you could say I was the generation that it would have appealed to, but I never liked Star Wars or Harry Potter growing up. I thought they were lame. I'm sorry, real talk.
This is George Lucas, otherwise known as the father of
that
Star
pansy
Wars.
shit, you guys.
He's the type of filmmaker you don't really see anymore, an auteur. Someone who exercises influence over every aspect of production. Directors like him were integral to the new Hollywood movement of the 60s and 70s, during which individual artists were granted unprecedented control over studio budgets. The result of this era was a creative explosion of new ideas which pushed the boundaries of what was possible in cinema. It was a period of
it wasn't possible to have a character more annoying than Jar Jar in a movie before this advancement of technology.
These were the conditions that produced George Lucas, who was yet another ambitious young rebel at war with the evil empire. Sooner or later, he would embark on his most ambitious project yet. The production that followed was nothing short of disastrous. A near constant string of mishaps delayed the project by months. Lucas was evidently hard to work with, leading to frequent bickering with the cast.
I'm doing great. Thank you for asking.
Much of the talent quickly lost.
I'm just trying to get this last bit of money so I can exit this level already.
The last hope for the film was to be miraculously bailed out by the editing and special effects departments. But lo and behold, when the dust settled, George Lucas found himself at the helm of an accidental masterpiece.
In only 9 days, Star Wars has grossed more money than any movie in history.
People can see it a dozen times or 24 times because it doesn't matter that you know the story. You still have the sound and light, the effects, the explosions. It's just a never-ending visual delight.
Star Wars was so successful that it ultimately brought about the end of the era which helped inspire it. All of a sudden, the film industry had opened its eyes to the value of the blockbuster, which ushered in the beginning of Hollywood's franchise business model. George Lucas had single-handedly struck it rich by holding on to the film's merchandising rights, a decision that would end up being worth billions. In the span of about 10 years, the scrappy iconoclast had gone on to define the very institution he was fighting against. He had reached the absolute
comment on the Kino Casino event. I pretty much talked myself to death about it earlier, but I think it'll be fun. If you don't think it'll be fun, probably can't convince you otherwise, but just enjoy the ride, I guess. I'm sure it'll be entertaining no matter what.
As a filmmaker was never
don't worry too much about it.
Everyone just assumed that whoever made the most money off Star Wars was exclusively responsible for its success. It simply made for a better story that one guy had created the whole thing. This mythology seemed to extend all the way to the top brass in Hollywood, as Lucas was granted near unlimited creative authority over the new trilogy. This approach differed greatly from the originals, which were largely a collaborative effort. In hindsight, the warning sign should have been clear, but no one wanted to listen. A new Star Wars film would have a tough act to follow for sure, but I don't think anybody ever anticipated that it would be flat out bad.
There's no way it's going to be a disappointment.
Thumbs way down.
You didn't like it?
No, I think I deserve a public apology from George Lucas.
Unfortunately, I found that because it was so visual, a lot of the human elements and the story got pushed out of the frame.
The disappointment of The Phantom Menace is a truly baffling turn of events. Everyone was left to wonder how you could possibly screw up such a sure thing. Fortunately, they wouldn't have to wonder for long. Perhaps the most interesting Star Wars film to come out of 1999 was not the one in theaters. The Phantom Menace DVD would feature the now infamous behind-the-scenes documentary. The footage within is almost haunting. It's as if you had a camera crew following around the creators of the Hindenburg. Just a few minutes in, George Lucas utters a line that he would never be allowed to live down.
Jar Jar is a key to all this. If we get Jar Jar working, because he's a funnier character than we've ever had.
It's
Jar Jar is the key to all of this.
Whether he's referring to the scene, the movie, or the franchise as a whole, whatever the case, it's apparent that the rise of Jar Jar Binks was no accident. In fact, the character soaks up a great deal of focus in the documentary as well. As far as the crew were concerned, they were all bearing witness to history in the making. For as much of a joke Jar Jar would eventually become, it's often forgotten just how much of a technical marvel this character was. While today we're used to seeing fully CG characters integrated into live-action films,
it's kind of an issue with a lot of media, right? Where the credit for these iconic cultural these cultural what do you even mean the word cornerstones? These cornerstones of cultural media. The credit is always put upon one person, when in reality it's a team of people working together, and it's kind of one person at the top who gets the. They always get always get top billing. You see it in gaming too, with like Kojima, Zelda has it with Onuma. These figureheads that always get all the credit, and they eat all the shit too whenever the franchise fails. Of course, George Lucas, one could argue, is a progenitor of all that.
Jar Jar earned the distinction of being the
even for Mario. Mario's success wasn't all just Miyamoto. To attack myself there, but I recognize that too.
First of his kind. It was a crowning achievement for Industrial Light and Magic.
Sure, yeah, exactly, Nurgle. And I think we've had a segment on that before, on the stream before, but you need a Regard Wrangler. Even if you have the talent needs to be Regard wrangled. That's why we got producers and all that stuff. Of course, producers can go wild too and be the cause of a project's demise as well. But you have to have people holding you back. Because I feel like creatives work better under limitations when they're forced to work around what isn't feasible financially, or sometimes it is for older movies, it's like a technological thing. Especially back in we're talking about Star Wars, back in the 70s. I'm sure George Lucas had ideas that it just wasn't feasible for them to do with the special effects they had at the time. But yeah, I would say shit like that is better when it's just a collaborative effort. When you got people holding the reins and not letting you go too wild. Because then when those creative types get all 100% full control, what do you get? Death Stranding. Episode 1. Jar Jar Binks.
The special effects company that George Lucas founded specifically for the Star Wars films. Contrary to what many now believe, the addition of Jar Jar was not some half-baked frivolous decision. It was a serious undertaking that required thousands of man-hours to pull off. The physical reference and voice of the character were provided by actor Ahmed Best. For each scene, he had to be fitted with a cumbersome costume that cost $100,000 to make. The resulting footage then had to be painstakingly animated and composited using 90s processing power. The computer graphics in The Phantom Menace are often ridiculed in hindsight, but it's easy to lose sight of just how impressive these effects were for the time. The artists at ILM had to tackle feats of engineering that had not yet been attempted. In my honest assessment, plenty of these visuals still hold up quite well. The problem was that this labor of love only existed in service of what most considered to be the film's single greatest flaw. However, it was clear that George Lucas didn't see things this way. One of the most revealing aspects of the documentary is just how enthusiastic he was about Jar Jar. If you didn't know any better,
he's so excited.
He was his favorite character in the whole franchise. Obviously, this was going to be a problem. While this character may have made sense in George's complex headcanon, it did not translate well to audiences. In fact, Jar Jar almost immediately became the most reviled figure in all of Star Wars.
Their
performance ended up offending people in more ways than one, with some interpreting the design as a racist caricature.
That character's just a tired stereotype.
The hatred for Jar Jar even spread to the entertainment industry itself, with numerous shows outright mocking the character.
And we, like everyone else in the world, hated the new Star Wars so much, and we were so excited.
It felt betrayed, really.
Yeah. The Jar Jar thing just made us so angry that we decided to dedicate a whole show to how stupid it was.
Misa needs a jack-off!
This was hardly some minor blemish that could be easily brushed aside.
Jar Jar. What a fabulous creature.
Star Wars had officially jumped the shark. And overnight, George Lucas had gone from a hallowed icon to a laughingstock. It is truly difficult to comprehend what he was thinking. There are many out there who attribute the character to some cynical money-making scheme, but I've never been satisfied with that explanation. Jar Jar was too much of a bizarre creation to be a part of a slick corporate agenda.
That was a 20...
If you ask me, the answer can be found in George's relationship with Star Wars itself. People tend to assume that since the franchise went on to such mainstream appeal that it was always designed to do so. However, looking back now, I no longer see that as the case. Upon closer inspection, Star Wars comes off far more as a deeply personal vision, which is especially apparent in the prequels. These films are littered with Lucas's own individual fascinations, from military history to auto racing to classic 1950s Americana. I think that when he finally unlocked total creative control over Star Wars,
I can see where he's going with
nothing was
this.
stopping him from treating it as his own private wonderland of amusement. It's no secret that the franchise took heavy inspiration from plenty of other cinematic greats that came before it. Throughout its rise to prominence, Lucas always maintained an appreciation for the history of show business. The concept for Jar Jar was designed as an homage to vaudeville and Hollywood's silent era, whose works were defined by slapstick comedy. In his thought process, it must have been no different than drawing influence from a Western or a samurai film. To him, Star Wars was more or less a celebration of film itself, a modern epic that transcended genre. I believe this had been the case ever since the originals, the only difference being that back then, he had more voices in the room to balance out his ideas. By the time The Phantom Menace went into production, there was no one left around him to question his authority. It might seem baffling how something like Jar Jar made it all the way to the big screen without anyone involved pointing out how bad of an idea it was. The truth is that many crew members probably thought this, but they didn't want to blow their one opportunity to work on the next Star Wars. In other words, everyone was too afraid to tell the Emperor that he was naked. And hey, you know what they say about fear.
Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering.
Suffer! Suffer, Star Wars!
The Star
Suffer!
Wars films deal heavily in the theme of faith, placing your trust in some invisible force that's supposed to guide you to something greater.
Papa Dingus
in my honest assessment, the beginning of the end for the
like he enjoyed it when he talked to me about it.
At the moment the audience lost faith in its creator. The Jar Jar experiment marked the point that George Lucas's imagination went too far. The addition of the character introduced a source of friction between Lucas and the fans that would never be reconciled. Many started to believe that the franchise had been mishandled to the point that his interpretation of it no longer mattered. The very idea of this really seemed to bother Lucas, who saw himself as the supreme arbiter of his creation. He believed so strongly in this principle that he once lobbied Congress for legislation forbidding studios from altering completed films. While this may seem a bit hypocritical considering the numerous revisions he would eventually make to the original trilogy, the underlying philosophy
but those were done with disapproval.
Remains the same. When it comes to Star Wars, King George has the final say. As far as anyone else is concerned, his word shall be treated as gospel. But what happens when the rest of the congregation decides that they no longer agree with the Holy Scripture? Well,
Oh, I think I beat the level. Let's see. One of Don Sanetti's guys wants to talk to you, kid. Go to the alley behind the strip club in Northwest Park. Meow.
You end up with a bunch of separatists.
This is getting out of hand.
Star Wars has always attracted nerds. This was very much the case in 1999, except back then, being a nerd wasn't the endearing personality quirk that we see it as today.
Yeah, you got bullied for it, then the jocks got into it, and now it's all mainstream.
Was a brutal experience that would condemn you to a lifetime of
got shoved into a locker for liking video games in the 90s. We're all aware.
To immerse yourself in escapist geek culture with all the other rejects who didn't fit into the rest of society. Back then, something like Star Wars was all you had, and no matter how many people told you it was dumb and lame and childish, you stuck with it because it added value to your life in a way that nothing else could. Now imagine that all of a sudden, the newest installment of your favorite franchise adds a character that makes the whole thing look dumb and lame and childish, and then to have the guy responsible for it all essentially tell you to grow up for not liking it.
Which the movies are for children, but they don't want to admit that.
You'd probably have to start asking yourself some serious questions. Jar Jar Binks was far from the only problem with The Phantom Menace, but he did make for the perfect scapegoat, the manifestation of grief for a generation who lost a meaningful part of themselves. It wasn't long before the feelings of betrayal boiled over into something truly foul. At last, it was time for the apprentice to confront the master. These days, it's difficult to convey the extent to which people hated Jar Jar. This all took place in the early days of the internet, before everyone so freely shared their opinions with the rest of the world. There's not much of a paper trail documenting just how bitter people were about it. And while we can no longer witness the true hostility of the moment, we can observe the effects it left behind.
Okay, now, before we get into the true Jar Jar hate, I did beat the level. So, I think I'm gonna get a cutscene with a bunch of poorly voice-acted characters. Not at least one of them. You know what the fucking problem is? Is that nerds didn't gatekeep. They just got accepting when normies started going, I'm interested in this thing. It was around 2008 when that stuff really started getting mainstream. You know, when Facebook was, you were allowed to join Facebook, even though you were, because Facebook when it started was like only colleges only, and then they expanded, if you will, expanded it to everyone around that time frame. Then you had like you had stuff like the iPhone coming out, Big Bang Theory came out as a show, and then kind of popularized being a fucking nerd. Yeah, we gotta bring back gatekeeping.
Hey, Aruzo, I got a warning for you from Bald Man Sonetti.
Why is your dialogue only in my left ear?
I'll stick a gun up your ass and blow your f***ing eyeballs out.
Wow. That was a very quiet threat, Mr. Man. What a guy. Your mama would be proud. I think you're missing an M in mama there. Because that's how it was, Dingus. Oh, wow, I can't make fun of the Brits then. Alright, we unlocked Chapter 2. We'll have to do it next time. We're gonna switch games.
Sometime in the year 2000, a mysterious tape began making its way around Hollywood. An unknown editor had produced an alternate cut of The Phantom Menace which sought to correct the mistakes of the official release. The alteration, known as the Phantom Edit, ended up removing about 18 minutes of footage from the original, much of which involved what the creator referred to as Jar Jar antics. The tape would eventually circulate to plenty of influential people in the industry, with many considering it to be an improvement. In a rather humiliating turn of events, Lucas's grand vision had been bested by a bootleg copy. The spirit of removing Jar Jar seemed to carry over to the rest of the trilogy. After being inescapable in The Phantom Menace, his role would be diminished to almost nothing in the next two installments. It's hard to say whether the studio or Lucas himself decided to pull the plug, but the experiment had clearly failed. To add insult to injury, the films seemed to be better received the less Jar Jar was in them. While it eventually improved down the stretch, the prequel trilogy would mostly be seen as a disappointment. It had its moments here and there, but it...
Jar Jar not even on the cover for episode 1? That's tough.
Trilogy would mostly be seen as a disappointment. It had its moments here and there, but it could never really overcome the stigma of that first movie. This effect was evident in the steep drop-off in revenue between episode 1 and 2. There must have undoubtedly been a significant chunk of the audience who saw Jar Jar and decided not to return for what came next. It had become patently obvious to everyone involved that the franchise needed to move on without him. And so, over the next few years, the character gradually disappeared from merchandise and promotional material for the brand. He would be noticeably omitted from any cover art relating to subsequent re-releases of The Phantom Menace. He was almost entirely excluded from the deluge of 2000 Star Wars spin-off media as well, only really appearing in the LEGO Star Wars games and the 2008 Clone Wars series.
Now see, that's what I'm familiar with them from.
Only really appearing in the LEGO...
Cousin Dingus had this game, so I just saw him in there. I just saw him as no different from any other character.
Those Star Wars games and the 2008 Clone Wars series, a performance that is rarely ever discussed. By most accounts, Jar Jar's presentation was far more tolerable here, as he unsurprisingly felt more at home in a cartoon. Ahmed Best even returned to reprise his role, although at this point, the job was far from smooth sailing. Midway through the first season, Best would abruptly leave the production. In the years since, the actor has opened up about his personal struggles with being attached to such a hated character. Decades before the modern horror stories of toxic behavior from the Star Wars audience, Best would be the first to experience the truly vicious side of the fandom. The relentless backlash ended up taking a serious toll on his mental health. At times, he even found himself losing the will to live. It is profoundly tragic how a character designed to entertain the world was ultimately responsible for such an ugly situation.
Yeah, I was a little aware of how
Best was able to set aside his personal
actor was
turmoil
fucked
and
with
return to the
just
job.
for voicing the
In his
character.
absence, the role of Jar Jar was given to an unknown figure by the name of B.J. Hughes. Years later, this was revealed to be a pseudonym for a longtime voice actor Phil Lamar. After seeing what happened to his predecessor, it's understandable why he didn't want his name associated with the character. This seemed to mark the point at which Jar Jar's reputation hit rock bottom. He had become so notorious that actors were afraid to play him. It looked as though this tortured soul had finally reached the end of the line, locked away in the chest with all the other misfit toys. On March 7, 2014, Jar Jar Binks was featured on the Clone Wars for the last time. This would be his final on-screen appearance in any major Star Wars media. For all intents and purposes, the story should have ended here. But what if there was just a bit more to that story? For as insufferable Jar Jar was in Episode 1, it never really made sense how much of an afterthought he was in those later films. The amount of resources Lucasfilm invested in the character seemed to suggest that they had far bigger plans for him. Ultimately, the tuned-down version of Jar Jar we got in Episode 2 and 3 came off less like a logical continuation of the story, and more like the studio caving to public pressure. Which raises the question of whether there was another side to Jar Jar that we never got to see. In 2010, the Adult Swim series Robot Chicken published a sketch depicting Jar Jar as a secret all-powerful villain. Now, at face value, this was obviously designed to be a comically absurd premise, but something about it really got the audience thinking. After years of religiously studying the source material, some fans began to notice a few discrepancies in how exactly Jar Jar behaves. Throughout The Phantom Menace, he can be observed performing several odd motions and gestures that feel out of character. These events are very subtle, and unless you're specifically searching for them, you'd have a hard time noticing that anything is off at all. Eventually, people began to piece together what would go on to become the most brazen hypothesis in all of Star Wars. The Darth Jar Jar theory is a proposition that would be written off as totally insane if it wasn't so compelling. It stipulates that Jar Jar is not the bumbling fool that we think he is, and that the true nature of the character is precisely the opposite. According to the theory, Jar Jar is a hidden Sith Lord who only acts incompetent to deceive and manipulate others. Suggesting that his overwhelming presence in The Phantom Menace was not incidental, but premeditated. If you assume this is true, then it completely changes the way you look at the prequels. It takes the biggest flaw of the trilogy and transforms it into something brilliant. This theory would quickly become a fan favorite, as it provides a satisfying explanation for Jar Jar's most frustrating issues. For instance, the character's unexpected skill in combat is far more plausible, rather than coming off as dumb luck. It also justifies why exactly he's constantly meddling with the affairs of the heroes. He'd have to position himself so he could directly influence key outcomes in the plot. Essentially, Jar Jar would have been set up as a mirror image of Yoda, another character who was previously introduced as annoying and eccentric only to later reveal himself as a powerful master. However, Jar Jar's epic reveal never ended up happening, as whatever plans were in store for him would be swiftly abandoned. For as interesting as Darth Jar Jar could have been, it's hard not to question whether it's all just wishful thinking. Aside from a few cryptic tweets by Ahmed Best, there's never been any official confirmation on the matter. Of course, Star Wars fans have a habit of excusing sloppy filmmaking by retroactively applying a bunch of made-up lore, but even if this theory was true, there's no guarantee that it would have magically saved the prequel trilogy as many like to believe. While it's fun to fantasize about an alternate timeline where Jar Jar actually won over audiences with the ultimate plot twist, at the end of the day, those aren't the films we got. There comes a moment when every Star Wars fan has to
Think
face
just help
the
them on
fact
mobile
that
and it
the
looks
theatrical
stupid. No, I
product
got
has
the
not
changes
been
too.
good
I hate
for
them
a
just
very
as
long
much.
time. For all the hype and
Looks like
brand
fucking
worship
TikTok
that's been
now.
poured
My
into
boomer
this
ass cannot
franchise over the
comprehend
last
this.
quarter century, the audience has come out of it with pretty much nothing to show for it. You can conjure up whatever theory or lore or fan fiction you want to make sense of it all, but you can't hide the sheer dismay of watching a cultural titan slowly rot into nothingness. Perhaps the most painful part for all of us to admit is that Jar Jar was nothing compared to the horrors that lay ahead. Somewhere on YouTube, there's an interview with George Lucas from the year 1994, when he started writing the script for The Phantom Menace. On this video, several commenters point out an observation that is equal parts insightful and tragic. They mention how joyful and enthusiastic Lucas was before the prequels, and how his demeanor had changed by the time the trilogy ended. Modern interviews of George come off as much more bitter and jaded, as if somewhere along
told
the
him
way,
to fuck off
a
with his
twinkling light
dream.
in his soul had been extinguished. Given the position he was in, it would have been so easy to weasel out of the burden of failure for what he just created. He could have thrown others under the bus or groveled at the feet of the fans.
He gave you his
There was
passion,
nothing
you
stopping him
guys,
from
and you
pumping
told
out
him
a
you
new
hated it.
trilogy of pandering junk in a vain attempt to try to win everyone back. But ultimately, when the chips were down, George Lucas stood by his product. It cost him dearly. His name and reputation were dragged through the mud, and the years of ridicule clearly took their toll on him. The man who had once held the heartbeat of pop culture in the palm of his hands now had to grapple with a world who no longer understood his vision. There are many out there who think that George was only ever in it for the money, and point to what happened next as evidence of that assertion. However, I find it hard to believe that his true motivations were so shallow. The fate of Star Wars came down to something far more personal. When I look at George Lucas, I don't see the cantankerous old tyrant that many like to paint him as. I see an artist who was stripped of his passion, someone who could no longer find any sort of joy in his life's work.
Oh, he looks awful
Star
in that
Wars
photo.
had become such a constant source of negativity that it left him with no reason to continue. I
can't disagree with what I'm hearing.
George never stopped being that scrappy iconoclast. He spent his whole career rebelling against everything that stood in front of him. Eventually, he ran out of things to defy, so he chose instead to defy us.
Okay, I'm gonna do the weeklies in Nintendo World Championships, and then try out Shy Guy
Came to
Surfing.
you and said, I want to make episode 7. Could you see that happening?
No.
October 30th, 2012 is otherwise known as the darkest day in Star Wars history, when Lucas sold the franchise to Disney. The worst part about it was that when it happened, no one could sense that anything was wrong at all. If I recall correctly, most people welcomed the news with open arms. No one really stopped to think about what it represented. How the guy who for so many years fought tooth and nail for the exclusive right to shape the destiny of his creation had decided
Yeah, he makes
to just
personal,
let it
meaningful
go.
movies, dude.
Everyone was so eager to say good riddance. They'd written him off as a greedy,
top 38%.
out-of-touch business mogul. But once Disney took over,
Checking the weeklies
it
from
wasn't
last
long
week.
before we learned the true meaning of greed. On that
Greed
fateful
is
day, George
massively
Lucas
strong.
finally accepted his one true pathway to redemption, reminding the rest of the
7,000?
world why he's still
Top
matters.
12%.
If Star Wars has taught us anything, it's that there's always a greater evil. Make no mistake about it, George may have walked away with the money, but we were the ones who sold our soul. I understand that it sounds a
Whoa,
little rich to blame the
10,000.
fans
Top
for this whole
20%.
mess. I mean, after all, who could have guessed that the illustrious Disney would follow up their $4 billion purchase with such a pathetic effort? Was it unreasonable for us to assume that they would go into it with any plan whatsoever? Watching it all unfold was like witnessing
top
the
44% for
inconceivable.
barrel roll.
Yet part of me suspects that things were always
How about this
meant to
one?
turn out this way. Star Wars never really felt right without Lucas in charge. Stuff like Jar Jar and the prequels certainly had their problems and deserved to be criticized, but you have to wonder
It's
that
up
maybe if we all weren't
27%.
so hard on
All
them,
right, we got some
could
Kid
have
Icarus
saved
Masters
ourselves from
playing this game, I
miserable
guess.
fate. Disney's version of Star Wars has more problems than you can
JK
possibly
made
count.
bank.
But if I had to identify the single biggest one, it comes down to a lack of imagination. This is without a doubt where George's absence is most apparent.
Say world champion
While
run.
he was never that skilled at the little things like dialogue and camera work, Lucas always excelled at the big ideas. This was
That was a clean
ultimately
run
the
there.
secret ingredient that made Star Wars
1.55
work,
for this one.
something that Disney never came close to replicating. And for all the suits out there
Ooh.
scratching their heads at how this embarrassing clown show of vacuous pandering failed to impress, I think it's worth revisiting how exactly Star Wars became popular in the first place. The franchise has been inept for so long that many
just
now
seems like
attribute
luck
its
with the,
initial success
with
to
the Lionel
one big
there.
fluke. However, the sheer impact that those original films had on people cannot be dismissed. The outpouring of love and reverence they evoked was surely no accident. This response was pure and spontaneous, unencumbered by any delusions of
Okay,
nostalgia
that guy
or
won
fandom.
because he used
It
the
was a
glitch that the game
sensation
didn't forbid.
experienced by ordinary
No.
people no different from you and I. One that was reproduced across the globe, regardless of language or nationality. The success of these movies transcended any sort of technical expertise in filmmaking. They required the steady hand of a true visionary, someone who could tap into the universal truths of the human condition. Star Wars was not some arbitrary parade of heroes, villains, and special effects. It had profound things to say about the nature of destiny, spirituality, and salvation. Say
Yeah,
what
not
you
too bad.
want
He
about
made
old
no mistakes
George,
during
but
that
no
run.
one else could have made Star Wars. He may have had his limitations as a director, but you can never
I only saw the
convince me
aftermath of that,
he didn't
Jesse. I
care,
didn't see
which
it
sadly
actually happen.
cannot be said about the people currently in charge. The greatest irony with this whole story is that Lucas's worst idea had more effort and thought put into it than anything the Disney sequels had to offer. Strangely enough, the new trilogy failed precisely because they were too afraid of making anything like Jar Jar. He represents something that the business stiffs of the world will never understand. That if you want to create a truly memorable experience, you gotta roll the dice. Failures are bound to happen. Every great artist runs into them eventually. But you can never make great art if you refuse to try anything different. There is no industry think tank in the
I'm
world
liking what he's
that
putting
could have
down with this
created
little
Jar Jar,
segment here.
who would have immediately
Oh, what's
been
wrong with my
rejected for being
D-pad?
too
Oh my.
risky, too unmarketable, and too weird. But what can I say? You gotta be weird to make something special.
The movie business is exactly like professional gambling, except you hire the gambler. Usually some crazy kid with long hair who's like, I don't get this guy at all. You give him $100 million and you say, go to the tables and come back with $500 million. Now, if you do anything that's not a sequel or not a TV series, they won't do it. And it really shows an enormous lack of imagination and fear of creativity. So we gotta remember, Star Wars came from nowhere. There was nothing like it.
I'm Han Solo, Han Solo.
Just a few months ago, George Lucas was invited to speak at the Cannes Film Festival. He received a standing ovation. It's been a long and winding road to get here, but at the end of it all, it's nice to see the old master come out on top. I wish I could say the same for the franchise he left behind. It hurts my soul to see what's become of it.
Please clap.
The truth is that I don't really consider myself a Star Wars fan anymore. At this point, there's really nothing left to love. What we're seeing now are the last smoldering embers of a great blaze that was lit long ago. And although we can no longer experience the warmth, we can at least appreciate the man who provided that original spark. The modern age of the internet has not been kind to Star Wars, but remarkably, it has been much kinder to Jar Jar Binks. The generation of children that Jar Jar was designed to appeal to has since grown up, and the hostility toward the character has
Dude, my
gradually
controller
faded away.
is light
With each
switch.
passing year,
It's
there
my
seems
excuse.
to be a
My
growing number
controller!
of people who find him to be, dare I say, entertaining. After a decade plus of getting to know the minions, it's safe to say that Jar Jar no longer feels so outrageous. In a turn of events that would have seemed impossible 25 years ago, the most reviled character in Star Wars history is now fondly remembered as a sign of better times. The character has become
But Jar Jar
popular
was
enough
secretly
that he's
based the
being
whole
brought
time?
back from the brink of extinction. Later this year, we will witness the first official appearance of Darth Jar Jar.
These are going to hurt you, sir.
Darth Jar Jar?
With Ahmed Best returning once again to play the version of the character that never was. This time around, he can finally take pride in knowing that the audience will actually be happy to see him for once.
Again, it's like poetry, so if they rhyme,
It took a new generation and the death of a franchise, but George Lucas ended up being right about Jar Jar all along. He may not have been the best character. In fact, you'd have a hard time finding a single thing about him that's remotely good. He's not well designed or well written. He doesn't say anything cool or sensible. He's not charming, he's not elegant, he's not even really that necessary. But he is the key to all of this.
I'm Han Solo.
I want to thank War Thunder for making this video possible.
I don't.
Be sure to check the link in the description to collect your free bonuses. Sponsorships like these help support the channel, as well
I'm
as
sure they
donations
do.
from viewers like you. What, you got some kind of problem with that? Oh no, by all means, keep enjoying the free entertainment. It's not like I've got bills to pay or anything.
Right?
No, I'm just joking around.
two
You can do what you
big
want.
bills on the
I'm
way, you
honestly just
guys.
glad you're still listening at this point. You know, the people that really bother me are the ones that clicked off about 20 seconds ago.
I know,
Joke's
right?
on
I
them,
hate
they
those
missed
guys
this
too.
epic little Easter egg. See what I did there? It's like a cheeky self-referential post-credit scene, like all the Disney action movies have. Pretty cool, huh? You don't think it cheapens the dramatic weight of the ending too much, right? Oh, God,
We as a
that would
generation have
really
failed Jar Jar
suck.
Binks, and we
To have
owe him
this
a great
fully
debt.
written
Is there a Jar Jar
professional
related
script just
character we
throw
can
it
do
all
the
away at
donate
end
to?
with a bunch of millennial
You said
sounding
donate to
hogwash?
me, sir.
All right, you know what? The sponsor made me do it, okay? What do you want me to do? Just cut into the credit sequence and leave? Talk about awkward. Oh, while I have you here, I have a second channel called Downward Diary where oh wait, the video's ending now, I guess? So, okay, bye.
My inputs! My input money! I swear, something's fucking up. What is going on with this game, man? There's massive delay. We gotta give it a whole pre-stream. Oh, it was a joke segment. Leave him alone. Good video, really good video. Yeah, the ironic zoomer humor of the now. I could see how I like the correlation there, the minions and all that. 10 layers of irony humor that all the kids are into. Yeah, it was probably offers a very favorable retrospective and reassessment of Jar Jar's character. I think what I appreciate the most is like the actor had like a happy ending there. Like they said he was he's got a positive outlook on life now. That's good to hear. He was the one I was concerned for most out of that situation. Because, like, why would you attack the actor? Wasn't even the one who wrote the story. Wasn't the one who... No, he wasn't the director. He wasn't Mr. Lucas. Yeah, happy ending. That's good to hear. Yeah, Wada personally input the input delay. All right, quick video and then maybe a longer video. Let's see if I can do the weeklies. Doing the weeklies with this fucking controller. We'll see if it's possible.
Wait, Aaron from Steel Toe announced that April Imholty is being charged with felony drug possession. Yeah, isn't that the whole?
But when, like now?
Again? Like, yeah. Well, didn't it happen? Didn't it happen already?
Well, no, the charges got dropped, from what I understand.
Oh, okay. Well, I have a video.
Well, now is she being charged
a 30-second
again?
video Shamu posted.
How can I do that
They
faster?
did bring the charges back.
Let's
go! Yeah!
You
yeah! I hope she already snitched on Mercada and gave them everything they needed. And
That
then
is
she
not
said,
S.
I won't testify against him. I love him. And then the state just boot her and brought the charges back.
Yeah, I saw the
Let's
kid actor for
go.
Anakin had it
Let's
tough
go.
too.
Stop the whore.
Imagine bullying a child.
We have this.
Especially a child actor in Hollywood. They already have enough shit to deal with.
Here. Oh, here. Let me share it to you. We'll just watch this real quickly. It's 30
Why?
seconds long.
Is this exclusive to Mario 3?
That's interesting breaking news. April has been charged with felony drug possession. I guess I can say it now.
I feel like I'm wrestling with the controller here. Maybe Dave had a point.
Well, you know what this happened? Here's what I've been hiding from everyone.
You know what I mean?
Like Aaron.
Aaron, it's just you never help your case, bro.
Yeah, like,
just tell the full truth. Here's what I've been concealing from all of you.
I guess.
There we go.
Thanks, Aaron.
I was told, by very credible sources. I won't say who.
What happens when you get charged next? Like, at this point, if I was April, I would probably just snitch and blame it all
Imagine
on
bullying a
Aaron.
child actor, then
Probably
then
should
later
all
on
just
hits his
blame it
mom
on
and screams at
Aaron.
her, and then she ruined his life and goes on a car chase.
This guy was nose deep in the
did the
coke,
mom
just
do
like
that?
the rest of them. Ricada was balls deep in his wife, just as he was balls deep in Ricada's wife. Full-on cuckoldry, okay? This guy had drugs around his children. His children could have gotten the drugs. He's admitted this himself. He's an irresponsible cuck, and he should probably go down as well.
Yeah, with a B.
Right? Like, I love this idea that we have to defend Aaron. It's like, f Aaron, who gives a f? His only value is just to provide 100% proof that Ricada is also a cock.
Oh, I thought that was a
Credible
full
sources
lap.
a long time ago. I've been sitting on this for a while. That April is going to be charged. Yeah.
How?
So,
Who the f told you?
Who told you?
I know the
Usually when it
chief.
comes to these Hollywood child actors, the parents are kind of assholes, right?
There with Minnesota anyway.
Probably should not be hitting your mom, but also if the mom ruined his life, understand the resentment there, but also something not, I generally don't advocate for that.
Or are you worthless at that as well?
Can we get that? I'm looking for. I got the charges here. I f***ing forgot. I'm getting so many replies. It's just out. Yeah, he's BFFs with Jim Fell.
Oh, every time, you know, that's why, like, when...
What is Stoney's Bar? Think of all this, by the way.
Well, I don't want my
Wait,
get Stoney's Bar. You know, we ought to take a trip to Stoney's Bar.
Interview all
Sit down and and just, hey, did you hear about the Aaron and Jose situation? Yeah, that guy's a cock. I f***ed his first wife. Like, what tales will we hear of Aaron's cuckoldry at Stoney's Bar?
Road trip. Let's
yeah,
go.
You see that bathroom right over there? That's where I f***ed Aaron's first wife. Oh, really? Yeah, you can still see the f***ing cum stains.
Yeah, these guys are equal opportunity razzers, I hear,
Doing a
Cypher.
show live from Stoney's.
Bill's new pals.
Show from Stoney's Bar.
All right, well, that's some breaking news. Excellent, cool. Thank you.
From what I understand, they are a swingers bar.
Oh, I guess they go in about the swingers bar. Oh, shoot. I wanted to pause. Oh, well. All right, that was a quick little clip there. Review Tech USA caught lying again. I've been jumping around with the clips here. Hey, he's always lying. Therefore, the video is always relevant.
Here we go. Here he is dodging the super chat.
X's device, Cerebro, was used to read her mind X-Men style, Big Chungus. First video that we looked through was Brion's video, and Brion was actually going through it.
Look at him zoom in on him when he sees that super chat, buddy. He's just so f***ing seething at him.
The super chat is asking him about the Dropbox that he keeps lying about.
Prism 42, and you can see basically real time as this came out.
It's from the Dropbox PD file.
Yeah, Dropbox PDF. His face is so devastated. He just has no answer for it. He can't even muster up a denial or a cope or even a C. He's just got nothing. He's just staring off hopelessly into space, stoned out of his mind.
Was Charlie seething on stream earlier? Someone keeps repeating that.
I haven't watched.
May you link it? May you link me it, please? That'd be like maybe we'll edit that for the show for next time.
Things are rabbit hole and there's spins on every single video. It's wild. There's a lot of misinformation about this one and a lot of true information as well, unfortunately.
This is not response. That's so funny, dude. Oh, it's so funny, dude.
All right, so this is now he's being asked, did June ever reach out to you? If you remember our last video, he was so thirsty. He's like, yeah, June's gonna respond to me in like 20 seconds.
And he's like,
he's gonna be made aware of my threats to flag down his videos immediately.
And June
Rich
did
is so
not
irrelevant
respond to
now,
Review
some
Tech.
300 viewers that it just didn't happen. But here it is. Did June reach out yet? Did he bless Rich?
You know what's insane, Ash? So his last stream too, he had only 150 viewers, and we thought it was just because of the music stream. Even his
Is this layout new? No, this is kind of like the default layout. If I don't have a layout for the game I'm playing. I mean, I do have the layout for this game, but it's on a different scene collection.
Streaming?
Yeah. Oh. Look, every time he goes live,
Wait, this is called the Dingy scene in my OBS.
And every time, like, he goes, he posts anything on Review Tech USA, he loses 1,000.
Buddy, if we had 319 watching, I would think Kick was glitched.
I know.
I have no idea, and I'm much easier to get a hold of than Phil, that's for shit sure.
That's so easy to get a hold of because you're a bum and a loser, buddy.
Yeah, isn't that a self-help?
If
you're easy to get a hold of, then you're never busy.
Things you disagreed with. It's misinformation. If you put any misinformation in.
Yeah, the misinformation, such as being high.
You know?
Living with your mom.
She's never high. He told us.
The truth.
The truth.
Like cell phone numbers is out there. Like, it's real easy to get a hold of.
I think I'm going for under 10.50.
Cell phone number is out there.
Or he could DM you like every other YouTuber.
It's floating around there in cyberspace somewhere. First of all, I don't even think it's even on his Kiwi Farms thread. You know, like somewhere in some troll video on like Review China USA, I don't even know where it would be. But in Rich's mind, his cell number leaked, so June the King must have access to it and should have given him a ring. I would not like. It's creepy. You found some guy's phone number online. You're like, hey, man, I found your phone number on Cal. Hey there.
Okay.
It's June the King. You want to talk? Like, what's wrong with Rich? I just want to say, Rich, what does it say about you, right? When June the King would sooner talk to Darkside Phil than you. When he prefers Phil and views Phil as a more functional, normal person than you. Like, maybe you should have a second thought about your life choices, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like all
Because
the stuff
Pim
TSP like does that.
I'm enjoying the sick days from streaming.
Like,
I wish I was
man, he
sick.
complained
That I
he
could
lost
call
that
in.
a fighting game.
But no, I'm doing great. Thanks for asking.
That's the all realms of human comprehension. Yeah, exactly.
You didn't visit your daughter in the hospital for a year only 3 times.
When she was blinded
by you.
You know?
Yeah, the part when Phil said he wasn't bald and then minutes later he turns his head and shows a growing bald spot on the back of his head. Yeah, the 4K camera really exposed that. I have seen the screen caps. I didn't see the segment.
Browser broke.
That's just rich.exe has stopped working because he's too stoned.
Did you see me pause and unpause it? I'm like, is it working?
Rich.
Well, we'll see what happens. All I'm saying, like, again, I actually have kids. I actually have a family.
Like, he uses his kids and his family as a human shield from criticism. And by the way, Phil's gonna righteously felt him for this today. What do you mean Phil doesn't have a family?
He's like, I have parents, I have a wife, I have a cat. Even though it's not a real kid, it's still part of my family. I have a family and friends. I have, cousins. I have.
Any reason he didn't show up during GPM's 48-hour marathon stream to tell him that he was doing great? It was probably the night that I slept early. I didn't intend to either, dude. I actually was planning to stream that night.
Smoke pot and play out.
I had everything set up, and then I just took a nap. And it was another sleep early, wake up way late situation.
I don't want to be a parent because I'm a up and I'm gonna it up, rather than you who decided to
10.48,
and then you just neglect your children and treat them like shit.
Bro, Phil, literally, I'm not gonna spoil it for you. Phil him on this point.
I actually have kids. I actually have a family. There's no air quotes around that one. I mean, if there's like stupid misinformation in it, I don't care. I'm not gonna.
Oh! Walk it back.
He's backpedaling.
He ate shit for what he said before, so now he's walking it back. Oh, well, I didn't mean any and all misinformation. I just meant the really stupid misinformation.
React to his video, prove with receipts where he's wrong, and felt him.
Yeah.
Like, I'll just be like, yo, that's inaccurate. It is what it is. Like, I'm not. That's
it is what it is. I swear, it's the.
But you threatened to flag it down, and then he realized, oh, that's not a good position. I should have kept that private instead of publicly saying. So he's trying to walk it back. But we all know what you said. We publicized it. DSP reacted to it as well and felted you, which we're gonna get to.
Oh, I can't wait to show you what he said.
Oh, you're threatening him. What the f are you talking about? But
you did.
What
he said he was going to strike down his video or flag it.
It's total distortions of reality.
But it happened 3 days ago. We got the video. No, there's a video.
Everybody's seen the clip. Everybody's seen the video, man.
The video. It's not like I AI'd it or something.
I do find it strange when I'm a pretty accessible guy that I'm not being accessed.
Well,
he doesn't need to talk to you.
Is it because June knows that you're a dirty liar that's going to manipulate?
Did Implement talk to the Jar Jar actor to make that Star Wars video?
Why don't you think about your own actions as to why he wouldn't want to contact you, buddy? I can't think of anything I've done wrong.
All right, 440.
Really?
See, we shall see what happens.
I was one Dave was having trouble with Kirby.
Not entitled to his time
at all.
Like, Rich is a loser.
Well,
it's understandable. Kirby was not meant for this game. Kirby's not meant for speedrunning.
That's all you really need to say. When your goal is lower than Ralph's
goal, the D-pad's fucked up. If you make one wrong move, you start flying when you don't need to.
Once or twice a week, whereas Ralph at least is doing 5 goals a week.
Yeah, exactly.
This is Rich's life.
It's unpaused.
Ah,
like
my documentary just got uploaded.
Like, so he's just one troll. Somebody sent to fake
Nightmare in Dreamland. I always hear people shit on that one because they ruin the aesthetic.
And he drops everything to go watch.
There are comparisons out there.
He's just thinking about it constantly, like every moment of his life.
Well, I restreamed the DSP Kino night. I'll try to.
Is he gonna show the casino?
What kind of question is that? I just got done saying it was a crossover of the century. A dream come true.
Breaking news.
See, like you gotta double tap as soon as you hit the ground.
You're full of shit. He's so disappointed, dude. And he's still so stressed. All the tension goes back into his body, bro. Because at least he had this certain relief. Okay, well, it's finally out. I I don't have to stress about it. Now I can just see what it is. It's not out. He still has to think about it. Gets stressed every day.
And then he's humiliated for opening the channel.
Yeah. Get trolled, buddy.
God damn it, I was looking forward to it.
I bet, buddy.
That was a good troll, though. I'll give it to you.
Oh my god, that clapping sound.
Well done.
That's ridiculous.
Oh my lord.
That was well done.
You have to double tap every time you hit the ground?
No, it's not even that witty or incredible. They're like, whoa, what an op. He just put in chat, hey, your dock dropped. Oh my god, guys, it came out. Oh, I was fooled. Oh, tip of my cap to that incredible troll. Like,
no, I could do that much better.
Hey, the dock is out. Whoa!
All for it. Well played.
Well played. There's no evidence. Anyway.
Why? Dude, I'm looking forward to it. Like, that's the thing. I don't want people to think like I'm gonna fucking pull like a.
I know you want. I know you want people to think that, Rich.
Let me.
But your own public statement
I'm
saying
gonna
you were
connect the
gonna flag it
controller.
down if it had
Give me my final coat.
Lead them to think otherwise.
I really do feel like it's
real bad.
I don't know.
I totally don't care.
I can't even go about it.
By your behavior,
I'll just plug it in.
Care.
Give me a second.
Okay, hang on. We have the video out for a day. Casino clips. It's over 10K. It's like 12K views right now. So more people have seen the evidence of you saying the thing
and your lies
and us going whoa, then are watching you going, actually I didn't say that.
Like, no, man, I'm not about. So long as there isn't, like, again, I have kids, and like when Bookie,
no one cares that you
was saying,
buddy, like just having kids doesn't give you an excuse from criticism.
I need to lock the fucking controller's terrible for this game.
There are plenty
and Sarah
of
agrees with me.
motherfuckers in the world who have kids.
Exactly.
Like, and you're even worse when you use them as a human shield.
Yeah, I try not to use the D-pad, so I'm using the stick, which is fine. It's a bit awkward, but it is better than the D-pad, which gives you up inputs by accident from time to time.
How you doing?
It's just how the Pro controller is.
Even Ralph has kids. Rich.
For Kirby, it's awful because one up input makes Kirby start flying.
Spencer has kids. Rich, do you not disagree with his politics or call him out because he has kids? Well, but Richard Spencer has kids, right? No. Review Tech would tell you should punch him because he's a Nazi, right? So Rich doesn't even apply these same standards. He doesn't. It's just total bullshit.
Wait, Eric July also says gifted subs are tax-free. That's right, everyone.
Tax-free.
Are they?
Sub that you donate is tax-free.
Oh, just so you know, viewers here.
From chat. Trump has kids.
Here you can write those off.
You said that last time.
Should be free from criticism. Exactly.
Yeah, you said that last time too.
Ooh, no, that wasn't that week.
I actually rewatched our segment on it. It's great. Our show rules. I love listening to our own show, you know?
I can't listen to I can't listen to myself personally.
The edits are so funny too.
A full second, still not good enough. 1286 for yes.
I was laying in bed while my mom was taking care of my kids.
Big up Spanky Joe. I'm doing great. Thank you for asking.
At that point, my mom is actually doing
Welcome
great,
to the
by the way.
Saturday night evening chill.
No, dude. What? Her
I'm just existing till anime night.
Rich, we have on tape.
Hey, it's my Hawaiian punch.
Coming and telling you to take care of your kid and to stop streaming. Like, we have that. So you can't tell lies like this that can be easily disproven, man. Seriously, it's ridiculous.
Leave bed at that point. But yeah, I'm not supposed to be pissed off at.
Well, you are though. You're.
All right, a quick little clip of Dickers lying there. How about some? Let's do some true crime. Too Pretty to Live: The Case of Billy Payne and Billie Jean Hayward. Just hitting all cylinders tonight, huh?
Growing up, Janelle Potter had a difficult time making friends. The young woman was ostracized by her peers, due in part to her medical issues, and her parents, Marvin and Barbara Potter, tried to protect her as best they could. She was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes as a child, which her mother helped her maintain. She was also found to have hearing and speech difficulties, which made communicating hard for her. But as
I'm right there with you, lady.
They honed in on what made Janelle different and bullied her relentlessly. When Janelle would explain her struggles to her parents and how others had singled her out,
I never really got bullied like that growing up.
They would lash out
I always thought it was more something that was exaggerated in movies and TV shows.
Had the opposite effect. Janelle needing her parents to step in to defend her
I just got
only made her more
lucky.
isolated.
Well, my classmates were never like
continued. Marvin, a former Marine who had served in Vietnam and had earned the Navy Cross
think it's
Medal
more
for his
prominent
heroism in battle, felt
among the
compelled to
girls.
protect his daughters. He was strict with both Janelle and her older sister, Christy, often telling them that it was his job to protect them, the only way a father could. He would talk about his time in the Marines, and he, quote, knew how men think, unquote, and therefore he knew what needed to be done to ensure that his daughters were healthy and safe. As the girls grew up, they were both given strict guidelines by their parents. Christy would later break away from the family, realizing in her
100% of this finally.
how
Yeah, I
restricted her
haven't played
parents
since
were,
the last
and
time I
wanted to
streamed
make
it.
her own
So
way in life.
it's been a whole
But
week
Janelle never
without
did.
playing
She
it, so
wasn't
I'm
allowed
very
to hang out with
trying to
anyone
do the
they didn't
weeklies
know,
right now.
having to meet and approve of her friends themselves. She was given a curfew of midnight every night, wasn't allowed to learn how to drive, and she
Yeah, I
wasn't
got one
allowed
of
to
the
date
weekly
while
ones
living
right
under
now.
the roof. The
I've
rules
been
would
doing
have
them.
been understandable for a teenager, though they likely would have still found
For
them
this week, I've been
oppressive.
quite
But as
delinquent
Janelle never
due
moved
to my
out
lack
of her
of
parents'
streams.
home, she was still living under these guidelines when she turned 30. Christy would talk about her sister's issues in multiple interviews, stating that her parents would baby the young woman, and she believed that the majority of her medical issues were exaggerated. She would later testify under oath that Janelle would tell her parents that she wasn't able to do something on her own, likened to a medical malady, only to later brag that she no longer had to do said thing because her parents believed her. Having grown up with Janelle, she saw how Janelle was stifled by her parents' overbearing nature, but also watched as she used that to her advantage. Chrissy discussed how Janelle had a
really
difficult time
hate
making
Kirby,
friends,
Saru. I'm
not because of her
sorry.
medical
I'm sorry to
issues,
have to be
but
the one to
because
break
of
it
the
to you.
pressure her parents put on her. She was a bit awkward, sure, but her issues were only exacerbated by her parents' continued assertions that she was unable to make friends or do anything on her own. Barbara Potter would contest that notion, stating that Janelle's diabetes was so severe that she could not possibly live on her own. In fact, Barbara would claim that she was Janelle's primary caregiver, managing all aspects of Janelle's treatments of diabetes as her adult daughter didn't know how to. In an interview with 2020 given in 2015, Barbara would state that Janelle didn't have the capacity to fully understand how to treat her own illness, as she had been diagnosed so young and never properly learned how to live with it. Because Barbara had taken care of Janelle's diabetes since her youth, she never thought to teach her daughter how to manage it because, as she stated, she would always be there for her. She also claimed that although Janelle was an adult, she was mentally much younger than her peers, stemming from their bullying and her isolation. Barbara would say her daughter was mentally in middle school. Her parents meant for these restrictions to protect Janelle, ensuring she was never put in a position where she needed her parents when they weren't around, but they had the unintended consequence of isolating the young adult even further. The only respite from Janelle's isolation was the internet, where she would regularly post on social media.
Oh
But
boy.
even this small amount of freedom was monitored by her parents. Neither Barbara nor Marvin knew much about tech in general, but they did what they could to make sure that Janelle
given her
stayed out of
condition, they
trouble.
probably should
When
monitor
Janelle
her
created
internet
her
activity.
First MySpace and Facebook accounts, they were her first friends, and closely monitored what she posted. In
Yeah, mentally
2005,
middle school like
when
Phil.
Janelle would have been 24, she was
Kat,
given the
rather.
chance to start over. Her family moved to Mountain City, Tennessee, a small town with less than 3,000 residents.
She's got the same
For
eye
first
thing
time
going
in
on
her
that
young
Kat has,
life,
too. Look
she
at
was
her.
given the opportunity to reinvent herself, to take on more responsibilities, and to come into her own. She hoped that with the change of environment, she could establish some sort of independence and step out of the shadows. She had never had a job, been on her own to take care of herself, but the promise of a new
Yeah, the
city
raccoon
made everything
ass.
feel possible. But in just a few short years, Janelle and her entire family would be sitting behind bars, tried and
What?
convicted for one of the most nonsensical crimes we've ever covered. Welcome back to another episode of Dreading, or
What an
if this is
intro.
your first time here, hello there. Today,
Ew.
we're going to be reviewing the case of
What was
Billie
with-
Jean
what was with that
Wayworth and
greeting?
Billy
He never
Payne,
greets like
two
that.
people who would lose their lives, all because of a sheltered young woman's lies. This video, like so many others, came in as a request via email. If there is a case you would like to see more attention brought to, or a topic you think merits a video, let us know by emailing us at dreading.official@gmail.com. We're constantly sorting through all of your recommendations and adding new topics to discuss every day. But with all of that said,
Big up
let us
Aqua Saber.
begin. Move to
Yeah, it's been a
Mountain
busy
City
week
was
for
supposed
me,
to
so
signal
I
the start of
finally,
Janelle's new life, the chance
no, I'm
for
off
her
on
to make
Saturday,
new
so
friends
I
and
decided
potentially
to
stand
make up
up
for
on her
not
own 2
streaming by
feet.
streaming.
However, the opposite ended up being true. According to the young woman, the residents of Mountain City rejected her outright, as they had a negative bias towards people moving into their small town. When she would go out on her own, she once again was ridiculed and belittled, although she would not go so far as to say how. She would simply state that townsfolk disliked outsiders, and when she tried to establish connection, she was met with hostility. hostility. Her posts on social media at the time were extremely general and generic, with her often writing about love, light, and laughter. As she had no social life and her parents believed her to be too ill to go out like other adults, Janelle often wrote about non-specific topics, like feeling good, being happy, appreciating life, were all regular posts from the young adult, and they received little interaction. In the meantime, she would go out of her way to watch
bigger
the
tweets
lives
from her,
of
I
others
guess.
in her area. She would send friend requests to everyone she would interact with, try to establish some form of connection to the real world. If the person would accept her friend request, she would rifle through their social media, looking through all of their posts, and imagining what she would do in their place. Janelle would fantasize about having a normal adult life, making friends, falling in love, and having a home of her own were all things that felt so far out of reach for the 20-something. But watching others her age and interacting with their social media gave her the smallest insight
Live,
as to what
laugh,
that might be
love.
like. Despite all of the hostility, there would be one person who would
Kit
be
would
kind
have
to
hanging up in her
Janelle.
room.
Tracy Greenwell was a pharmacist in the small town and would see Janelle every time her mother would bring her to pick up her medications. They would talk every now and then, and from their few brief interactions, Tracy assessed that the 20-something was extremely lonely and sheltered. Her mother was always around, closely monitoring the woman, and Tracy got a sense that she wanted more from her life. Feeling bad for Janelle, she began to talk to the young woman more regularly and would invite her to hang out. Janelle was ecstatic for this change and quickly became a fixture at the Greenwell household. For the first time, Janelle could experience what it was like to have friends, to be important to people outside of her family, and she could see how other families interacted, and the contrast was stark. Tracy would state that during this time, Janelle would often opine about how overprotecting her parents had become. Seeing other young adults be on their own, have their own lives, and be completely independent made her long for what she felt had been taken away from her. She would watch her adult friends interact with their parents and see how they still held each other in mutual respect, and she couldn't help but feel as if she didn't have the same relationship with her parents, though she would never express these thoughts to them. When Janelle and Tracy became friends, Tracy's entire friend group opened up to the young woman. She would be invited out with them regularly, and it was on one of these nights that Janelle would meet Tracy's brother, Billy Payne. Billy was described as a funny guy, always going out of his way to make those around him laugh. He would play pranks and was constantly joking,
just like me,
which
for
quickly
fur.
caught Janelle's interest. Though Janelle was too shy to say anything to her friend's brother, after being introduced to him, she began to pine for the 36-year-old. He would regularly stop by Tracy's home and hang out with his sister while Janelle was present.
It's
and she
quite
would
the-
just
quite the-
watch
it's
him.
in like
Most
a decade
reports
of
would
age
claim
difference?
That
Now,
Janelle
wait a
hardly
minute.
ever spoke to Billy, as she was too shy, but she would watch him like a hawk whenever she could. Her infatuation with Billy was noted by multiple people, as Janelle did little to hide her feelings. Although she would say
Hey, praise that
otherwise,
soon.
Janelle had very little first-person experience
Welcome
when it
in,
came
welcome
to
in. Hello,
romance.
sir.
So whenever she was close to him, her feelings were extremely obvious.
suffering in
Janelle
Nintendo
had
right
never
now.
felt so strongly about a person, and believed that her feelings were a sign that they were meant to be together. Billy, however, was not interested in Janelle, and was dedicated to his girlfriend, Billie Jean, and their newborn son. Oh boy, here we go. He was in love with his young girlfriend, and had made significant life changes in order to be with her, including becoming sober. He told those closest to him
congratulations,
that he had made
Mr.
a
Billie
lot of bad
Jean.
decisions in his life, but wanted
Or
to be
Billy
someone
Payne.
who was worthy of Billie Jean, and that getting off drugs was just one of the ways he planned on doing that. Others
Did I
in
take
their
notes
life would
watching Phil fuck
comment
up this
on
game
Billy
the other
and
day?
Billie
No, I
Jean's
slept through it.
relationship, stating that they were near a perfect match. And when Billie Jean would give birth to their first son,
No,
Tyler,
outside of
the
when he
relationship
tried to
only
speedrun,
improved.
all
Friends
of
the
Mario
couple would
1.
say both flourished in their new paternal roles and were excited to be parents.
The
Despite
last
Janelle's
hour when he
feelings
last
towards
played this
Billy,
game.
neither he nor Billie Jean were untoward to the young woman, taking no issue with her presence when they would see each other. Though they were keenly aware of Janelle's feelings, they still treated her with kindness. But Janelle felt differently. She would often state that she felt Billie Jean would go out of her way to be unkind towards her.
There we
and
go,
would
that's
regularly
right.
say that the new mother was just jealous of her. Janelle would argue that Billie Jean was insecure
This one, I
in her
saw him do this
relationship
one.
with Billy, as there was no way he would really love her, and that she would take out her insecurities on Janelle. Janelle elaborated on these claims, stating that Billie Jean targeted her because of her looks. When asked for specific examples
It's
of
7
when Billie
minutes for
Jean
this
had
one.
been cruel, the young woman would be unable to find any real-world examples, but simply simply stated that it was obvious that he was not happy with his current relationship, and that Billie Jean blamed her for that. After noting the tension in the group, Billy and Tracy decided to set Janelle up with their cousin Jamie Curd. Jamie, like Janelle, was interested in computers and often struggled with in-person interaction. Both were described as introverts, who had a difficult time coming out of their shell. However, their shared eccentricities created a sort of safety net in their relationship. Because both parties were uncomfortable engaging with large groups of people, neither felt pressure to do more than they were willing. Their relationship was somewhat of a struggle, given how overly involved her parents were in her life. She could still not post freely on Facebook, as her only way to access her account was on the family computer.
It's not good for his
Her parents
health.
still monitored her accounts, but they made it work. Jamie even went so far as to buy his girlfriend her own phone. That way they could talk privately whenever they wanted. While they were around their friends, they would hold hands and kiss openly, but Janelle's parents were none the wiser. She would attempt to warm her parents up to the idea of her dating by bringing Jamie to the family home, stating that he was a friend who could help them with their computer. At first, Barbara and Marvin were untrusting of the new man in Janelle's life, but as he came around more often, they began to relax a bit, but their inability to go fully public was not the couple's only issue. Jamie would state that his new girlfriend would consistently bring up Billie Jean in her relationship with Billy. She would tell her boyfriend that she didn't believe the two were in love, and that Billie Jean was just using her best friend's brother. Jamie disagreed, having interacted with the pair privately and spoken to Billy about his relationship, and felt that Billie Jean only brought the best out of him. He would counter Janelle's statements, telling her that he felt like the pair would go the distance, but noted that that response disgusted her. For the first time in Janelle's life, she had friends, a boyfriend who adored her, and was beginning to feel like a real adult. Her posts online were no longer generic quotes about living life and being happy, but about things she was actually doing in the real world. She still lived with her parents, of course, but she felt as if she were turning the page, finally gaining some sort of independence. Though things were looking up in Janelle's life, her world was shaken when she became the focus of an online harassment campaign. The place she had used as an escape from mundanity was transformed, almost overnight, with anonymous accounts telling her that she was ugly, stupid, and that they were going to find her and kill her. These comments were graphic in nature.
I wonder who possibly could have been responsible for them.
Abused. Janelle was quickly overwhelmed by these anonymous comments and brought them to her parents' attention. Barbara jumped into action, going onto her own Facebook account and responding to the comments, informing them that she was Janelle's mother and that they needed to stop. She also threatened to call the police on whoever was attacking her daughter, stating that they would no doubt find who was responsible and hold them accountable.
Keeps reading my
age,
my A input jump as a full jump.
If she knew who could be behind the comments, as they were too specific and graphic to be a stranger. There was no way someone would randomly target Janelle like this. Barbara contended, as her daughter had no real enemies. After some prodding, Janelle eventually told her mother that there would be only one person who hated her enough to attack her this way, and that was Billie Jean. She informed her mother that Billie Jean had made it clear that she disliked Janelle, stemming from her own insecurities with her appearance and her relationship with Billy. She specified that Billie Jean had never done anything
I've used the pipe shortcut. You're rewinded back,
towards
or rewound back.
But the young mother always looked upset when she was around. Janelle also told her mother that when she would hang out with Tracy and Billy would join them, he had made his romantic feelings towards her known. She went further to claim that he had told their mutual friends that he had planned on breaking up with the mother of their newborn child to be with Janelle, despite the fact that she was not interested. None of these claims were ever backed up by any third parties, because they were obviously false. Janelle had never piqued Billy's interest, and Billie Jean had never been intimidated by the sheltered 30-year-old, but that didn't matter. The Potters had never met or interacted with this Billie Jean person, and they didn't believe their daughter was capable of lying, much less lying about something so complex. So from the moment Janelle stated Billie Jean was responsible for the attacks, they believed her. Janelle also brought up the comments to her friends, who initially railed around her. When they inquired as to who Janelle thought could be behind the attacks, she once again put the blame on Billie Jean.
Weird computer
Those
guy.
who knew the young mother immediately called bullshit, as Janelle's story didn't make any sense. Billy was devoted to Billie Jean. He loved being a father, and they were happy in their relationship. There was no way Billie Jean felt threatened by Janelle's presence, especially when Billy had never mentioned being attracted to her in the first place. When pressed about her claims that Billy was going to leave Billie Jean for her, she was unable to say who told her as much, and those around her immediately wrote off her claims
Big ups
as being
Eddie B43.
Though Janelle
Do the
insisted
speedrun,
that
please. You
Billy
can't
was
do that. Obviously,
romantically
everyone will do on
interested in her and wanted to
1-1-1.
break up with his girlfriend.
Look, I'm
their
working with
friends
a
were quick to
handicap
deduce
here.
that she was lying.
Like my
It
8
seemed that
inputs
the
are,
only people
for
who
some reason,
believed Janelle
delayed.
were her parents and her boyfriend, Jamie.
They gave me the
Like
full
Barbara
input
and
rather than the
Marvin,
short hop I
Jamie
want.
began to view Janelle as someone who needed to be protected. In his eyes, she was so entirely sheltered that he needed to step up to the plate and protect her, and he took that responsibility very seriously. But
And I'm wired
believing
now, too.
Janelle
That's like
came
the
at
most
cost
fucked up
of his
thing.
relationship to his family, save for Tracy. Tracy felt as if she were the only one in the situation who had kept a cool head. She believed that Janelle was being harassed, as when they talked about it in
Yeah,
person,
the inputs are
she seemed
literally not
reliably
correct.
paranoid as to who was stalking her. She described
look at
the
that-
young woman
that
as
long
being
moon jump.
constantly on edge,
That
and
wasn't
at the
me.
time felt as though no one person could act that well. But she also knew that Billie Jean was not behind the bullying. She felt as if Janelle was simply paranoid as to who was behind the attacks. And in
Phil
her
will be on the
paranoia,
casino on
had
Tuesday.
wrongfully accused Billie Jean. In response, Billie Jean and Billy
Yes, I will
had
be there to
become
restream it.
antagonistic toward
Sadly.
the young woman, given that they had been wrongfully accused. Both sides, she felt, were angry for no reason and simply needed to talk things out. Tracy tried to get the two sides together to talk through their issues and see that neither party was as bad as the other side, but the rift between the two camps would only grow wider. As time went on, Janelle continued to be attacked anonymously online, with messages being posted on her
Oh, let me
Facebook
guess, it was
wall
Janelle
at all times
herself.
of the day, and with each comment, she became more
And nobody
sure that
realized
it was
it.
Billie Jean behind the cyberstalking. But then the harassment began to escalate. Janelle claimed to be on the receiving end of countless prank calls, where the person on the other line would make repeated threats to her safety or simply breathe heavily into the receiver. At night, she would report that this person was also repeatedly driving past the home. More specifically,
lady wasn't very
the side of the
social to
home
begin
her
with.
mom
Like,
was
how
on
many
in
people
order to
could it have
scare her.
possibly
She was
been?
sure
It's not
that
like
this was Billie Jean.
she knew many
wanting to hurt
people.
her for damaging
She
her
had a
relationship.
sheltered
She was
upbringing.
so certain that it was Billie Jean behind the harassment that on at least one occasion, she and her mother verbally accosted the young mother while she was
I'm sure it'll
pumping
be fun for
gas.
that soon.
According to the gas station attendant,
Definitely be
Hayworth
entertaining
was
if nothing
outside
else.
next to her car when another vehicle approached. The occupants of said vehicle then began to verbally
It was
accost
you?
the
Why?
young mother in front of her child. Though
Bitch
the
would never
witness
hurt a
could not hear
fly.
what was said, she stated that Billie Jean was
Probably eat the
noticeably
fly.
shaken by the encounter. The witness then came out of the gas station and asked if Hayworth wanted her to call the police, at which point Barbara and Janelle fled the scene. Billie Jean thanked the attendant and stated that the mother and daughter duo had called her trash and had also gone so far as to say she didn't deserve to have her son, who was in the backseat of the car. She also informed her that Janelle had repeatedly stated that she hoped her son died, just to hurt her. At the same time,
that's not
an account
nice.
by the name of Matt Potter began posting to the Mountain City page of the Topics website. Topics, for those who are unaware, is a replacement for Craigslist and is often used for people to anonymously ask about certain things going on in the area or complain
Let me try
about
another
certain
controller.
things without judgment. Janelle had previously claimed that Matt Potter was her brother on Facebook, although, as far as we were able to find, she does not have a brother. Regardless, this account began to talk viciously about Billie Jean and two of her closest friends, Lindsay Thomas and Tara Osborne. They repeatedly called them no good whores, posted unflattering images of them, and accused them of breaking the law. Another account bolstered these claims, going by the name of Kelly. Whoever was behind the Kelly account would go on to state that Matt was right about Billie Jean and her friends, going so far as to claim that one of them had HIV and that they were guilty of
Oh, well, that's
harassing
not
Janelle.
nice.
The following is an example
Okay, we're
of
gonna
what
try,
was posted to the forums.
we're actually
While
gonna
Matt and
try the
Kelly,
Joy-Cons.
I knew
If
she
it-
was
if it
bad, but
does
I
this
had
shit
no
with the
clue she was
Joy-Cons,
off on the deep end. She is crazy,
we
that's
blame the
for
game,
sure.
of course,
Sounds like
naturally.
all of them are.
But
I know
try
Billie
the
Jean,
Splatoon
that
ones.
bitch, has lived with
Whoa,
more guys
whoa,
and had
language.
sex
This is a
with
family
80%
platform, sir.
of Mountain City, and Lindsay, I would
these
say
in the
half
grip.
of Mountain City. Then
the
you
Zelda
trade
Joy-Cons
in
and the Switch
Butler,
dock.
and you have. And then Johnson City. Who the fuck? What asshole wrote this? Okay, wait, I think I got it. And then you have Doe and then Johnson City and then Kingsport. She has been all over. And she does have HIV. This is all around town. And Tara, bracket, she will give it to anyone her poor husband. He's a nice guy,
Oh,
but
this
he
is so
never
awkward to
wants
hold.
to be home with
I'll
her.
live, though.
I think when his baby is 18, he will leave her dumbass too. She is a whore too. I agree with you both. both. And this girl, the defendant,
I think the Joy-Cons may be superior.
Passing, but she is a good girl.
Like, I gotta get used to playing the game with them.
You can tell everything is you're welcome and hello and thank you. And she just a sweet girl. I will be praying for Janelle. And as
what
far
are these
as
schizophrenic messages
they're no
he's
good
reading?
Horse sluts, and that is carrying something and giving it to
Janelle
everyone.
sent this shit.
Damn, girls.
Janelle A-logged
They live
herself.
in high school still, and they need to grow up. The other two examples of this that were made available in the court documents will be linked in the description box down below, but before we get to these specifically, we need to draw your attention to how each party is referred to in these comments. Starting with Billie Jean and her female friends, they are all disparaged, with a specific focus being placed on their promiscuity. Those girls are painted as being evil sexual deviants who destroyed the men they come into contact with. They are inflicted upon others, and so the concept of them having sex, having relationships, and even just talking to men becomes an act of malice. The men in the situation are being duped in a sense and taken for a ride by these three. They are the poor patsies who really just need a good girl to take care of them, someone like Janelle. Meanwhile, look at how Billy is referred to. He is not talked about with as much vitriol as his fiancée and her friends. And the commenter goes on to state that he is just a nice guy who is slowly finding out his girlfriend is evil. The concept of him leaving Billie Jean is something that is celebrated, but she is the main villain in the story. Then Janelle is referred to as a sweet girl who doesn't deserve this kind of torment. A comment like this can be exceedingly illuminating, as whoever left it clearly hates Billie Jean primarily, and likes Billy so much that they are looking for ways to excuse his choice to be with her. They infantilize him, almost, implying that he was not capable of seeing how maniacal his fiancée is, and trying to use him working as a sign of stress in the relationship.
Oh, it's almost like Janelle is sending those messages herself while claiming that others are harassing her.
With Billy.
But that can't be the case.
Continued with Matt Potter writing, Janelle is a sweet person.
I wonder who Matt Potter could possibly be.
She has a lot of us behind her, if she knows us or not. But her dad is big timed. He will deal with the rest of this shit. They're fucking whores, and that's all this town is, and drugs. I know for sure Billie Jean and Miss Thomas did drugs together, and I know Miss Thomas does meth. She gets off Jason. I know way too much, lol. I love that Janelle's not like them.
How is this really a mystery? Can't you just compare Janelle's typing style with these other people?
What's coming their way, and they don't know who I am.
Fucking mystery solved, dude.
Now we have the account gleefully talking about how no one knows who they are, which is a strange thing to do on an account that was said to have belonged to Janelle's fictional brother. But this comment is also telling. Again, specific attention is paid to Billie Jean and her friends. They are sex-crazed drug addicts who can't help but attack the virtuous and beautiful Janelle. Meanwhile, Janelle is characterized as being sweet, classy, and not like them at all. Moreover, her dad is described as being big time, implying that his time in the Marines and the CIA make him a force to be reckoned with, although at the time of writing, he had become incredibly ill, needing to use an oxygen tank regularly and had to walk with a cane. The comments continued with Matt writing. Well, I guess Billy don't know.
Dude, it does it on the Joy-Cons too. Is it the game?
Taped. Ha, I know what he said about Janilliand. It was wrong. He's a fucking work. When these is girl Sarah doing this to Janelle, and we got our stuff. And Janelle, I'm sure, has stuff too. I'm going to be posting numbers if they don't stop booshing Janelle and that fucking Billy Giannis getting so fat. That baby she looks like a chipmunk that's eating too many nuts.
To the console? I don't know what my cope could be.
In time. It don't need a mother like Billie Jean, and Billy he's no father by the way he acts and talks. Sooner thy move out of town, the better. I think something about getting a house. I hope he can't get it. I hope they have to live out in the woods. More bitter for Chipmunk. She can't make friends out there, and fuck deer and bear and whatever else. I hope a bear would eat her, but the way she looks, but it would go ruining the other way. LOL. Ugly a bitch whore? Can't leave no one alone. Druggy whore, a bit ass bitch. Okay, ass bitch, of course. Go fuck a damn tree for all I care. Leave Janelle alone. Okay, everyone still here? Everyone got that? Yeah, that's definitely not Janelle. These comments would become even more violent, with Matt Potter stating he was going to kill her if she didn't stop harassing Janelle, and other seemingly related accounts telling the young
doesn't matter if
mother
it's the
to go
Joy-Cons or
have
not.
intercourse with
Switch
animals.
back.
As Janelle had claimed, the Matt Potter account belonged to her otherwise unknown brother. Billy and Billie Jean quickly deduced that the comments must be coming from someone in Janelle's family, if not Janelle herself. They printed out page after page of harassment they had received, documenting every comment in a 3-ring binder that they then presented to Tracy. Tracy had been Janelle's access point to the rest of the town, her first and only real friend outside of her family, but when the pharmacist was shown every comment besmirching her future sister-in-law, she finally broke down. She sent the following message to Janelle via Facebook. Your friend Matt needs to leave Billie Jean and Lindsay off of the Topic's website. You lost my brother as a friend, and I'm not happy with you either. In response, Janelle stated that she didn't know who this Matt person was, and that she had done nothing wrong, and that the comments
She did
that were
everything
being
correct,
made on the
rather.
Topic's website had nothing to do with her. She seemingly forgot that she had previously stated that he was her brother. She tried her best to assure her only friend that she had not been involved with what occurred, but would also bring up her negative feelings towards Billie Jean whenever she could. Other Facebook friends and acquaintances would state the same, claiming that when Janelle would message them via social media, she would always find a way to bring up Billie Jean supposedly harassing her. She would claim that she was deeply scared and that the added stress of cyberstalking was causing her health to deteriorate. If these acquaintances ever pushed back or questioned Janelle's claims, she would attack them, claiming that they were actually the ones behind the stalking, working alongside Billie Jean. One of the people Janelle would accuse of this was Tara Osborne, who barely knew Janelle. She had been lumped in on the Topic's forum, but had tried her best to remain on friendly terms with the sheltered woman, not wanting to provoke her. Janelle would message her nearly every day, always bringing up her
Indrid
negative
Cold
feelings
raid
about
during the
Tara
true
would
crime
attempt to
segment.
avoid Janelle's
Big ups,
messages and
Indrid
ghost the
Cold
young woman,
for the
making it so her
raid.
friends could not see if
Probably
she
in
was
the middle
online
of whatever it is I'm doing here. My controller is messing with me. My inputs are literally dropping no matter how many controllers I switch, whether it's wired or not. The game is eating my fucking inputs. When it's eating your inputs, when you're wired, like holy whoa, buddy. I think it's the game, but it's like blame the game. That's what the guy does. And I'm also watching true crime. Yeah, thank you for the raid. Hello. Yeah, it's gotta be the game. When it's dropping and you're wired. Like, at least if I'm wireless, I could say, oh, maybe I'm at an awkward distance from the controller or something. I mean, awkward distance from the dock or something. But like, it's not the case. It's like like when I try to jump, sometimes I don't jump, or I press the button. Sometimes I jump all the way. It makes no sense, you guys. Yeah, always blame the game.
He had read their messages. But that
anyways,
didn't stop Janelle.
how do I explain the
Tara would
video?
remove her from
Okay,
her friend-
this bitch is sending herself harassing messages on Facebook, pretending to be other people, and then also a-logging the couple, this couple, because she's jealous of this other girlfriend. No, she's jealous of this guy's girlfriend and wants to be with this guy, but obviously the girlfriend's in the way. So to cope about it, she's pretending to be multiple people on Facebook, harassing said couple. Yeah, it's quite the arc.
List, hoping that she would get the message. Instead, Janelle wrote to her to ask if she had done anything wrong. Tara, wanting to pacify the woman she believed was harassing her friend, claimed
Yeah, it's been a
that
while
she was
since I've done a
just
stream.
cleaning up her friends list.
Haven't
to
done
be
any
only
this
close
week,
friends
so
and
we're
family,
doing a
and that
Saturday
she harbored
situation.
no ill will towards her, but the damage was already done.
I hope your stream went well.
Thereafter, Janelle began accusing Tara of vandalizing her mailbox and making repeated calls to her family home. Tara denied this and informed Janelle that she had really unfriended her because she was tired of seeing the constant drama that surrounded her online activity, which only set Janelle off even more. Eventually, Tara would go to the police and file an order of protection against Janelle. This order was later dismissed because, according to court records, a lack of statutorily required relationship between the
Oh,
parties.
this is Skyward
Lindsay
Sword music.
Thomas would similarly file a harassment complaint against Janelle, as the 30-year-old had taken to calling her upwards of 20 times a day without disguising her phone number. This case would also be dismissed, although the why was not made as readily available.
You didn't get a voice over IP.
Cases were dismissed because the judge looked at the details and determined that it was Lindsay and Tara who were antagonizing her.
You didn't get a burner phone like
true.
Diggers?
Instead, it seemed that on both occasions, the court failed to take either claim seriously and dismissed the cases, thinking nothing would come of it. But they were wrong. The Potter family claimed to have lived in constant fear, believing that whoever was targeting their youngest daughter would make good on their threats and attack her. And their fears.
Why? She didn't know anybody. She wasn't social.
Was allegedly thrown at the Potter family home. Reports vary about if the rock was simply thrown at the home itself or at a window, but either way, the rock was found
Nobody knew this bitch. She was isolated by her parents.
Billie Jean's name on it. Barbara and Marvin were convinced that this was proof that the couple were targeting their innocent daughter, and Barbara went to the police. She told them everything that Janelle had told her, how the pair was determined to make their life more difficult, and how they had written horrible things on her wall, and how they weren't going to stop harassing until she was dead. When asked if she had any direct evidence, Barbara pointed to the rock bearing the couple's name and insisted that they knew that the pair was behind it, but the police stated there was nothing that they could do. At the most, they had a rock, but they couldn't even reliably say if the rock had been thrown at the home or merely left in the yard. Janelle's relationship with Jamie was still going strong, despite the continued drama surrounding her and his family.
Why did this guy stay with her? She's clearly mentally unwell.
Janelle a ring, and the couple began to discuss eloping, even though their parents still didn't know nor approve of her dating. However, Janelle also began talking to another man via Facebook. This man was named Bob Meehan, and he lived in Pennsylvania. Though the two had never met in person, Bob believed that they were in a serious, committed relationship with each other. Around this time, Billy and Billie
Even though it
Jean
was
would
long
make the
distance and
decision
over
to remove
Facebook?
Janelle as a friend on Facebook. They wanted to move on from Janelle and all of her drama, and Billy wound up asking Billie Jean to marry him shortly thereafter. But these two actions would have unintended consequences.
Alright, who died?
On January 31st, 2012, Brad Osborne would drive to Billy and Billie Jean's home at 6:30 a.m. in order to pick up Billy's father.
He had 7 minutes to reach the end.
Father would often
I'm sure I'm going to make some accidents.
But that morning, Mr. Payne had left on his own. Brad arrived at the home and waited in his car for Mr. Payne, but when he didn't appear, Osborne became concerned. He entered the home via the rear sliding glass door, as the Paynes seldom locked their home, and called out to his coworker.
Whoa, we love
but was only met
Pop-Tarts.
with the sound of an alarm clock ringing. After a few moments, he left the residence to go to work, noting that it seemed like no one was home. 4 hours later, at around 10 a.m., another friend of the Paynes would arrive at the home. This friend was Roy Stevens, a former neighbor who often picked up mail for the Payne family. Roy would enter the home through the sliding back door and called out for Billy and Billie Jean, having noted both cars in the driveway. When he got no response, he ventured further into the home and found a horrific sight. In one of the first bedrooms, he found Billy's dead body. Billy had been
I watch
lying
Explore
on
with
his
us.
back on
It's
the
been a while
bed
since I've seen
and
one of
was
their
covered in
videos, but
his
yeah,
own
I've
blood.
seen
At first, Roy
the most
had no
popular
idea
ones.
what had happened to his former neighbor, or if he was still alive.
But
He
Dreading's
attempted
my
to
personal
revive him
favorite.
by grabbing him by the shoulders and shaking him. When that didn't work,
Coggers,
he
I
ran out of
don't think I'm going to be able to do it with this controller.
911.
Or whatever
Roy's
the fuck's
wife,
going on
Linda,
with this
was
game. I even
CPR
rebooted
trained
it. Like, I
and went
restarted
inside
the
home
system.
to try and provide aid. When
Well,
she
no,
found Billy,
you know what?
she noted that his body was
I
cold and stiff,
rebooted the
and
game,
that
but I
he'd
didn't
been
reboot the
horrifically
system.
beaten prior to his death. It was only when she attempted to
No, I
find a
miss
pulse
JCS
that
too.
she realized that his throat had been slashed. Upon
We're
realizing
actually gonna do
that he
this.
was a lost
Oh, look,
cause,
see?
she went to the living room to call 911.
input.
While on the line with emergency services, Linda would go on to hear what she described as the most horrifying noise. Somewhere in the home, Billy's child was stirring, and she had no idea
This
where
lady
he
put
was,
someone
if
else's
he had been
lady
near
parts
his
inside
father
her
when
own-
he was
what?
killed, and if he was okay. She followed the source of the
Yeah, I
sound.
gotta catch
and it
up
was
with
on the
you
phone
then if
with
that's the
emergency
case.
services when she discovered Billie Jean's dead body, holding her 7-month-old son in her arms. Luckily, the son was unharmed, but the scene was obviously horrific. Whoever had killed Billy and Billie Jean had done so while she was holding onto their child, and they had left the child in the dead mother's arms for hours. Billy and Billie
that's
Jean
totally
had
sane.
both been shot in the head, but it would seem that Billy had been able to put up somewhat of a fight. However,
well, you would think just going into the story, like Janelle was going to be murdered by her family or something, and no, she's the killer the whole time.
He had been nearly nude when the attack took place, and whatever had attacked him was able to get the upper hand, beating him until finally shooting him in the head, then slitting his throat. Billie Jean,
Let me move on to the
was caught by
divisions.
surprise and was shot one time, killing
I'll
her
come
at
back
once.
for the Mario one at the
Mountain
end.
City was a small town where everyone knew everyone else, and when the police began their investigation, multiple people would bring up the couple's issues with Janelle. The day after the bodies had been found, Chief Deputy Joe Woodard would talk to the Potter family about the murders. The Potters were united, while stating that while they didn't like Billy and Billie Jean, and they wouldn't mourn their deaths anytime soon, they had not been involved in the killing. Moreover, they went over the laundry list of claims they had against the pair, with Woodard noting how keen they were to disparage the deceased. Shortly after talking to the Potters, the police were able to determine that Janelle had been hiding her relationship with Jamie from her parents, which led them to believe that there was likely
could you
more
imagine
that
if
the
it was
young
like a
woman
whole
was hiding
family
from them.
affair,
The
that everyone in the
police continued to
family
look
was
at other
involved?
potential suspects after the murder, but it seemed every other lead would
people
trace
don't know how
back
to
the
speedrun
Potters.
Kirby.
Later that week, the police would bring Jamie in for questioning, feeling as if he could provide the best insight into the case. He was related to the victims, but was seemingly on their lead suspect's side. Whatever happened, he surely knew more than he was saying. As the police spoke to Jamie, he became more and more nervous. It was obvious that he was hiding something.
that dude fucked up hard. He lost 2 seconds out of that.
If he would be willing to take a lie detector test that day, to which he
Lie
agreed.
detector test don't
As
mean
we have
shit.
covered in countless videos before, a lie detector test does not actually detect lies.
Hey, there we go,
but
the
signs
weekly
of
medal
stress in
that
the
Sarah was
body.
talking
They
about.
are not indicative of whether or not a person is telling the truth, and as such, are not admissible in court. But the police still use them in interrogations as a tool to garner confessions. And in this instance, when Jamie stated that he did not know the identity of Billy and Billie Jean's killer, the device showed deception. The police used this potential deception as a basis for the remainder of their questioning,
controller's still doing
repeatedly
it.
telling Jamie that if he knew what happened,
Okay,
it would be
yeah,
in his
let me-
best interest to tell
get me
them,
out of there.
and repeatedly that they could help him, but only if he told them the truth. 6 hours into the interrogation, having failed a polygraph and believing that the police would understand, Jamie then asked them a strange question. He inquired as to whether or not the CIA was present. The police were immediately confused. Sure, the double homicide had been horrific, but why would Central Intelligence, whose main goal is collecting foreign intelligence, be interested in a small town murder? When the police questioned him further, he elaborated and told one of the most obviously fake stories we have ever stumbled across. Jamie informed the investigators that over the past couple of months, while Janelle and her family had been dealing with the cyberstalking, they had been reached out to by a man who had claimed to be part of the CIA, named Chris. According to the Potters,
Okay,
Chris
he's
was just
never
a
been
random
relevant to
man
this
who
case
happened to
before this
stumble
moment?
across the targeted
Totally
harassment
believe you, lady.
campaign being levied at Janelle, and felt motivated to help the young woman. He specifically cited that she was a good girl and didn't deserve the hate she was getting from others, just
Oh,
like
that's a
the
Felton.
accounts on Topics had said. But that was how the Potters would claim they came into contact with Chris. Jamie would tell the police that he first heard about Chris from Janelle. She claimed that he was a family friend and told her boyfriend that Chris was like a brother to her. She went further to state that they were exactly the same age, and he had been her next-door neighbor growing up, even driving her to and from school. She told a similar story to Bob Meehan, the man she was also in a secret long-distance relationship with. After Janelle told Jamie about Chris, she informed him that the Central Intelligence agent was helping her combat
This guy's a
the
good
online
narrator.
attacks.
Yeah, his voice is
She
very
informed the
soothing.
man that he was a government
To a point where
agent
I don't wanna-
with only
I don't wanna
the
speak up too
topmost
loudly over him.
clearance. And as such, the majority of his work was classified. Moreover, he couldn't simply talk to Jamie through normal means, but would only communicate to him through Janelle's phone and email, which he could somehow access. He would also
He's a
claim
part
to
of
have
the
a severe
CIA. They got
phobia
that
of
power.
phones, making it impossible for them to talk to each other. Chris would, quote, talk to the Potters and Jamie nearly every day, sending them ranting emails about how evil and sick Billie Jean and her friends were, telling them that he was working on their case, and had found evidence that the other women were obsessed with Janelle and trying to get her killed. Most notably, he talked to Barbara the most, building such a strong relationship with her that she began to refer to Chris as being like a son to
So
her.
wait, he has the power to hack into her phone, but doesn't have the power to, like, just arrest Billie Jean?
Chris began to fan the flames of the feud, convincing Marvin and Barbara that Janelle was in danger and that if they didn't do something, the young woman would be killed. When Barbara went to the police, armed with the rock that had been allegedly thrown at their home and was turned away, she began to believe that the only way her daughter would be kept safe would be if they took matters into their own hands, which Chris gleefully encouraged. He told the Potters that if they were to do anything, like, say, kill Billie Jean and her husband, that he could pull some strings in the CIA and exonerate them. Bro, I've seen this movie. This is the plot to Mission Impossible 7. But I digress. Jamie believed that Chris was real, based on how the Potters talked about him. Barbara would repeatedly state that he was
Did
like
he
a
show
son to
any
her.
verification?
Marvin would claim
Did
that
he
was
even
a former
exist?
Central Intelligence agent. He knew Chris was the real deal, and Janelle stated she knew him personally. It didn't even occur to Jamie that they could be lying, all of them. Man, she's that phony baloney. This is ridiculous. Chris had encouraged Barbara and Marvin Potter to kill Billie Jean and her friends, repeatedly saying the woman wouldn't stop until Janelle was dead. The night prior to the
How
murders,
did Chris type when he
would write to the
texted
family and tell
Janelle?
them
Was
that he had
it
uncovered one of their
exactly like
tormentors and
Janelle?
put a bounty on Janelle's head for $3,000, and that the only way it would stop would be to kill Billie and Billie Jean as soon as possible. How the fuck did anybody fall for this? Are you serious? That night, Jamie came over to the Potter house to help them with the
gold
computer
trophy.
issue and was taken aside by Marvin. The supposed
we got a
former
pin for
Central
it.
Intelligence agent would ask
So that's
Jamie
for this
if
week.
he would be willing to do him a favor.
Yeah, until August
Without
5th.
specifying a date or time, he asked his daughter's secret boyfriend if he would be willing to drive him to Billie's home, drop him off, go down the road to keep a lookout, then pick him back up. Though not explicit with what he wanted to do, it was clear that Marvin was asking if Jamie would be willing to help, and at the very least, attack his cousin with his girlfriend's father. And Jamie, for his part, agreed. The following morning, Jamie got a call from Marvin, cashing in the favor. Moments later, Janelle texted her boyfriend, informing him that her father was on his way over. The two men then drove to a parking lot near Billie's home. They monitored the home until Billie's father left, at which point they walked to a shed behind Payne's residence. Jamie, it would seem, did not comprehend what they were there to do, as he repeatedly told Marvin that if Billie were to see them, they would get in trouble, but Marvin continued forward. When they arrived at the residence, he gave Jamie a gun and told him that he just needed to stand outside and keep watch. He entered the home and killed both Billie and Billie Jean, but left their son untouched, as in his mind, he was not at fault for what happened with Janelle. After Jamie told the police everything he knew about Chris and the murders, they quickly deduced that whoever he was talking to was in no way affiliated with the CIA. Instead, they determined that Chris was likely just Janelle. No kidding. Given that she hadn't even changed her fucking phone number or email address when contacting them. Jamie's story was outlandish, and given that he had spent the prior 6 hours of the interview lying
Not the
directly
sharpest
to their
tool in the
faces,
shed
the
there,
police
huh?
felt like they needed more substantial evidence before they brought the Potters in for questioning. Jamie agreed to call the Potters, and within a few short hours, the police knew, without a shadow of a doubt, what had happened the morning of January 31st. When Jamie called the Potters, Barbara answered the phone and spoke with him for a few moments. She repeatedly made references to Chris and said that he had informed her that Jamie had been arrested for the murders. She seemed on edge, as if she was worried about the man she had used as free tech support turning on the family, but he placated her, stating that he had only been questioned by police and had passed a polygraph test. Jamie told Barbara that he was worried after speaking to the police, and that he wanted to make sure that Marvin had taken care of all the evidence against him. Barbara then put her husband on the phone, and when asked if he got rid of everything from Bill's, he agreed, proving that he had, at the very least, participated in the murder. The following day, the police obtained a search warrant and arrested Marvin. However, as the search was underway in the home, Barbara attempted to destroy evidence, repeatedly grabbing items that the police were taking and tearing them apart. She did this with a stack of papers, as well as multiple photographs that the family had around the home. These papers were later found to be emails between the family members and screenshots of the victims' social media, with disparaging things written on them. During the search of the Potter residence, investigators found a green spiral notebook on a desk next to the computer monitor, which contained passwords to various internet accounts.
Oh man, I wonder what accounts those were.
And Barbara's AOL email accounts. These accounts were then connected to the topics page, and multiple accounts had been used to harass Billie Jean. Police attempted to garner a confession
notebook
from
named
Marvin,
Evil
but
Plan?
he repeatedly denied having anything to do with Billie and Billie Jean's murder. They then showed the veteran the plethora of evidence they had against him, though he continued to deny any part in the crime, and asked simply to be allowed to speak to his wife. Following this interview,
No,
called
your
Barbara
lawyer,
and
not your
confessed
wife.
to having murdered the couple. It seemed that Marvin
He's being
had
an
forgotten that he
interrogation.
was on a
Hold on, I need to
recorded
speak to my
line
wife
as he
about this.
repeated that he killed the couple to protect her and Janelle. Barbara, however, denied that he was capable of murder, and, with the understanding that the call would make him look guilty, attempted to give him an alibi for the murders. When Marvin would state that he was responsible for the killings, she would interject, saying she knew he was lying because he had been at home the morning of the killings, and she had seen him. Later on, she would state that the police had questioned Marvin under questionable circumstances, as he hadn't been given his medication, and they didn't allow him to bring his oxygen. She argued that his confession should not be played in court, as he hadn't been in his right mind when he gave it, and that the police were guilty of forcing a confession in this instance, but the evidence stated otherwise. Despite Barbara's attempts at destroying evidence, the police were able to piece together thousands of emails between Chris and the family, and were able to determine that all of the communication that came from the CIA operative actually came from the family computer. And as Janelle had a distinct writing style that involved improper capitalization, transposing of letters, and the remaining E from the root word and adding the suffix ing, they were able to match all the emails to her. Moreover, all the comments that had been made harassing Billie Jean
I actually brought up the
praising
typing style
Janelle
earlier.
had
I
the
didn't think they
same
would
writing
reference it.
style, proving that she had been the one behind the harassment campaign. The police were able to find months and months worth of communication between Chris and the family, goading them into hurting Janelle's enemies. He repeatedly told Barbara that her daughter was going to be killed, that there was a real tangible danger to their lives, and that the police would not help them. For months, Janelle tried to convince those closest to her that she was being attacked, that people were going to kill her, and that she needed to be saved by them. But when the evidence was shown in court, Janelle claimed that she was
Wonder what
innocent.
happens if I
Her
try this
lawyer
on
argued that
handheld
Janelle
mode.
had the mind of a middle schooler.
No
and was
way this would
functionally
happen
unable
even
to
on
devise
handheld
such an
mode,
evil
right?
scheme. Meanwhile, Barbara Potter would maintain that both she and her
Coke is
husband
strong
were
tonight,
unable to
boys.
carry out the crime due to their age and own illnesses. Neither Barbara nor Janelle would admit to so much as authorizing the emails that were found in their home, with Barbara stating she doesn't have enough hate in her heart to do such a thing.
I got no
Marvin,
hate in
Barbara,
my heart,
and Janelle
man.
Potter would all be given 2 life sentences, a fitting sentence for the 2 lives they helped take. Jamie agreed to a plea deal of 2 concurrent sentences of 25 years in prison. However, in 2021, Barbara was able to appeal her sentence, with her lawyers arguing that her original trial attorney had a conflict of interest while defending her because he represented her husband. However, instead of a retrial, Barbara agreed to a plea deal and admitted she took part in the orchestration of the murder. She was then sentenced to 25 years in prison. This case was extremely interesting to go over.
Only
As well as
25?
it's been covered plenty of times by places like 2020 and Nightline, the court documents are filled with smaller details that are often left out, like Marvin Potter had served in Vietnam and would often talk about how he had worked for the CIA afterwards. He maintained a lot of his work was classified and repeatedly talked about how he knew plenty of the country's secrets. But that was obviously patently false. There was no evidence that he was ever involved with the intelligence agency, and moreover, we were able to find a post on the Stolen Valor website showcasing how he lied about his Marine history and stole his Navy Cross Medal, which is the 2nd highest military award for valor. A lot of the lies Janelle told, which would seem obvious to most people with a shred of sense, were handed down from her father, who spent who knows how long telling people false stories of his own heroism. The more I was able to find, the more unavoidable something like this seemed. The Potter family was primed for this sort of turmoil, and it is frankly a strange sight to behold. I encourage you all to, if you're interested, check out the description box down below and read some of the court documents. There are portions that either felt too superfluous or unimportant to add to the video, but are nonetheless very interesting to read. If you've made it to this portion in the video, let me know what you think in the comments down below. If you want to see more of our videos and your recommendations, consider liking and subscribing. And if you have a topic you would like to see us cover, email me at dreading.official@gmail.com. With all of that said, I hope you have a great day, and remember to stay.
What if I take this shortcut?
That's the French word
actually
for
allowed.
safe, right? I'm fancy? Okay.
Oh, what a comedic little episode there. Well, it's not too comedic. People did die, but there was I don't know. There was a very comedic error with that one. Even though, okay, the comedic error during, the sillier episodes is usually for cases that don't deal with murder. I mean, people did die in this one. Like 2 people died. We lost lives here. They're not coming back. And he's still kind of silly about it. It is a silly case. I was expecting her to die because of her mental faculties not being there, but no, she was actually the mastermind the whole time. Oh god, sorry. I don't even know, is a shortcut quicker? It'd be just quicker to just do the level normally. You would think not. I mean, it's called shortcut for a reason. Oh well, I'll keep at it. What is, what's he doing tonight? Oh my god. Okay, well, it's been a minute. It's been a while since I checked in.
I mean, well, 3 now out of the 5 we need. That's good to know. All right. Cool. So, so I have to go buy barnyard animals now, correct? That's my goal. Is to go buy barnyard animals.
No, your goal is $50. Did he forget what his goal was?
I'm just not sure how to set up the barn.
Embarrassing.
If I should set it up like I have with my
jump.
chickens or not.
Oh shit.
I have an outdoor area with grass. Like, should I fence this off?
Big up Zergly, what you miss?
Like,
GTA1, the first level,
right?
And me trying to do the weeklies and Nintendo World Championships this week.
So be it.
Just like me trying to get 50 bits from Repsy. I was very successful in doing so. Thank you for the 50 bits.
Shit.
Big ups, Repsy. Are you winning, son? I'm trying. But my controller's been giving me issues tonight.
Yeah. Probably do exactly the same thing I did with the
I know it's a cope, but literally,
chickens, right?
the controller's been fucking with me.
No one's answering, so I'm just assuming I'm right. I don't know.
No, nobody plays this game, Phil. I mean, the people that play Stardew are not watching the Phil stream. No, the guy will go on the casino on Tuesday. I'll try to restream it. It's not happened yet. It is confirmed. It's locked in. It's happening. Trolls. It's happening, trolls. Look, it. The D-pad. The D-pad.
Oh, it's wood.
I should not have hit that. I should have just rolled with the punches.
There we go. Got one fence. And I would just kind of want to fence it off over here, like give them a whole bunch of this stuff to eat, right? Oh, let's see here.
Guided by the emblems.
Just like I should roll with the Elite Raid.
Grape is an underrated
The party
flavor.
of
I love some
41.
grape Jolly Ranchers and grape soda.
Pickups for the
Yeah,
raid.
it doesn't taste like grape at all. That's artificial grape.
Welcome
I know what
in,
you're talking about.
Raiders.
Actual grape is a very strong flavor. And I actually really like real grape juice.
We're debating the semantics of what actual grape is versus artificial grape.
Odd.
And I'm losing in games, per usual.
Okay. So what do I want to do? I want to
Karma.
make this fence much bigger. We'll do it like over here.
Yeah, I'm preloading my tech problems. Something's up with my D-pad. My D-pad and my A button. Both specifically the buttons I need to play this game. Pick up Stan. The hell is wrong with you streaming for like 12 hours? You're insane.
And then go like up here, and I'll put a gate here. I gotta make another gate.
Yeah, but at least when you lose, you don't feel like it's the controller's fault. I don't want to blame the controller, especially given what we're watching right now. But it didn't drop the inputs when I was on handheld mode. You gotta believe me, guys. It did it when I'm on Pro Controller, wired Pro Controller, and on my Joy-Cons. What is wrong with this game?
There was. Oh, I couldn't even see it.
Grape flavored stuff is based off Concord grapes, which a guy has clearly never eaten.
There we go. So now we have this nice
Like,
fenced-in
look, he
area.
likes his grapes artificial, sir. Leave him alone.
Yep. That they'll be able, the livestock will be able to live in here.
Sarah, I'm trying to do this with the Pro
all
Controller.
this stuff out here.
Just like I'm trying to get this Repsy Prime re-up for 2 months, which I'm very appreciative of. Thank you, Repsy, for the Prime. As I said, thank you, Repsy. But no, Sarah, I'm trying to do this with the Pro Controller. But whenever I hit A,
right now, depends.
it's not just the D-pad. It's not just the D-pad, but like, okay, the D-pad kind of like,
something that's going to
I don't even know how to say. It's like
hours. These are all very.
It's like there's an end lag to the D-pad. Whenever I let go of it, he keeps moving, which it's not just the momentum. And then A, whenever I hit A, he sometimes does a moon jump when I want to do a short hop. I can't even explain it unless you're actually playing it. Same thing for me. So you know what it is? It the game or the controller? Because it happens when I do Joy-Cons, when I plug in the wired controller. Is it just the game? Has anyone else talked about this? But it doesn't do it when I'm in handheld mode.
Interesting and important questions to ask yourself before you buy Taco Bell.
What? A scat joke. I'm skipping.
To buy livestock. I'd like to go do that. I'm riding into town to do it, but I don't actually know where I'm going.
Fuck, why am I still using D-pad anyway? Let me use a stick.
Oxmere just did a $30 super chat. Says we hit the goal, suffer Dickers. Well, first of all, I don't think that Dickers would care if we hit a goal on my stream or not.
Dickers! No, I think he actually would. No, I that's very charitable of Dickers,
Phil.
Phil.
That is a super chat, and that does not count towards a tip skull.
Oh, womp womp, get felted. He knew it didn't count. He knew it didn't count. He just wanted you to bring that up and get it in so people could call you greedy. He knew that didn't count.
Stream a ton, thank you. But the goal is for...
You fell for the bait.
But it's easy confusion. How do you know I was hungry? It looks delicious. She liked it. Do you have any scarecrows on your farm? I do. I just gave her the mayo.
But no, I disagree. I think Dickers actually is kind of mentally touched whenever he hits the goal. Suffer.
Well, my place is really starting to look populated now, isn't it? I got a barn. I got trees growing. I got all kinds of stuff happening on my farm. Very eventful place.
Yeah, sir, the controller problem is really unfortunate for this game.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty sad, isn't it? Someone like Jordan, who was one of the people who actually convinced me to get this game and play it with you guys, explaining what a chill, awesome game it would be, and saying, you know, this is something that you would absolutely want to play. You're gonna love it. And even said, hey, well, if you get it, right, I'll come by your streams, I'll hang out with you, I'll support it. And he did for like 2 weeks. Then the guy,
okay. I cap for him so much when it comes to like his level of self-awareness and like, oh, come on, he's stupid, but he's not that stupid. Come on, he's dumb, but he's not that dumb. Like, especially lately with the casino stuff and whether or not, you know, like Phil is obviously touched by when they make fun of him and his wife, right? But he kind of has to bite his tongue on it for like the ultimate end goal, which in his case would be to felt Dickers live with some people can feel like he's a part of something. You know, bullied kid accepts the bullying from the bullies because he thinks the bullies are cool and wants to be friends with the bullies. So I try to cap for him and shit like that because Phil, it seems like there's something in it for Phil in a sense. But then he goes on over here and he like talks about this with a complete straight face and he just doesn't get it. It's like you were obviously played for a fool by Jordan, who isn't even real anyway. You fell for that. He's not real. He never was. Never was. And like you're not connecting the dots with the other people who tip big amounts of money that also have names that start with a J. It is so fucked over there, man. It is so fucking fucked. You come over here or like any other stream, you get like contributions that are people with like usernames that are actually, you know, realistic. Like, oh, I got a prime sub from Repsy. That's believable. DSP gets a tip. It's from some guy's real life regular ass name. Oh, thank you, Kevin. Thanks for the tip. That's totally a real username. That's a real person. It is so weird over there. It's like fucking. I'm in Australia over there. I'm in backwards fantasy land. I'm in wackadoodle wacky land. When you tip with a real name, that's more suspicious than if you had just tipped as Mr. Dick Delicious. You know.
Vanished from my streams out of nowhere. Came back sporadically, and the next thing I know, after about a month, he's
normal mode B and confirmed bad.
Like literally, never had a conversation with the guy that was
negative. I haven't touched that game yet. I want to play a little bit.
Explaining
what I don't know if I'll get to it tonight at this point.
And saying, you know, this is something that you would absolutely want to play. You're gonna love it. And even said, hey, well, if you get it, right? I'll come by your streams, I'll hang out with you, I'll support it. And he did for like 2 weeks. Then the guy vanished from my streams out of nowhere.
No, he didn't.
Came back sporadically, and the next thing I know, after about a month, he hates me. Like literally, never had a conversation with
Why do you think that is?
Never had. I mean, you tell me. These people are nuts. They go talk to crazy ass obsessed.
Why does he?
Idiots, and then they just.
That's so unfortunate. It's so unfortunate that he actually believes this is what happened. Like, I have trouble even believing that he believes that this is what happened because it's just so nonchalant. His way of accepting that this is the storyline. This is not what happened at all. How can he like just parse it? Parse it. Just parse what he's saying. He's telling you that Jordan was talked to by mysterious detractors that then turned him against Phil. How? That's not what happened. Jordan was a fucker the whole time. And he never left. He's still there. He never left. He's just a different name. There is no... It's not even the first time that story came out that way. Like, remember, didn't Snorlax King have the exact same storyline? Oh, he was cool, and then the trolls got to Snorlax King. What the fuck are you talking about? The trolls got the Snorlax King? No! Snorlax King was always gonna betray you, stupid! It's the same thing with Jordan. It's a rerun. Why does he believe this is legit? Just because Jordan told him? Jordan established in his goodbye, farewell, super chat, his last contribution, that was his established stance. That was what changed. He believed the troll fucking conspiracy theories and now he hates Phil. He just accepts that? I mean, but Jordan just established they were untrustworthy when they did that. So why would you believe him when he said that? It's such an unbelievable storyline on top of that. It's a crazy premise. The trolls got to him, and he just magically decided from that day on, with no skepticism whatsoever, that everything the trolls said was true, and now Phil is bad, and I hate him now. Okay? So when are the chargebacks coming? Oh wait, they're not coming, because Jordan never left, he just changed names.
And then they just disappeared. Because Jordan was a nice guy, and I was having a lot of fun hanging out with him. I mean, regardless of the fact that he supported anything, he would never have had to do that ever again. You know, he was just a nice guy, and he was always helping out with these streams of Stardew, and now he's gone forever. For what? So instead of hanging out with us and having a good time, where is he now? You know, circle jerking with a bunch of fucking losers somewhere? Like, what an idiot.
You know how I know the Jordan thing is bullshit? Because he didn't go immediately running to a detractor stream, bragging and boasting about what he had done. Think about it.
Anyway, so what are we doing? All we can buy is a dairy cow? That's disappointing. You need a deluxe barn to even get what you deluxe.
Because these people know where the party's at, right? They never don't know.
Oh, come on. How many levels of upgrades do I have to do? Well, I definitely want... How many cows should I get, guys?
How many cows should you get?
What do you think? How many cows should I buy for the farm right now? Please give me a recommendation.
Should ask Keemstar.
I got 4 chickens. Should I get 4
answer
cows,
for you.
or is that too many? Should I then save instead to do an upgrade? Do an upgrade to the barn instead. 2 cows. Enemy Warlock says he got 2 cows. Okay, 2 cows.
Yeah, thank you for the kitty.
Okay. Oh, now brown cow named Pracha.
Okay.
Send little Pracha to her new home right away.
Always get fucked at this part.
Gertu. Pracha and Gertu. I'm just curious, what pets are available? Different kitties. They're 40,000 each. 40,000 gold to get another cat or a dog.
Almost as expensive as Jasper. At least it's not $2,000.
60,000 to get a pet tortoise. 60,000. 500,000 gold for this tortoise.
It's purple. How many tortoises have you seen with a purple shell, sir? This is a hot commodity over here.
What? How long do they expect me to raise money to get a pet tortoise? Are they insane?
It's kind of funny.
What? Well, I will not be getting pets anytime soon now that I know that this is insanity. Ludicrous. Ooh,
Hey, I know that person.
This. Keeps your animals warmer and happier during winter. So I should buy 2 of these and put one
So what do you want to fight?
and one in the barn, right? I'm gonna do that now. Oh, and I need a milk pail to gather milk from the animals. Oh, let's do this. Let's buy 2 heaters and let's buy a milk pail. There you go.
I'm so done with how this game delays my jumps.
Okay, I'm really glad that we did
Where's
that.
mine?
All right, cool. I'm glad I looked at it.
I need to have a fucking rough talk with Miyamoto here.
500,000 for a tortoise. Anyway.
Yeah, if only we could do a Begathon event in Stardew.
$30 tip.
Oh, wow!
Frozen.
From the same guy as earlier, probably.
This person just says, lol cow live in shambles. Okay, well, thank you for a $30 tip.
I mean, they kind of are.
Whoever this anonymous tipper is, I could give 2 shits how lol cow live feels about anything.
But they're gonna ask you about it on Tuesday, though. Bet you'll have an answer then. How about you'll have an answer then?
$2 of tips tonight.
Put on that hat.
And that means we've hit our tier 1 tips goal of Gunner glasses. So thank you for that, guys. If we haven't hit the tier 2 goal of $100
Anonymous.
tonight, I will put on a hat for you guys, and we have many, many different hat options available.
All right, Pablo, run the hat poll.
Silly ones, stylish ones. I'm curious, maybe we should wear a new one that I haven't worn on the new camera yet, the new webcam, to see how it looks. Cool. All right, thank you so much.
Did you say ding you so much?
Okay, so we got 2 cows there, and we want to go set up this milk bucket, and we want to set up, whatchamacallit, right? However,
I don't know if it's Kino fans donating, to be honest, because sometimes when it's done, it reads so much like a Ryan fucking tip.
Okay. Here we are. Can I get a salmon here?
Oh, look.
I'm gonna try a couple more times to get a salmon.
I did not jump into the abyss
but we are
there.
gonna go set up the cows.
What?
For today. It's gonna be one of the major things we do. The heaters and the buckets and all of that. Oh, screwed up.
Hello? There we go.
Here we are.
But yeah, as I was saying, like, lately there will be tips trying to say, oh, I'm a Kino Casino fan or I'm a Gundam fan, and they just read exactly like something Ryan would say. And the name is like a name that starts with a J. Seems like Ryan trying to third party and have his own kind of fun with stuff.
The same river, right? Or are you talking about the river in the middle? Confused. Well, there's a salmon right off the bat, and I need 3, and I got 1. Maybe I can get 2 more.
When DSP did this, he jumped over all these 1 block wide gaps.
No, I would absolutely never
supposed to just run
request
over
any
them.
fee to appear on anyone's show ever. I would never request a payment. You know, last year, what was his name? Mudahar DMs me on Twitter and says, I would, you know, I'll pay you like $5,000 to do an interview or whatever. And I was like, I will never accept payment for an interview ever. That's ridiculous. But if you want to have an interview, I'm not going to talk about drama. Oops, never talk to me ever again. Completely ignored me from then on. So there you go. Oops. You know what your agenda is. Anyway.
I'm sorry he's not interested in hearing about your Street Fighter days. I don't know what you want me to say to that.
But no, I don't accept payment to appear on shows and stuff. That's ridiculous. I was told fishing in the bubbles doesn't do anything, which is why I didn't do it.
Yeah, they lied to you. Why wouldn't you fish in the bubbles?
Salmon. Wow, so much for it not to be lucky, right? I just got 3 salmon. Boom, boom, boom. Cool. Now hold on a second here.
Now, guys, I'm the one.
Who am I giving the salmon to? I'm giving it to Demetrius. Okay, I know who that is.
Yeah, he's the guy from Fire Emblem.
Let's go set up the cows. Let's go put the heaters up. Probably too late to see Demetrius for today. It's already 6 p.m. Unless I can run into him in town somewhere walking
6 p.m.
around.
Time for bed. God damn it, that run. Big up Skokie. 50-year-old
So
Turkish marksman. The Turkish marksman, if I'm in front of them when they're shooting.
How do I set up a milking bucket? Like, do I just do this? Like, how does this work? I'm gonna give him a heater. They have a heater in here. How do I do a milking bucket?
You're milking a human. You realize that, right?
I don't know how this works.
You're literally milking a human?
I have it, but I can't milk them. They're too young to milk yet? Gotcha. We just got them. They're calves. Okay. And now, I guess we should set up some oops. We should set up some hair they're not going to eat today, right? But then tomorrow they should go outside and eat automatically. There we go. Perfect. You guys eat tonight, or you gals eat tonight.
I wonder if the game considers me online.
Gender correctly here.
That's the reason for the inputs. Because I'm doing this mode. I wouldn't be surprised. Well, you shouldn't need to be online for this. Only when submitting the run.
You got even more mayo. Wow, we got a lot of mayo going right now. Okay, and I'm gonna put a heater in here. Here you go, girls. Nice. You gals will be nice and warm in the winter. Cool. That's nice. You get heaters for your creatures. That's awesome. All right. I'm gonna see if I can sell, and I'm gonna see if I can run into Demetrius. Let's sell this. I'm gonna just sell this random junk. Sell the fish. Sell the green algae. I don't want it. Sell that, but I'll keep the sell this too. But I'll keep the mayonnaise. So I gotta see if I can run into this Demetrius character. I don't know where he would be. He's been various places, right? Maybe he'll be at the bar because it's 8 o'clock.
Can we not watch the guy? What are you talking about? You love this. This is what you come here for.
Oh, I sold the salmon. You're right. Oh,
look at him ride his horse. Doesn't that
salmon.
make you want to smile for like half a second?
Oh, I wasn't paying. I sold them. Oh.
Okay, does this happen? I need to see if this still happens in I need to see if this happens in regular mode.
Well, I guess we're gonna have to get salmon another day. I guess we have a little bit of time. We could try to get some more, right? I guess we technically could fish for like another hour, but
It looks real tired today. Must have been a gin night. Probably. And I'm kind of tired too, honestly. But I have an excuse. It was a long work week. Who wishes Jordan were there to handhold him? Oh well.
nope. Now we're gonna get smallmouth bass instead.
Better to have loved than to have never have loved at all.
Yep, this is gonna be all bass. Watch. Can't believe I sold the salmon like a dunce. Like a dummy. Fishing for the very first time. Like a dummy. I got other things on my mind. There you go. A bream. Dude, there's no way we're not gonna get salmon now. We're not gonna get it at all.
Ugh, content ID, content ID, content ID, content ID.
Dang it! Only 8 days left of the Olympics. For us, there's 1 day left of the Olympics tomorrow. For Mario and Sonic. After that, I really don't care about the Olympics any further.
Oh,
I haven't paid any
I was about to
attention
say,
who
like,
won
what the fuck did
I
he
don't
mean by
care.
that?
I'm not paying any attention to that.
Why not? Like, at least with Locale Live, you can say it's like toxic
salmon, dude.
and toxic
Ooh,
and
we get some
problematic. Like,
deluxe
what
bait.
the fuck
That's
is wrong
cool.
with the Olympics? I guess that they're making the swimmers swim in like poo water, but I mean, it's Paris. That's what you get.
Martin Bass, how you doing? We're catching your cousins right now. The smallmouth variety. Even though I'm looking for salmon, we're catching smallmouth bass instead. No, actually, we're catching sunglasses, I guess. All right, we're out of here. I had the mission done, and I blew it like a dummy. Excuse me. No, I want to see this. 15 coals. Flint wants 15 coals just to stare at them like an idiot. What a worthless mission. China leads the gold medal count 16, followed by the US 14. Completely unacceptable. I don't believe it for a second. I think we need a thorough investigation into that situation. See how that's possible. I think there's some underhanded tactics going on. Anyway. All right, I think we're good for today, all right? We did a lot.
Did he actually do anything? He fished and looked at the prices of pets.
Oh, wow, it's considered a tool. All right. We'll be able to get milk from the cows later with that. All right, cool, cool. Time for sleep.
A good recommendation. I can't help but agree.
Only 8 days left in fall. Damn. Can I upgrade a barn and a coop right away? Like, can I do it immediately? Because I think I have enough money. I just don't know what resources I need. Cloudy and gusts of wind, but no rain. Well, bad
He's
luck
upset
today.
with the weather report in the game as he is with the weather report in real life.
Glazed yams. Do I even have to comment on this one? The name of the recipe is glazed yams.
Yeah, you know a lot about glazing.
There it is. Yams and a nice sugar sauce. Mmm.
What's funny about that?
Well, I think I need to take a break to go glaze my yams. So let's take a break and we'll split the part. We'll come back for another hour of Stardew Valley. See you then. All right. It is break time, guys. I'm going to blow my nose. I'm going to stretch a little bit. And if you guys want to chat a little bit here, let's do that. Here, I'll turn off the webcam while I blow my nose.
You're gonna give him the ability to chat? They couldn't do that before. Such a high intense action game. You were not you wouldn't allow the ability to chat?
Ugh. Big barn upgrade is 12K. That 5K, can't do it. 450 wood, 200 stone. Okay. What happened in boxing? We can talk about it briefly. So, people are basically saying that there is an athlete from, I forget which country it is, that is boxing as a woman, but people are accusing them of being a man.
Careful,
saying that
Phil.
it's kind of like, did you ever see South Park, where Cartman enters the Special Olympics and then destroys all the Special Olympians? So they're kind of saying it's that situation where
Yeah, they said exactly
it's a
like South
dude
Park.
pretending to be a woman and he's beating up all the women.
Pretending.
But
Pretending?
There's
Phil?
no,
Wait a minute.
no evidence
This is
presented.
look, this is the video I'm watching speaking. Like that's not me, the streamer speaking. By the way, I mean, if they insisted they were women, then obviously they are a woman. Obviously, I would never go up to a person like that and say that their lived experience is not valid.
Like physical checkup or saying that it's a woman either. It doesn't say like no one knows.
I don't remember the episode,
mystery.
but like too well.
It's
But like, doesn't
how
Cartman get his just desserts?
Does this happen? That we have a sport that's supposed to be the best in the world, but no one tested the athletes before the sport. They just believed it because you want to know what the internet. You want to know what the Olympic Committee said? Oh, my camera's off. Hold on. You want to know what the Olympic Committee said?
Yeah, it should be on the whole time.
We base it off of their passport. Okay, their passport. So if my passport said I was a space alien, would the Olympians believe I was from fucking Mars?
Well, your passport would never say that, so...
Should not every athlete who enters the Olympics have to take testing beforehand?
You gonna be the one to administer that?
I mean, am I crazy for just expecting that? You would think that, okay, if you're in the Olympics, there's gonna be a standardized physical checkup you must undergo to make sure that you are who you say you are, that there's no impersonation, there's no funny business, there's no illegal implants in your body, there's no drugs, there's nothing. Like, did this not take place? Because no one has said anything. Is it, oh, well, it's based on your passport. What the fuck does that mean? My passport could say anything. Right? I don't even understand. Anyway,
yeah, the Olympics, more like the Ozempics.
So I don't know. So you tell me, that's as much as I know. That's the ins and outs that I know. If you guys know more than that, you know. So here's my it's very simple, okay? There should be testing for every athlete to get into the Olympics, period. Is that not too much to ask? To make sure
Algerian,
that
they don't allow trans people to have their new gender, only their birth sex. Oh, they don't allow trans people to have their new gender, only their birth sex.
Olympics, it's just a joke, right? Oh,
that's
okay,
one of those throw them from the rooftop countries, huh?
So the big coop is 10,000 gold, 400 wood, 150 stone. So either way, I can't do any upgrades. Yeah, I only have 5,000, so I can't do any other upgrades. Oh.
And it even happens in this mode, even though I'm not online. So it's not an online thing. Disappointing. I'll look into it later. I just feel like you should not be reading the inputs like this.
Tonight. That's all good. I'm going to use the restroom quickly, guys. Sorry, I'm yawning. I'm going to use the restroom quickly, then I'll be back, and we'll do another hour of chill fun, all right? I'll be right back.
Sad part is that I'm live.
Hello, Expand Dog. How you doing, dude?
Oh, wait, no, I'm not. Big ups.
We got the mayo
Big
in
ups, Algernon.
process.
How you doing, Dingus? I'm doing fine. Thank you for asking.
Look at all that mayo I got on me now.
Kind of a mellow kind of night for me.
All right, I already said let's stop talking about this topic now, guys, so please stop. Okay.
I mean, you decided to answer it. You didn't bring it up, to be fair, but you did decide to answer it.
How do we know when they're able to be milked? I wonder how you figured that out. Not yet. This is they're a baby. See, 1 month baby. We do nothing here. They're going to have to grow before we can start making milk and other products. Okay. Cool. All right, so we got that going. We're gonna go water our plants now. Dr. Oink, good evening. How are you?
The guy's still around?
We have things to harvest. We do. Eggplant City. Look at all these eggplants.
He was A-logging him around this time last year in Liza's P.
Grapes. The kitty.
How does he get suspicious at the animated world people and their names, but like Dr. Oink is
fine? I didn't even notice it. It was behind the scarecrow.
Okay, everything there is watered. Dude, there's one thing here that misses watering, isn't there? This one?
Yeah, or Baby Man Gaming.
Okay.
I think Baby Man Gaming eventually got felted.
Generation Z.
Along with Sweaty Man JPEG.
Terry Bogard destroys Ken when he arrives. Unlikely. Capcom obviously wanted Ken to be OP. He's always going to be OP. Just get used to it. Guys, my character is wearing a full fedora in the game. So like I said tonight,
lady.
We do happen to hit the hat goal of tips by the end of tonight. Maybe we want to see the fedora again. We actually wore it a few days ago, and it looked really great on camera. You do the multi-watering by upgrading your watering can.
Hey, this is Philip's farm of positivity.
And you can do multi-watering. So, we did all that. We do have to catch salmon again. We could go try to do that. Here, I'm going to sell some mushrooms first before I forget. Okay. We got some bait, so let's go down to our traps, and then we'll try to fish for some salmon. If we get the salmon, we go give them to Demetrius. What the... Here we go.
This layout is great, thank you. I don't often get to use it.
Oh, it ran out?
It's mostly used when I
the salmon
what the layout that I want to use isn't in the scene collection that I'm on.
That sucks. We're working on the amaranth. We're trying to grow it right now. Yeah, we can't even do the salmon mission anymore. It ran out. Come on.
Yeah, the pig on the pig head. Doesn't he still have a Twitch emote? It's a LeChonk, his name.
Come on. All right, so we did this. What should I even do? What we need to do is raise money so we can upgrade the barn or upgrade the
We're already raising money. We're on a DSP stream.
I mean, I could fish and sell
Denny,
fish,
hop on a DSP
right?
stream.
I'm not sure we can make the most money fishing right now. Have I ever seen the movie Do the Right Thing? Let me think about this. Do the Right Thing. I don't know. It sounds familiar, but I can't remember the movie itself. Do the Right Thing. Is that the one with Morgan Freeman? No, it's not, right? I don't think so.
Ralph always affirms how handsome he is in pictures.
It's a Spike Lee movie?
It's not just for you guys, it's for himself too.
I don't know. I've never been to the forest. It's muddy. I can get a blister on my foot. She's not too smart, is she? Here, have some mayo. Everyone likes the mayo. Everyone I give mayo to loves it, so that's good, I guess. It has Samuel L. Jackson in it? Oh, I think I saw it a long time ago. Yeah. Hello? The weather's interesting today.
Hello, I'm the one.
I already gave her one, didn't I? No, I never gave her one. Oh, shit. Okay, hold on. Everyone likes the mayo. That's so weird. You just hand them, like, mayo, and they're just in love with it.
Would your wife be like that?
I don't have enough patience.
Give your wife some mayo, would she be into that, man?
What about mayo? Everyone likes the mayo. You guys weren't kidding. There's not a single person who dislikes mayo. Okay. Here, I'll give him some mayo. Yeah, this is cool. Thanks. They all love it. All right.
They love it.
Oh, the old woman. You know she likes mayo.
What? The way he said that.
Okay. All right. Robin can swim over 25 pieces of stone. They need to be fresh, gathered today. Oh, forget this. Ah, you're so picky. You get nothing then. Well, I'm really not sure what else to do. We go fish a bit at the ocean. See if we can make some money. Because I need to make money now in order to I need to make money in order to
remember when he was not into this game at all?
Or my coop in my barn. So here's what we'll do. We'll have a little gathering. We'll gather some stuff. We'll do some fishing. We'll sell it all. And hopefully make a good haul of money.
Wish we could go back to those days.
Nothing? Nothing here to gather at all. Look. Wow. Well, that's lame. Maybe it's only spring and summer. There's good stuff over here to gather. I don't know. All right, let's do a day of fishing.
Yeah, EB
Let's
ribbon.
do a good old day of fishing. Try to raise some good money. Give this guy some mayo. Hold on. Oh, I don't have any. I gave away all my mayo. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay. If you sell fish to Willie, you get max profits. Now, how do I do that? Is there a box here at the fishing place to drop fish in? 'Cause I'll do that. Anchovy. Yeah, I forgot all about that. When you see wriggly worms on the ground, you can use the hoe on them. Sometimes you'll get good items. Oh, man. I should go check that. After I catch this fish, let's go look again.
The hoe needs to be used on me.
That mechanic. Wriggly worm. Wriggly worm. Any wriggly worms? I don't see any. Where do you? Oh, there we go.
Let's see, 10:41. Probably give it another 10 minutes for me.
What the hell do I do with that? An anchor? That's silly.
I don't think I'll be missing anything by not restreaming the end of this, whatever this is.
All right, I'll keep my eyes peeled for those. I think I did see Do the Right Thing like once, a long time ago. Because it was probably on HBO, and I just saw everything that was ever on HBO. The anchors for the museum? Oh! Cool. Okay. There we go. Oh yeah, sea cucumber. Ooh, a ruby. I just told there was more. Oh, wow, they're hard to see.
Dead air? Yeah, I just want to close my eyes and imagine I'm right here on this beach.
How exciting.
With DSP not next to me, obviously.
It's pretty sad.
Ultimately, like, that would not be a scenario that I would be in.
What's that? Generation Z says life before advanced technology was simple and good. Do I agree? You do realize that my entire life I've been playing video games, which would be considered advanced technology, right? Like, pretty much been my hobby my whole life. Talking competitive Street Fighter, so I don't know, man. I don't know if I agree with you there.
I'm gonna give Dave Pupfu fruit? Not likely.
They announced a Darksiders game yesterday. They did?
Yeah, it stars you.
Darksiders? Really?
You never heard of it?
The last,
You didn't
like,
hear it?
2 did horribly.
Even I knew that.
I'm surprised they're making another one. Huh.
Huh. Interesting. It's TH Nordic's biggest IP they own, I think. I think that's fair to say. Like original IP that's not licensed yet.
Yeah, I'm still getting over this stupid cold. Still got some drip and gunk in my nose and throat. It's very annoying. Another sea cucumber. So where do I sell fish? Over here? At this fish shop? Do we sell before we leave? Eel.
What does he get out of this game exactly? Mr. Progress here.
No, it is a albacore. An albacore tuna? I don't remember catching that.
At least Street Fighter, he's got like an attachment to it. I don't know what he what does he get out of this bargain? Him playing the game. And Jordan doesn't even stop by anymore.
Closed now?
Ostensibly, even though he totally does.
I thought the box would have been outside. It's only open until 5. Wow, it closes way early. I can't move. I'm stuck on
low effort money.
So that makes sense.
Why would it be anything else? Thank you, Carl.
Anything I can gift him that he'll like? I'll gift him a ruby. He took it. Cool. He took the ruby. Good. Oh. No, this game is not accurate in any way, shape, or form. Every single month has 28 days, and that 28 days is a season. A season only lasts 1 month in game time, so there's no accurate portrayal of time in the game whatsoever.
Derek asking that? So fuck doing this with that D-pad. Sorry, the jumps I'm making here.
Anchovy. Thank you, Thermocrius, who says, I've came here from Kino Casino and I loved your Banjo 2 you played through from a few years ago. Awesome. I'm glad to hear that. Those games were collectathons, but they were enjoyable collectathons, like Banjo 1 and 2, as opposed to DK64, which is one of the most insanely torturous, annoying collectathon games ever made.
All right, rather than
it was quite fun.
Bash myself on the head with that, I think I'll try it on handheld mode.
New record size albacore.
I don't know.
41 inches.
I didn't have any issues with the controls up until tonight. Well, aside from the Pro Controller D-pad, but that's something with the I can confidently say that's the controller's fault. But something was up with the jumps tonight.
No? Oh, I screw up immediately. We just started. Immediate error. Alright, let's go sell a lot of this stuff, try to make some money. But that's what we're trying to do. Raise money to do upgrades to the coop and upgrades to the bar. That should be the priority stuff I work on for now, I feel. Went the wrong way. This town is so oddly designed. Okay. Derek, I missed your comment earlier.
Oh, can you miss more of them?
You were referencing, so I can't answer your question. So, cucumber.
Cucumber.
This artifact? Do we need it though? No, right? We could sell the ruby, sell the sea cucumber, sell the sardine. I don't need driftwood. Okay, that either. Yeah, starving. I'll sell that too. Screw it. All right, we sold everything.
Does he? Now, right? Is this a game where he turns off the music? I feel like I heard music earlier, but now I don't even know anymore. I may have been gaslighting myself the whole time.
Go the next day. Guess the artifact. Yeah, but we already did that.
Is it just like a real life game where there is no music at all?
We had already done that. anchor we have not. So the anchor we definitely
Did
need
I just
still
trick
did.
myself when I heard music earlier? There was no music the whole time?
Level 8 farming, cool. So watering can proficiency up, hope proficiency up. New crafting recipe, a keg. Now wait a minute. Does that mean I can make beer? Because that was one of the missions we've had going for a long time.
Oh man, I don't know.
Also,
Consult
an
the
oil
lick.
maker
Consult
and
the
a
lick
deluxe
bow.
speed grow. Let me
They'll
take
have
over
an
this
answer
keg
for you.
recipe. Oh wow, we maxed fishing. So, fish are worth 50% more or a chance to find treasure double. Oh, I think I want fish to be worth 50% more, right? Right? Because treasure could be complete crap. But fish always being worth half more, you're always going to have constant increased income. So I think we should go for angler, and that means we've maxed fishing. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to go for that. Okay. Made a decent amount of money, but not enough for an upgrade yet. Ah.
Wow, sounds like one of his regular streams. Okay, I'm calling it. I'm calling it. We're 10 minutes to what should be the anime night start time. And I am not getting 5 stars in that Mario Master Challenge with the controller thing I'm facing right now. And I'm just about tapped. You can hear it in my voice. I want to collapse, but I can't because I have a whole night ahead of me. You know, Saturday. Sorry I didn't get the Shy Guy surfing. It's because I'm bad at games and bad at scheduling things, and just generally bad all around. But it was nice to get back to streaming after not doing it for the past 5 days. This week was incredibly busy, you guys. You don't even know. I'm not going to go into specifics. And I feel like the workload is not going to lighten up in the coming days. Don't worry. I'll live. And then we had other stuff too. It's like, okay, when I wasn't being weighed down by the workload, I then had to deal, like we're gonna say deal. I then had to bask in the glory that was the simmering Kino Casino arc, which is going to come to a head Tuesday night. I say come to a head, but it's like come to a head for DSP's first appearance. The arc will continue if it goes well. And then they'll react to the RTU thing, and everyone will have a fun time. It'll be very haha funny, and everyone will have a good laugh. This is why you don't watch the guy who sucks the soul and fun out of you. I mean, it's been a while since I peeked into a night stream. Wow, I chose the worst possible one to tune in. It like completely zapped me of all fucking energy I had. And then I have the controller thing on top of that, which honestly has happened before with other games, which is kind of concerning me. It's not just this game. I really don't think it's the game, but it does it with other controllers too. So is it the Switch? Is it because it's wireless, but I'm like a little bit of ways away from it? It's not a good connection wirelessly. How can that be? I was doing it when I was wired too. How can it be? How? Fuck you, Nintendo. No, really, I mean it. See you next month. I feel like that should be the response after tonight. Oh well, I'll live. Like I just said, I'll live. But yeah, thank you so much for coming out, guys. I really do appreciate it. I'll read out the stuff. We'll find stuff on the raid, and then I don't even know. It won't be Mimi time. Maybe I'll lie in bed watching shit. I gotta fix myself something to eat too. God, I haven't eaten in what, 6 hours, 7 hours, maybe even 8. I don't even remember what I ate. I think I ate pizza this afternoon, but who knows when that was. What are you talking about?
So,
nothing.
No one answered, so I guess I'm gonna leave the Amaranth for now. Since
Yeah, because like the one guy who cared about you playing this game pretended to leave. He didn't leave. He's still there, but he's not there anymore.
I'm gonna go to Marty and give her this Amaranth.
All right, I'm good. I'm good. You can go to Tevin stream or something. See the restream. I'm sure it's going on. And if it's not, I'm sure there's at least one other person restreaming tonight. That's not me. Well, it's Stardew, right? You guys love this game. It's like your favorite game to watch out of the current rotation. You guys are tired of Street Fighter 6? You don't want Street Fighter 6 anymore? That's understandable with Street Fighter 6.
It's
You've seen one Street Fighter 6 stream. You've seen them all, Gunnelman. The same can't be said for a Dingus stream. No two Dingus streams are alike. Literally every single Dingus stream is completely different from the one that preceded it. Thank you so much for everyone who stopped by. The massive return stream after the lengthy week hiatus. It was extremely successful. I beat 1 level in GTA1, 5 more levels to go. How many restarts will I have in the levels to come? Probably a moderate amount. I hope you enjoy that. The new playthrough for the extra life goal. You guys paid for that with money. Not to me, but to the kids of this lovely country. The sick kids. So if I don't beat this game, these kids are gonna die. It's like tantamount to me flipping them off and giving them the bird. And big ups to the Dingas, the Dongas, and a swollen __12 who decided to facilitate my grand, albeit probably understated, return. Thank you to Mr. Pun, Almighty _Doki, and Leet, Bambi, Whip, Zerglu, Pim Pam, Too Quick 2, Coggers, Aldrinop, Palm Primus, D Scythe. So what do you want to fight? Such a soulful name. I like that name. Shouta. Shouta. Say it right. Rebsy, Patchy Goatee, Cerulean86, that legendary style fella. Is probably in the call, shit talking me as we speak. Karma, Aqua Saber, Easy Money, Intrid Cold, Joe Blah, the Lurkers, like Almighty Tevin, who's live right now, restreaming this DSP night stream. You should go watch it. Or don't. Tevin's gonna do his own anime night later. It's different from Anne's anime night because Tevin actually plays good shows. You like that? You like that? I hit you with the Keemstar. Alpha Elite TV, ENFW1, the unfun one, Juzzy51, Peaches and Keem, Carl, bye Carl, Egg Gang 1738, and GPM, who I see is still live. It's a curious turn of events there. I think I know where we're going. Eagle Wiggle, Marked One, Tim Pam, again? Praise that soon? Again? No, I think that was the first time I said their name. Arcadius, Chalky Milk, Big Boss. You guys are all big bosses. Everyone, look, give yourself a round of applause, right? For making it to the end of the stream. Pat yourself on the back. Go hug the person next to you. Elijah, Golem, Ivan Zypher, Cam, Knock, Chrono, Kyungoon, Last Exile, Law Power, RU, OMG Zelda, Perez, Pineapple, NCP, Redhead, Syphilitis, Stupid, TRBG, Zerglu, and everybody else. Thank you to, what do we got? Rebsy the Prime, 2 months! Swollified Bongo, ×5, and Leet, the massive 41 viewer raid. Injured Cold, the extremely massive 38 viewer raid. Whoa, the raids were very immense. Thank you. Rebsy the 50 Bachir, Arya 1 and Son. I was winning and then I was losing. Blame my control. Blame it on the lag, as they say. Cypher 710 the 1000 Bachir. Big ups 2D GTAs. Anonymous, gifted tier 1 to Cerulean86 for the first month. Big ups Cerulean. He assisted me with the AI video we put up recently. The AI was all on him. I cannot take credit for that. That is all on Cerulean86 for making the AI. So big ups. That was his personal TTS with the Phil voice that he trained himself off of the Eat It rant. But he is responsible for the AI and getting the screen caps, the manual screen caps. He didn't have a script for that. He manually screen capped everything from the chat logs and then provided that to me. All I did, I put the video together, I set it to Yoshi's Island music, and I just timed the screen caps along with the audio clips that he recorded. Each TTS was its own individual audio file that he sent my way, and then he stitched all the chat logs together too, in addition to each individual screen cap being its own individual image file. And he sent everything to me, and I just put it all together in a nice little package. See, I don't have any of that technical know-how. That's all on him. But we really appreciate his contribution there to the cause. It really speaks to the variety. Yes, I'm using the V word. The variety, dare I even say the D word, the diversity of this little sector we call home. What was Sweet Bean? Bean, you almost missed the stream. I'm mad. It's okay, the stream fucking sucked. I was lost in GTA for like 4 hours, and I lost the Nintendo Championships for like the last hour. I'm gonna come back stronger. I just, I need a little, I don't know, a little reprieve from the chicanery of this past week, and then something to decompress with. I gotta decompress my spine. Hold on, guys. But yeah, DSP on the casino on Tuesday. I'll definitely stream for that. It'll sure to be a hootenanny. And we'll see what comes of it. I mean, they're gonna do the RTU react no matter what. I feel like they're just gonna have him on for a couple of hours, and then maybe show him some locales that aren't, you know, the locales that he's familiar with already, and just get his opinion on that. Like, they'll show DSP, I don't know, some more merch, I guess. Show DSP some Fuentes shit. Show DSP Ralph. That's what I want. There's already crossover the century for me as far as the sectors go, but we need DSP's opinion on Ralph, because I feel like he's a curiosity there with him and Ralph, because he said as much in the chat logs. He hears about Ralph all the time, but doesn't know who the hell Ralph is. I can't think of a greater opportunity to show DSP just who Ethan Oliver Ralph, owner and editor of the Kill Report. Ah, yes, the Kill Report. Yes. No better opportunity to show him who Ralph really is than the stream. That's about to happen. That's gonna happen. It is gonna happen. The trolls were felted. The dead tractors lost again. Yes. GBP is crying in his bedroom right now. Very obscure reference that nobody, maybe like 2 people listening to me right now will understand what that means. BR Joe to tier 1 for 3 months. Golem to Prime for 21 months in a row, 22 months total. Some behind the scenes follows out of nowhere. Wow. Lemma with the follow, and Rodzi with the follow. Thank you. You had you up during my cat nap. I want to take a cat nap right now. But if Anne can hear me, I want to fix myself some grub, and then I will be ready to watch shows, I guess. I will be ready to watch shows. Yeah, we like to have fun here. We're, dare I say, we're equal opportunity razzers. But to reiterate my position on that, just have fun with it. Like, who cares if he makes money from it? He makes money from everything. This dude makes money just by existing. It ain't that serious. Let the cooks cook. You'll have entertainment coming from it either way. I promise. We're gonna go raid Guitar Punk Master GPM. I never get to raid him. He's an approved Dingy affiliated streamer. Bye-bye, adios, meet me time. We'll see you when we see you. And if we didn't see you, then we didn't see you. But if we did see you, then we saw you. And if we didn't see you, hopefully we will see you next time. I can see myself in the mirror each and every single day. Hopefully, I can inspire viewers like you, Rue, too, to see themselves in their mirrors each and every single day. Catnap with anime. Hey, that should be the raid message. Hey, thank you, Bambi. Yeah, big ups. Yeah, that's the raid message. Catnap with anime. Anime night raid. But that's true, it is anime night in the elite, allegedly super secret, but not really that super secret Discord. And if you're not in that Discord, get fucked! you can watch Tevin's anime night. I'm actually interested in Tevin playing more of Surreal Experiments Lane. It's been ages since I last saw that show, and you know what? I never saw all of it. But I like the theme song. All right, bye-bye. Present day. Present time. Take it easy.